Chapter 842. 2,000 miles away from Dark Surge City was a wilderness with a circumference of a few hundred miles. It could be said to be a natural battlefield. Given Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's speed, it only took them a blink of an eye to reach this place from Dark Surge City. This place is not bad. Let's fight here. Jiang Qin stopped in the sky above the wilderness. De Huang Dog turned his head to look behind him and saw powerful qi rippling in the void. They were chasing after them rapidly. These guys sure are fast in their pursuit, De Huang Dog said with a smile. However, he and Jiang Qin had no intention of running away. Otherwise, none of those arrogant geniuses would be a match for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In a blink of an eye, powerful silhouettes appeared in the wilderness. The first to appear was the people of Desolate family. The leader was a white-clothed youth with a face full of anger and killing intent. He was Desolate Ning. After Desolate Ning and the others appeared, they were followed by a large group of people. All of them were dressed differently. Apart from the experts from the 8 major families of St. Origin World, there were also experts from the other 2 worlds. Basically, all the major powers that were in the VIP rooms of the auction were here. Some of them had enmity with Jiang Qin like the Dan family and the Ho family. Some of them were eyeing Jiang Qin's wealth and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get a share of it. Some of them were here to watch the show. It would be a waste if they didn't watch the show. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Desolate Ning's eyes were like a poisonous snake's as he sneered at Jiang Qin. Running? Perhaps I am waiting for you here on purpose? Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest. His expression didn't change even in the face of so many powerful experts and a powerful enemy like Desolate Ning. A lowly loose cultivator. Who gave you the guts to go against our Shao clan? A 6th grade minor saint youth beside Desolate Ning pointed at Jiang Qin and scolded. Recalling what happened in the auction house, they couldn't wait to tear this bastard into pieces. The Desolate family was a high and mighty family. How could there be a reckless bastard who dared to go against them? Wasn't he courting death? Lowly? The people of the Shao clan are indeed arrogant, but there's something wrong with their intelligence. Before calling others lowly, you should first measure your own strength. I hope that when I step on you with my foot later, you can still say these 2 words. Jiang Qin's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it landed on the young man. He would never be polite to such people. There was only one ending for anyone who dared to say that the greatest saint in the world was despicable. Humph. Tell me what's your name. I Xiaoning don't kill nameless ghosts. Xiaoning coldly snorted. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Fine Jiang Qin, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the Saraira and broken sword, then kneel down and kowtow 9 times in front of me. After that, I'll only destroy your cultivation base, turning you into a useless man from now on, letting you live a lowly life. I'll only give you one chance. As long as you don't kneel down right now, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. Desolate Ning was like a high and mighty king. In his eyes, a loose cultivator like Jiang Qin was the lowest existence. Jiang Qin didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. It would be a great honor for Jiang Qin to say a few words to him. Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a sigh. These geniuses of the big families had a natural sense of superiority. No matter what, they would always show it on their faces. In order to deal with these people, no amount of words would be of any use. Only by smashing their sense of superiority with their fists would they truly lose their arrogance. Fuck your sister, your name is Xiaoning, right? You're already at death's door yet you're still talking big. I really don't know if your brain was kicked by a donkey, but this master dog is going to point out a way for you. Just do as you said just now. As long as you kowtow 9 times and offer up all your wealth, you might have a chance to live. This master dog will only say this once. As long as you don't immediately kneel down, you'll die a tragic death. De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was even more arrogant than Desolate Ning. He returned Desolate Ning's words back to him. Hearing this, countless people felt dizzy. This dog was too powerful. Couldn't he see the situation in front of him? In the entire St. Origin world, this was the first person who dared to ask Desolate Ning to kneel down and kowtow. It was hard not to admire him. This dog is finished. Many of them had the same thought. Given Desolate Ning's temper, he would definitely rush forward and peel off the dog's skin. Of course, before Desolate Ning could do anything, the other geniuses of Desolate family couldn't stand it anymore. One of them, a 6th grade minor saint, shouted, Where did this dog with a stinky mouth come from? Die now. Hong long a rumbling sound was heard. The youth struck out a palm. An incomparably bright palm print crushed the void into pieces. It reached De Huang Dog in a blink. Facing such an attack, De Huang dog didn't put it in his eyes at all. His head glowed with reddish-golden light as he dashed towards the huge palm. Many of them sighed when they saw his action. They wondered if this dog was stupid enough to use his head to take on the attack of a 6th-grade minor saint. Bang, however, under the impact of De Huang dog's attack, the huge bright palm was shattered into pieces. The 6th-grade minor saint genius of the desolate family was pushed a few steps back before he could regain his balance. What? Many of them exclaimed. Their eyes fell upon De Huang dog. Their opinion of De Huang dog had changed immediately. What a powerful dog head. This dog seems to be only a 5th-grade minor demon saint, but he could defeat a 6th-grade minor saint in a single strike. It seems like he has an extraordinary bloodline. Amazing. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out that he has some skills. However, they are still lacking if they want to fight against the desolate family. That desolate Ning is truly terrifying. More and more people gathered in the wilderness. Many of them were surprised by De Huang dog's performance, especially Hua Miao and Duan Rong of the Black-Yellow continent. Both of them were chasing after this dog on the street yesterday. Now, it seemed like what Jiang Chen said was right. If this dog went berserk on the spot, they wouldn't be a match for it. Their cultivation grade was only comparable to the genius of the desolate family. They were no match for De Huang dog. Trash. How dare you be so arrogant with such little ability? The genius of the desolate family is only SOSO. How dare you say that others are lowly? Big Yellow's mouth was even sharper. If someone were to argue or quarrel with this dog, he or she would be doomed to a tragedy, and might even die of anger. In the camp of the demon race, the leader was a man wearing a 7-colored feather robe. There was a peacock rune on his forehead. He had an extraordinary chi. His cultivation had already reached the peak of 7th-grade minor saint. His eyes would emit 7-colored light whenever he blinked. No wonder he has the bloodline of a divine beast. No wonder my father and patriarch value him so much. The man nodded. Apparently he was very satisfied with De Huang dog's performance. When De Huang came with us, he was only a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. Now he has advanced to the 5th grade. Not even a 6th-grade minor saint is a match for him. The bloodline of a divine beast is truly extraordinary. Blue Lion, who was standing beside the man, nodded. Courting death. Desolate Ning was infuriated. Immediately, his chi fluctuated and was about to attack De Huang dog. This man and dog were too annoying. He decided to kill this dog before dealing with Jiang Chen. Stop. Just as Desolate Ning unleashed his chi, a loud shout was heard. The man in feather robe took a step forward and said to Desolate Ning, "Desolate Ning, how dare you kill a man of my demon race? Kongyu, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved." Desolate Ning frowned. What a joke. De Huang is an extremely important figure of my demon race. If you dare to touch him, we will have to fight first. Kong used demonic chi soared to the sky. His chi wasn't any weaker than Desolate Ning's. It's Kongyu, the youngest son of Peacock King. He has the powerful peacock bloodline and is a rare genius of the demon race. Desolate Ning may not be able to defeat him if they really fight. No wonder this dog is so arrogant. It turns out that he is from the demon race. If this dog has the support of the demon race, I'm afraid Desolate Ning will have to think twice before dealing with him. Although the desolate family is strong, the demon race isn't weak either. Plus, the people of the demon race are unscrupulous and unscrupulous. They are not to be trifled with. Seeing that Kongyu was standing up for De Huang dog, the crowd finally understood that this dog had a powerful backer. Kongyu was the son of Peacock King. In the entire Pure Land, Peacock King was infamous. Even those powerful great saints would have to give way to him. Kongyu, do you think I am afraid of you? No one can stop me, Desolate Ning, from killing someone. Desolate Ning was furious. If he didn't vent his anger, he was afraid that he would explode. Really? Then go ahead and try. Kongyu's demon chi shook and his feather clothes fluttered. His battle intent soared to the sky. It seemed that a fight would break out at any moment. The people of the demon race were warlike, not to mention the son of Peacock King. He had completely inherited the strength of Peacock King. Desolate Ning, don't clash with the demon race first. Today our target is Jiang Chen. An old man of the desolate family transmitted his voice to Desolate Ning. If they fought with the demon race now, it would not benefit the desolate family. Kongyu was not easy to deal with. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. At that time, the Hua family, Dan family and other major forces would take advantage of the situation to deal with Jiang Chen. In that case, the treasures on Jiang Chen would not belong to the desolate family. Kongyu will settle our scores in the future. Take this damn dog and disappear from my sight. I'm going to kill Jiang Qin now. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. Desolate Ning's body was producing cracking sounds. His dense killing intent had almost frozen the void. This man has humiliated the people of my whole family yesterday. We can't let him go. Before Desolate Ning could act, the people of the Hua family spoke. The one who spoke was Huiyuan. It seemed like he was going to intervene. And my Dan family. This Jiang Qin has killed a new disciple of our Dan family in the node of void triangular domain. This is a great provocation and contempt to our Dan family. Today our Dan family will seek justice for him. The leader of the Dan family walked out. He was wearing a yellow Dan robe. He was also a peak 7th grade minor saint. His name was Dan Yuanchong. He was also a rare genius among the young generation of the Dan family. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin smiled coldly. As expected, the Dan family and Hua family couldn't wait to attack. Huiyuan, Dan Yuanchong, what are you two doing here? This man is mine. Desolate Ning and Leng Leng said. There is a kind of flame on this man's body. It is what our Hua family needs. He has to pay the price for humiliating our genius. We want this flame. Huiyuan said. Our Dan family just wants revenge. Dan Yuanchong said. Enough. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? I know what the other major powers are thinking. Let me tell you, this brat's life belongs to Desolate Ning. No one can take it away from him. After I kill him, the Saraira and the broken sword will belong to me. As for the other treasures, they will all belong to you. Desolate Ning shouted. Without looking at Huiyuan and Dan Yuanchong, he dashed at Jiang Qin. In a blink, Desolate Ning had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. His fist carried a strong wind as it struck at Jiang Qin. Desolate Ning's fist carried boundless anger. In his opinion, Jiang Qin would be killed by this punch. However, Desolate Ning didn't want to kill Jiang Qin with a single punch. He wanted to torture Jiang Qin slowly. Just in time. Jiang Qin's chi fluctuated. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him an innate desire for battle. It wasn't easy for him to meet an opponent like Desolate Ning. Since there were so many geniuses here today, he was bound to have a good battle. Jiang Qin's hand moved like lightning. He also punched out. His fist emitted a golden light as it collided with Desolate Ning's fist. Bang! Both of their fists carried boundless power. A huge hole appeared in the void where their fists collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Dang dang dang! Under such a strong collision, Jiang Qin was forced to retreat more than 10 meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt the blood and chi in his body churning. It was indescribably uncomfortable. However, this discomfort disappeared as he circulated the dragon transformation skill. With the help of the mulberry divine tree's essence, the recovery power of the dragon transformation skill had reached an astonishing level. Ordinary injuries and shocks couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Qin. He could recover in an instant. What? Desolate Ning's eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. In his imagination, even if this punch couldn't kill Jiang Qin, it would at least make him lose all his combat strength. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin was merely pushed back. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. How was this possible? Judging from his opponent's chi, he was merely a 4th grade minor saint. Even if Jiang Qin had advanced to 4th grade minor saint in the auction house, he shouldn't be this powerful. Incredible. Why haven't I heard of this Jiang Qin before? How could he fight Desolate Ning with just a 4th grade minor saint? One should know that Desolate Ning is a powerful 7th grade minor saint and a genius of the Desolate family. I heard that Desolate Ning had defeated an 8th grade minor saint before. That's right. This is too ridiculous. It seems like this bastard has the right to be arrogant. He could fight Desolate Ning to such an extent when he is only a 4th grade minor saint. If he is at the same level as Desolate Ning, wouldn't he be able to kill Desolate Ning in a second? There are so many monstrous geniuses in the Desolate family. Although he is a genius, his cultivation grade is still too low. There is a gap of 3 grades between him and Desolate Ning. The battle just now was very clear. There is still a huge gap between Jiang Qin and Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning didn't use his full strength just now. It was just a probing attack. The fact that Jiang Qin was able to withstand Desolate Ning's attack had surprised a lot of people. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had changed. Currently, Jiang Qin's face was calm, as if being pushed back didn't affect him at all. The geniuses of the Desolate family are truly extraordinary. Now that I have advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, any ordinary 7th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for me, but if I fight Desolate Ning, I won't be his match. It seems like I have to use my dragon form to kill him. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He estimated the gap between him and Desolate Ning. Given his current condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Desolate Ning, but if he used his dragon form, his combat strength would be increased by 10 times. The gap between them would be reversed immediately. Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill Desolate Ning and take back his finger bone in his dragon form. However, I have used a large amount of dark spirits to advance to the 4th grade minor saint. My foundation isn't very stable yet. Now, I can use my current condition to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize my foundation. Jiang Chen had made up his mind. He wouldn't use his dragon form for the time being. He wanted to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize his foundation. This kind of battle was beneficial to him. Jiang Chen, it seems like I have underestimated you. Jiang Chen, it seems like I have underestimated you. You are the first 4th grade minor saint who could withstand my attack. I never thought that there would be such a genius in Saint Origin World. However, it's a pity that you have offended me. You are destined to die. Your cultivation grade is still too weak. I can kill you with just a wave of my hand. What I said just now is still valid if you beg me for mercy and kowtow to me now. Jiang Chen said coldly. Desolate Ning said loudly. That's enough. Jiang Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately he struck out the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and appeared above Desolate Ning's head in a blink. The true dragon palm carried boundless pressure like Mount Tai. What a powerful combat technique. Unfortunately, you are still no match for me. Chapter 844. Hong Long. Desolate Ning's attack collided with the true dragon palm, producing an earth-shattering sound. Once again the void was smashed. That was an incomparable amount of energy. It spread out like a vast ocean. Even though they were fighting in the sky, the aftermath of the battle still raged down, wreaking havoc in the wilderness below. Huge pits appeared one after another and smoke filled the sky. Many people's facial expression changed. Some of them were too close to the battlefield. They were affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Their faces turned ugly and they retreated in a hurry. The battle between experts was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Sometimes those who were too weak wouldn't even be qualified to watch the battle. The true dragon palm was shattered. Jiang Chen was sent flying once more, but he was only sent flying. Thanks to his incredible recovery ability, he wasn't injured at all. Immediately after that, he lunged at Desolate Ning with vigor and vigor. What a good Jiang Chen. You really surprised me. I don't believe that I can't hurt you. Desolate Ning was infuriated. It was a humiliation for him to be unable to defeat a 4th grade minor saint. Now that so many geniuses were watching, he would lose his face if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. Hong Long. Desolate Ning and Jiang Chen exchanged a few more blows. Each time he was able to push Jiang Chen back. In his point of view, Jiang Chen would be injured every time they collided. However, Jiang Chen was still as lively as before. This made Desolate Ning feel depressed. To Jiang Chen, this kind of battle was exactly what he needed. Every time he exchanged blows with Desolate Ning, his 4th grade minor saint cultivation would stabilize. This was what he wanted to see the most. Is this bastard an unkillable cockroach? How could he fight with Desolate Ning to this extent? It seems like we have underestimated him. This man must have cultivated some kind of abnormal technique. This technique can help him recover quickly. That's why every time he collided with Desolate Ning, he would be able to recover instantly. This technique is really terrifying. If I can get my hands on it, my cultivation grade will definitely reach a new level. I thought that this battle would be a foregone conclusion. But now I'm afraid that it won't be easy for Desolate Ning to kill this man. This Jiang Chen's strength is really shocking, but given Desolate Ning's strength, killing him shouldn't be a problem. After all, Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He still has many powerful techniques that he hasn't used yet. No one wasn't shocked. Before this, no one had thought that Jiang Chen could be this powerful. Even Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng's facial expression changed. They couldn't help but pay more attention to Jiang Chen. However, because of his powerful performance, they were more certain that Jiang Chen must have some good treasures on him. Many experts of major powers had the same thought. In their point of view, Jiang Chen must have treasures all over his body. He must have cultivated an extremely powerful technique. Otherwise, how could a rogue cultivator be so powerful? No wonder De Huang and Jiang Chen have such a good relationship. De Huang's foresight is really good. Blue Lion of the demon race nodded. Kong Yu nodded as well. Now, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was completely different. Of course. Let me tell you, Jiang Chen has many tricks up his sleeves. Desolate Ning has only one ending for provoking him: death. In addition, let me correct one thing. We have a good relationship not because he is strong, but because we are brothers of life and death. No matter how strong or weak he is still my brother, De Huang. De Huang Dog said proudly. Jiang Qin, it seems that if I don't use some powerful techniques, I won't be able to kill you. Take my heaven-splitting palm. Desolate Ning couldn't take down Jiang Qin even after a long time. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Immediately, he no longer hid his strength and displayed the powerful heaven-splitting palm of the Desolate family. Both of Desolate Ning's palms faced the sky. Countless rays of golden light condensed into a layer of golden clouds. No one knew how much power the clouds contained. It was like a huge mountain. Along with Desolate Ning's shout, the clouds gradually changed. A thunderous sound was heard and it turned into a huge golden palm that was 100 zhang in length. It was the heaven-splitting palm. Haha, Desolate Ning has displayed the heaven-splitting palm. That kid is dead for sure. This move is called heaven-splitting palm. It's extremely powerful and lethal. Once it is displayed, the sky will be torn apart. I don't believe that he can resist it. That's right. The heaven-splitting palm of our Desolate family is a true killing technique. Desolate Ning has already cultivated the heaven-splitting palm to the great accomplishment realm. He can smash this kid into pieces with just one palm. The two geniuses of the Desolate family laughed confidently when they saw Desolate Ning display the heaven-splitting palm. In their opinion, once the heaven-splitting palm was displayed, only death awaited Jiang Qin. It was impossible for him to fight back. Rumble. The heaven-splitting palm was terrifying. The sky was directly torn apart. Below the palm, an endless golden storm was circling unceasingly. It was like a tornado made entirely of energy. Under this palm, everything in the world would be torn apart and crushed into pieces. This kind of combat technique is nothing. It's just the heaven-splitting palm. What's there for you to be proud of? I'll let you see the true killing technique. Golden Dragon Seal, come out. Jiang Qin shouted. The shadow of a dragon flickered between his palms. The purest and purest yang qi was unleashed. The metal spirit spread out, bringing with it a sacred feeling. Soon, a powerful dragon seal was condensed by Jiang Qin. Go. Jiang Qin waved his palms forward. A total of 3 golden dragons whizzed out, emitting earth-shattering roars. The 3 dragons rushed towards the heaven-splitting palm from 3 different directions. The golden dragons formed by the golden dragon seal looked like real dragons. They carried boundless power, making people not dare to look at them directly. The dazzling golden light almost illuminated the entire world. The void was completely filled with the light. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Heavens! What kind of combat technique is this? It's so terrifying. What a powerful killing technique. It has a trace of King's Qi. The grade of this combat technique is definitely above the heaven-splitting palm. If Jiang Qin and Desolate Ning were at the same level, he could kill Desolate Ning in a second. It's too terrifying. This Jiang Qin's skills are really endless. I guess he must have obtained some kind of treasure left behind by an ancient powerhouse. There must be a big secret on him. If our Narang clan knows about this secret, it will definitely bring us endless benefits. Everyone was shocked once again. They were all shocked by the terror of the golden dragon seal. Desolate Ning's heaven-splitting palm was already very terrifying. It was a real killing technique. However, the combat technique Jiang Qin used was undoubtedly the king of killing techniques. The heaven-splitting palm couldn't even be compared to it. Desolate Ning's cultivation was very high. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Qin. In many people's opinion, Jiang Qin must have obtained some kind of great opportunity. He must have obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but feel greedy again. In the face of such a strong temptation, no one could truly remain calm. Roar, roar. The golden dragons roared, entangling the huge heaven-splitting palm. Endless energy collided with each other. In the midst of the roar and boom, the 3 golden dragons and the heaven-splitting palm exploded at the same time. Rumble. This time the explosion caused a huge amount of energy to roll, covering the entire sky. A huge hole was created in the void. The battlefield directly turned into a chaotic zone. One could imagine how powerful the impact was. Fire Dragon Seal. After Jiang Qin used the golden dragon seal, he didn't waste any time. Immediately after, he used the powerful Fire Dragon Seal. This time, 3 fire dragons rushed towards Desolate Ning. Everywhere they passed, the void was filled with flames. The chaotic qi was completely incinerated. The temperature of the entire battlefield suddenly rose with the appearance of the 3 fire dragons. Look, it's this kind of flame. Carries a high and mighty aura. It's like the holy fire of the world. Seeing Jiang Qin use the fire dragon seal, Huo Miao, who was far away, immediately shouted. It's really powerful. That kind of high and noble aura is even stronger than our fire clan's psychic fire. Moreover, the combat skill used by this kind of flame is extremely terrifying. Such a noble flame actually appeared in the hands of a rogue cultivator. It's such a waste. Only our fire clan deserves such a flame. Huoyuan's eyes shone with a blazing light. At first he only heard about it from Huo Miao, but he didn't believe it. Now that he saw Jiang Qin use it with his own eyes, he was completely shocked. The true thunder fire and the true dragon fire were true holy objects. They were the kings of fire seeds. They were incomparably noble and superior. Ordinary flames couldn't be compared to them. How could the fire clan not be tempted? Seeing another 3 fire dragons rushing towards him, Desolate Ning immediately roared. He was extremely angry. He had been suppressing his anger since the auction. He thought that he could release his anger by fighting Jiang Qin, but he didn't expect that it would only get deeper and deeper. Jiang Qin was too difficult to deal with. He couldn't take him down even after such a long time. His opponent was obviously not his opponent, but he was getting more and more powerful as he fought, like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. This was the first time Desolate Ning had encountered such a situation. It was impossible not to feel depressed. Rumble. Desolate Ning once again used the heaven-splitting palm, shattering Jiang Qin's fire dragons. Jiang Qin, let's see how long you can last. I won't be polite with you anymore. I'll let you know what true terror is. Heaven-splitting finger. Desolate Ning raised his right hand. His right index finger emitted a boundless golden light. A terrifying saint's might filled the air. He felt that he couldn't continue fighting with Jiang Qin. If he couldn't take him down, he would lose all his face. Chapter 845. Desolate Ning decided to use his most powerful combat technique, the heaven-splitting finger. There wasn't much difference between the heaven-splitting finger and the heaven-splitting palm. However, if the heaven-splitting finger was combined with his index finger, its power would be truly formidable. It was just like Jiang Qin using the Saint Bone to activate the 9 solar finger. Jiang Qin's eyes glittered when he saw Desolate Ning using the finger bone. That was his possession. When Desolate Ning used the finger bone, Jiang Qin's finger bone also began to move. Although Desolate Ning had used some kind of method to refine the finger bone into his body, it wasn't Desolate Ning's possession after all. The Saint Bone of the greatest saint wasn't something that could be easily refined. Moreover, Jiang Qin's soul wasn't destroyed yet. In other words, Desolate Ning didn't completely refine the Saint Bone. He just used it as a powerful means of attack to deal a great impact to the heaven-splitting finger. As long as Jiang Qin wanted to, he could extract the Saint Bone from Desolate Ning's hand at any time. Look, Desolate Ning is going to get really angry. I heard that his index finger is a powerful Saint Bone. It was obtained by the Desolate family from the Saint Cliff. That's the Saint Bone of the greatest saint. It is obvious how much the Desolate family dotes on Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He has reached such a level at such a young age. Some people estimate that he will advance to the 9th grade minor saint in 2 years. At that time, I'm afraid that the sky ranking of the Pure Land will be replaced. I can see that Desolate Ning is really angry now. He has used the Saint Bone wanting to kill Jiang Qin in one strike. I'm afraid that Jiang Qin has used up most of his skills. He won't be able to withstand Desolate Ning's heaven-splitting finger. He will die for sure. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Desolate Ning to this extent. The Desolate family had obtained the finger bone of the greatest saint from the Saint Cliff. It wasn't a secret to the 8 major families of the Pure Land. They weren't too surprised when Desolate Ning used the finger bone. Given his talent, it was normal for him to obtain a Saint Bone. Buzz buzz. Xiao Ning's entire palm emitted a buzzing sound, and the Saint Bone became restless. Rays of bright golden light filled the surroundings of the Saint Bone. The powerful heaven-splitter finger had not yet been displayed, but its aura had already swept across the entire sky, forming a substantial pressure that made people's souls tremble. Finger technique. It's been a long time since I used it. Jiang Qin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been fighting with Desolate Ning for a long time. Due to the fact that he had swallowed and refined the dark spirit, his foundation had been completely stabilized. His cultivation grade was now at the peak of 4th grade minor saint. Initially, he didn't want to continue the fight with Desolate Ning and was ready to use his killing technique. However, since Desolate Ning wanted to use his finger art, he decided to play along with him. Moreover, the sacred bone could increase Xiao Ning's battle prowess, and it could also increase Jiang Chen's battle prowess. Jiang Chen rarely used the sacred bone because ever since he had transformed into a dragon, he had completely suppressed the effects of the sacred bone. However, he was now in his true form, so he could truly unleash the power of the sacred bone. Buzz buzz. Under the gaze of many people, Jiang Chen also raised his palm. A buzzing sound burst out from the index finger of his left hand. A powerful saint's chi spread out. It was exactly the same as Desolate Ning's chi. What? Desolate Ning exclaimed, suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The chi is exactly the same. How is this possible? How can he have the finger bone of the greatest saint in his body? There was no way that Desolate Ning wouldn't be shocked. He was horrified to find out that after Jiang Chen casted out his finger bone seemed to have gone out of control, as though it was about to fly away from his body. This was too terrifying. Ever since Desolate Ning refined the Saint Bone, he had never encountered such a situation. This was the first time. Look, Jiang Chen also has a finger bone on his hand. Did you guys feel it? It's exactly the same chi as Desolate Ning's finger bone. Holy shit, this guy actually has the phalanx of the greatest saint in the world. This is heaven-defying. How did he do it? Back then, after the greatest saint in the world died, the 8 major clans swept through the Saint Cliff. It was said that only one phalanx was found. How did another phalanx appear? Heavens, another Saint Bone. If I can get my hands on this Saint Bone, it will definitely be of great benefit to my cultivation. This kid is indeed full of treasures. Even the Saint Bone has appeared. However, an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. With so many treasures and secrets, he is destined to bring disaster upon himself. Jiang Chen used the same Saint Bone as Desolate Ning at this critical moment. Such a scene had undoubtedly shocked everyone, but it also made them greedy. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a great treasure. Jiang Chen, you lowly bastard. How could you have the qualification to possess a Saint Bone? This Saint Bone belongs to me, Desolate Ning. I will kill you today and get my Saint Bone back. Then I will have 2 pieces of Saint Bone. Heaven-rending finger, kill him. Desolate Ning was shocked, but he was more delighted. In his point of view, the Saint Bone in Jiang Chen's body belonged to him. He knew the power of the Saint Bone all too well. If he could get his hands on the Saint Bone in Jiang Chen's hand, his strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the 8th grade minor saint. However, the finger bone on his hand was twitching more violently than ever. He couldn't suppress it any longer. So, he quickly used the heaven-rending finger. Long. Along with the impact of the heaven-splitting finger, the void once again erupted with a loud bang. A huge golden finger that looked like a heavenly pillar appeared out of thin air. Just like its name, this finger tore the sky apart on the spot and rushed towards Jiang Chen. The power of this finger was enough to destroy a mountain with a circumference of 1,000 miles. 9 Solar Finger. At the same time, Jiang Chen used the 9 Solar Finger. This was his famous combat skill. When he used it at his peak, not even the old ancestor of the Desolate family could withstand it, let alone Desolate Ning. Although his Saint Bone and combat skill were stronger than Desolate Ning's, it was still impossible for him to defeat Desolate Ning. After all, the gap between their cultivation was too big. Unless Jiang Chen used his dragon transformation, he would be able to suppress Desolate Ning completely. 9 incomparably resplendent golden fingers appeared at the same time. Each of them was extremely fast as they collided with Desolate Ning's Heaven Splitter finger. Very quickly, the 9 golden fingers fused together in the process of colliding with each other, forming a huge finger that was even bigger than Sky's supporting pillar. Long. The collision of the 9 solar finger and the heaven-splitting finger produced an unimaginable destructive force. The void cracked inch by inch. Even the vault of the sky was destroyed. Many of the spectators' faces turned pale. Such a battle was soul-stirring. If a 5th grade minor saint were to enter the range of the attack, he or she would be instantly torn into powder and die on the spot. Dang. Jiang Chen was defeated in the competition of finger technique. However, he only took 3 steps back before he regained his balance. It was much better than being sent flying dozens of meters away after each collision. This was enough to show that Jiang Chen's cultivation grade had been completely stabilized. Up until now, many of the spectators were sighing. This result was too different from what they had expected. Desolate Ning had already used his strongest attack, but he still couldn't take down Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was just a puny 4th grade minor saint, but he was able to create such a shocking combat technique. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the heavens and earth. No matter how Jiang Chen would end today, the name Jiang Chen was destined to be remembered by everyone. After this battle, Jiang Chen's name would resound in the Pure Land when he returned to Saint Origin World, not just in the 8 domains. To Desolate Ning, who hadn't taken down Jiang Chen for a long time, this battle was undoubtedly a huge blow to his confidence. He was now in a state of shock and anger. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Jiang Chen, I must kill you. The same bones in your body will belong to me. Desolate Ning said viciously. He still had a powerful technique. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Let me tell you, I was just playing with you. Now, I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to kill you. Your saint bones are mine. You have taken something that you shouldn't have, so you have to pay the price. And the price is your life. Jiang Chen said with a loud voice, like an emperor descending upon the world. Hearing that Jiang Chen was just playing with Desolate Ning, many of them were shocked again. After witnessing Jiang Chen's technique, they didn't think that Jiang Chen was joking. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen again. Could it be that this bastard still had more powerful techniques and trump cards? What a joke. You have always been suppressed by me, but now you want to kill me? Isn't this ridiculous? Desolate Ning sneered. Ridiculous? I don't think so at all. Maybe you won't think so in a while. Let me show you what I can do. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, an energy that seemed to come from the primordial world suddenly burst out from his body. His body instantly changed. With a bang, he changed his shape and turned into a blood-colored dragon man. That's right, Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation because he knew very well that with his strength, he had to use the dragon transformation to kill Desolate Ning. In order to get the saint bones, he didn't hesitate to expose himself in advance. This is Dragon Man. Look, the Dragon Man has appeared again. So he is a Dragon Man. The Dragon Man has never been found. So he is a Dragon Man. For a moment, the whole scene was boiling. One should know that many of the spectators were from the Dark Generation. These days, the matter of the Celestial Dragon Man had already caused an uproar. Many cities were not peaceful. Dark Mulberry City was destroyed. No one expected that the Dragon Man would appear again today. Once this news spread, it wouldn't be long before the true experts of the Dark Generation appeared. His eyes shifted to Huoyuan and Dan Yuanchong, who were not far away. Huoyuan, Dan Yuan, let's go together and kill Jiang Chen. We will divide the treasures equally. Desolate Ning said. Huoyuan and Dan Yuanchong frowned. Jiang Chen's sudden change in strength had shaken their confidence. What are you two hesitating for? Your Dan family and Hua family have already formed a grudge with this man. If you don't kill him today, he will kill you too in the future. Desolate Ning continued. His words had undoubtedly triggered Huoyuan and Dan Yuanchong. Desolate Ning was right. Both of them had formed a grudge with Jiang Chen. Just now, they had stood out to take away Jiang Chen's flame and avenge him. If that was the case, they would join forces to eliminate this man. More importantly, in Huoyuan and Dan Yuanchong's point of view, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was absolutely not a match for them. Plus, they did not put Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. Alright, count me in. My whole family will kill Jiang Chen today. We don't want anything else but his flame. Huoyuan declared. This man has killed the people of my Dan family. He must die. Dan Yuanchong also stood out. Haha, my Narang family will also get a share. Stone family too. This brat has so many treasures. It's so tempting. After Huoyuan and Dan Yuanchong stood out, the Narang family and the Stone family also stood out. Up until now, 5 out of the 8 families of the Pure Land had stood out. The Demon family, Ancient People and the Bin family had yet to make a move. The Narang family also had a strong bloodline and extraordinary combat ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't be one of the 8 families. The Stone family had a special physique and extremely strong physique. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. The Narang family and the Stone family were not fools. Jiang Chen's previous performance showed that he had a big secret. They couldn't just watch these things fall into the hands of the Desolate family, Hua family and Dan family. In their point of view, although Jiang Chen was strong after his transformation and could even suppress Desolate Ning, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for so many geniuses. Sorry, our Heaven Nether sect also wants to join in. And our Xin Luo sect. The Limitless Continent's Huangpu family doesn't want to stay idle either. For a moment, a total of 8 to 9 major powers in the Boundless Continent and Black-Yellow Continent were ready to make a move. Their experts stood out. With so many experts appearing at the same time, they besieged Jiang Chen. These people wanted to take advantage of Jiang Chen's misfortune. Their thoughts were the same. they wanted the treasures in Jiang Chen's possession. After killing Jiang Chen, they would more or less get some of them. More importantly, in their point of view, Jiang Chen was going to die no matter how heaven-defying he was when so many experts attacked at the same time. Since they were dealing with someone who was going to die, they naturally wanted to be a part of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to get any of the treasures. Humph. Naranging, Shiyun, and those from the Limitless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent, what kind of grudge does Jiang Chen have with you? How dare you take advantage of his misfortune at this time? How despicable. All of you are considered to be famous figures, but you are ganging up on a 4th-grade minor saint. Don't you know how to write the word shame? Kong Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Chen was basically going to die in such a situation. That's right. We, the ancient people, disdain to do such a dirty thing. A young man from the ancient people crossed his arms in front of his chest. He seemed to be disdainful of those who were ganging up on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when the ancient people didn't join the fight. Among the 8 major families, he didn't want to clash with the ancient people the most because Wu Ningzhu was still among the ancient people. The people of the Bin family didn't say anything. They didn't join the fight either. It seemed like they were just watching the show. Kong Yu, since you are so passionate, why don't you come out and fight me? What's the use of talking? Desolate Ning said with a cold smile. His heart was blooming with joy when so many people wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Given the current situation, Jiang Chen was going to die for sure. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kong Yu's aura fluctuated. As the son of the Peacock King, he had never been provoked by others. Kong Yu, don't be anxious. Jiang Chen can handle it. Let's just watch the show. Let's see how many people are tired of living and are eager to die. De Huang Dog pulled Kong Yu back. Those who had never seen Jiang Chen's methods would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was. If they wanted to fight against Jiang Chen, it would be a tragedy. When the northern and southern dynasties attacked the Nebula sect, it was a very good proof. For a moment, the sky above the wilderness was filled with killing intent. Everyone wanted to get some benefits from Jiang Chen, especially those from the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent. This matter originally had nothing to do with them, but because of a little greed they got involved. Only De Huang Dog knew how wrong it was for them to make such a decision, and what kind of consequences it would bring to them. Jiang Chen stood in the center in his dragon form. His expression was cold. He casually glanced at those geniuses and said in an extremely cold voice, "It's still not too late to back out now. But if you attack now you will die. I will only say this once." Ah, Jiang Chen, you're boasting shamelessly. Do you think you can deal with all of us by yourself? Let's attack together and kill him, then we'll divide the wealth equally. Desolate Ning laughed loudly. Although he was arrogant, he was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. At the beginning, he boasted shamelessly that Jiang Chen was his and no one should fight with him. But now, so many of them had to join hands to deal with Jiang Chen. This was undoubtedly a great irony. You people of St. Origin World are really slow. I'll attack first. A young man from the Black-Yellow Continent charged forward. A powerful combat weapon appeared in his hand. His speed was extremely fast. He reached Jiang Chen in a blink and slashed at Jiang Chen. At the same time, the other experts also moved. This time, it wasn't just the leaders of the major powers that besieged Jiang Chen. Many of them had also joined the attack. Most of them were 7th-grade minor saints. Die. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's dragon eyes. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. He didn't want to waste any more time. Since these people were courting death, there was nothing more to say. Oh. Chapter 847. Feeling the endless murderous qi and divine aura from the heavenly saint's sword and the irresistible murderous qi, the genius's heart sank. He began to regret his decision. He would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was if he didn't fight him head-on. King, the combat weapon of the genius collided with the heavenly saint's sword. The combat weapon was bounced off his hand. Then the power of the heavenly saint's sword didn't diminish. It slashed down from above. The terrifying sword qi condensed into a sword net, trapping the genius. As a matter of fact, even if it wasn't trapping the genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sword. The speed of the sword was just too fast. No. Along with a shrill and unwilling scream, the genius was slashed into 2 halves by Jiang Chen. He died on the spot. The scene immediately caused an uproar. Those geniuses who were preparing to attack Jiang Chen changed their facial expression. The genius from the Black-Yellow Continent was also a 7th-grade minor saint. Although he wasn't as monstrous as Desolate Ning, he shouldn't be killed instantly by Jiang Chen. He killed Brother Huang. Everyone, let's attack him together. Someone shouted. It was impossible to retreat now. After witnessing Jiang Chen's power, no one dared to be negligent. They didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Each of them unleashed their qi to the peak, besieging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored everyone. His eyes were fixed on Desolate Ning, who was not far away from him. Those who attacked him today had to die, but Desolate Ning had to die first. Now that Jiang Chen's identity had been exposed, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for the experts of the Dark Generation to arrive. In order to avoid any accidents, he had to kill Desolate Ning as soon as possible and retrieve his finger bone. Swoosh! The dragon wings on his back flapped. Jiang Chen turned into a red gust of wind and appeared in front of Desolate Ning in a blink. The Heavenly Saint's sword slashed at him. Not good. Xiao Ning knew that he had completely underestimated Jiang Chen. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this strong after transforming into a dragon. Now that Jiang Chen had locked onto him, he suddenly felt isolated and helpless. Even with so many helpers around him, he still felt that as long as Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, no one could stop him. He would definitely die. Damn it! How is this guy so powerful? Desolate Ning cursed in his heart, but Jiang Chen's attack was already right in front of him. The only thing he could do was resist. Desolate Ning's movement was also extremely fast. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear's grade was extremely high, and there were runes engraved on its surface. The spearhead was resplendent, rippling with killing intent as it stabbed towards Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword. Bang! The two combat weapons collided with each other. Desolate Ning was sent flying, and the spear in his hand almost flew out of his hand. However, before he could react, Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword again. Puchi! This slash was even faster than the previous one, and it was extremely tricky. With a strange twist of the sword, Desolate Ning's palm was chopped off. The palm that was holding the long spear was chopped off by Jiang Chen's sword. After that, Jiang Chen grabbed the long spear together with it. Bang! A surge of energy burst out from Jiang Chen's body, shattering Desolate Ning's palm into pieces, leaving behind a golden finger bone. Jiang Chen put it away along with the long spear. After getting his finger bone back, Jiang Chen finally felt relieved. However, this wasn't the time to refine the finger bone. These geniuses wouldn't give him the chance to do so. In that case, he might as well kill them all. Arg! Desolate Ning, who had lost his palm and finger bone, let out a blood-curdling scream. His scream was filled with despair. Everyone's facial expression changed after sensing the power of Jiang Chen's sphere. Each of the geniuses no longer concealed their strength and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Now that you have entered my 5-elemental domain, it is no longer up to you. Have a taste of the eternal immortal wind. As the sound of Jiang Chen's voice faded, countless tyrannical waves of wind gushed forth from his body. The powerful eternal immortal wind was an indiscriminate attack. Each of the eternal tempest was like a tornado. The dragon-shaped tempest emitted a tearing sound, causing the hearts of people to tremble in fear. In the blink of an eye, the eternal celestial wind engulfed the entire 5 elements domain. Mournful screams rang out from within the storm. Those who were weaker could not withstand the eternal immortal wind and were blown into dust. The eternal immortal wind was a special existence. It was equivalent to a powerful combat skill. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base increased, its power would also increase. Now that these people were trapped within the 5 elements domain, they could not withstand the eternal immortal wind at all. Even a genius like Xuanhuan would be tortured to death by the eternal immortal wind. My God, this Blue Lion was so shocked that he couldn't speak a word. Kong Yu, who was beside him, widened his eyes. He felt as if he was in a dream. Even if it was a dream, it was hard to see such a scene. He was still worried about Jiang Chen. Now, it seemed that what De Huang said was right. Jiang Chen was a super abnormal monster. So many geniuses had joined hands to besiege him, but they were all killed by him. Who would believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes? Too ruthless. Too brutal. This Jiang Chen is too strong. Not only is he powerful, but he's also very courageous. He's simply audacious to the extreme. You should know that every single one of the people he killed has a great power behind them. Has he thought about the consequences of offending so many great powers at once? The boundless world and the black-yellow world are still fine, but he has offended the 5 major families of Saint Origin World. Even if he survives in Void Triangular Domain, how is he going to survive in Saint Origin World? These geniuses coveted Jiang Chen's treasures. They never thought that they would kick a steel plate. Let's see, I wonder if Jiang Chen dares to start a massacre. If these geniuses die, the consequences will be too severe. No one wasn't shocked. The development of the situation had exceeded everyone's imagination. At this moment, the experts of the Bin race and the ancient people were also shocked. They were glad that they didn't take action earlier. Otherwise, not only would they fail to kill Jiang Chen, they might even lose their lives. 3 silhouettes were watching the battle from afar. When they saw the eternal immortal wind, the facial expression of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties changed dramatically. Eternal immortal wind? How can this bastard use my eternal immortal wind? The northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but be shocked. He rarely used the eternal immortal wind. It was his exclusive skill and his trump card. He had never thought that he would encounter someone else who could use the eternal immortal wind. This was too shocking. Brother Nanbei, I never thought that this man is so terrifying. Should we kill him? One of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties said. No need. I don't think his eternal immortal wind can improve his strength. Don't forget our ultimate goal. This brat has killed so many geniuses of major powers. Do you think he can still live? Even if we don't take action, those major powers will not let him go. The northern and southern dynasties said. The eternal immortal wind that Jiang Chen used had shocked the northern and southern dynasties. They couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen obtained the eternal immortal wind. Arc. Chapter 848. The scene was too majestic. Geniuses had fallen. This was an extremely great tragedy. After the eternal immortal wind blew past, many people died. Even those geniuses who survived were in extremely sorry states. Their bodies were filled with injuries. At this moment, other than shock in their hearts, there was also a strong sense of regret. If it wasn't for their greed earlier, they wouldn't have acted. If they didn't act, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Shua. Jiang Chen stepped out, arriving in front of Desolate Ning. As for the other geniuses from the Desolate clan, they had all died miserably in the eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen grabbed Desolate Ning's neck and ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. Jiang Chen's foot stomped on Desolate Ning's face, unceasingly stomping on it. Desolate Ning, you are now being trampled under my foot. You are even worse than a dog. Who is more despicable? Jiang Chen's sarcastic words were like a knife that pierced into the depths of Desolate Ning's soul. This was an extreme humiliation. He had never felt such humiliation in his entire life. He was a genius of the Desolate clan, a high and mighty existence. He kept saying that Jiang Chen was despicable, but now he was being trampled under Jiang Chen's feet. How could he still have the face to say that Jiang Chen was despicable? Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Desolate clan will definitely tear you into pieces. Desolate Ning threatened. You won't be able to see whether I will die or not because you are going to die now. Jiang Chen hated such empty threats the most. He exerted force and crushed Desolate Ning's head. An outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Desolate clan, a genius with a saint bone, had fallen just like that. From now on, the enmity between Jiang Chen and the Desolate clan was completely formed. See, the Desolate Ning was trampled to death. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This Jiang Chen was truly audacious. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. He killed a genius of the Desolate clan just like that. Just this boldness alone was worthy of respect. And Desolate Ning's death caused the hearts of the geniuses in the 5 elemental domains to sink to the bottom. This fellow was simply a madman, an unreasonable madman. He even dared to kill Desolate Ning. They could already see their own fates. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone from the boundless continent shouted out. 4 to 5 geniuses were unwilling to sit still and wait for death. They charged towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen waved his hand and a powerful water dragon seal rushed out. The 5 geniuses were frozen into ice sculptures on the spot. Then they turned into solid blocks of ice and froze to death. Jiang Chen was too ferocious and too terrifying. He didn't care who the other party was and just killed as he wished. Moreover, many people realized that they had indeed underestimated Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, for those geniuses who had attacked Jiang Chen before, it was already too late. Jiang Chen was like a god of death. He arrived in front of the fire source and said indifferently, "You want my flames, then I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die under my flames." Jiang Chen, killing me won't do you any good. You have already offended the Desolate clan, are you going to offend the Fire clan as well? If that's the case, there won't be a place for you to hide in the entire Saint Origin world. As long as you don't kill me, I guarantee that the Fire clan won't hurt you. The fire source was scared, his voice was trembling. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. Standing in front of him was like an invisible mountain, giving him endless pressure. It's too late. Jiang Qin spat out 2 words and struck out a fire dragon, completely encircling the fire source. Not only was the fire dragon's flame tyrannical, it also had an extremely strong offensive power. It was impossible for the fire source to withstand it. He was burned to death amidst a blood-curdling screech. Jiang Qin was ruthless. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he understood this world very well. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, you must be ruthless to survive. Jiang Qin would never show mercy to his enemies. If he was in their shoes, Jiang Qin would certainly die if he fell into the hands of these geniuses. In that case, why would he let them go? He never liked to leave opportunities for his enemies. At this time, there were only a few people left in the 5 elemental sphere. Dan Yuanchong, Nailan Ing and Shi Yun were still alive, but they felt worse than death. They knew very well that Jiang Qin wouldn't let them go. They would end up like Desolate Ning and Huoyuan. The other 3 geniuses of the boundless world and the black-yellow world were shivering in fear. They regretted not joining the fray earlier. Now they were going to pay with their lives. Hong Hong at this time, powerful chi flew out from Dark Surge City. Very quickly it reached the wilderness. It was a group of powerful experts. There were more than a dozen of them. There were 3 9th-grade minor saints and the rest were 8th-grade minor saints. They were the people of Dark Generation. They immediately rushed over when they heard the news of the Dragon Man. When they saw the tragic scene, their facial expression changed dramatically. It seemed like a tragic scene had already taken place here before this. However, it seemed like it was a grudge between the 3 worlds and had nothing to do with the Dark Generation. However, this was the first time such a tragic battle had taken place in Void Triangular Domain. The trade fair had been held for a very long time, but there had never been such a large-scale conflict. The major powers of the 3 worlds came for benefits and benefits. Most of them would mind their own business. However, this year, because of a Dragon Man, not only did Void Triangular Domain become chaotic, but also caused such a tragic battle. The experts of the Dark Generation are here. They are here for Jiang Qin. That's right. I've heard that the Dragon Man has destroyed a city of the Dark Generation and killed a lot of young masters of the aristocratic families. It can be said that the Dark Generation hates the Dragon Man to the bone. Now that so many experts have appeared, it seems like they won't let Jiang Qin go. It's getting more and more lively. I believe that the news of the battle will spread to King City very soon. At that time, the experts of the major powers of the 3 worlds won't be able to sit still any longer. They won't let go of Jiang Qin after he killed so many of their geniuses. The arrival of the experts of the Dark Generation had pushed Jiang Qin to the heart of the struggle again. The experts of the Dark Generation shifted their gaze to Jiang Qin. One of the elders said loudly, "Good Jiang Qin. I never thought that you are the Dragon Man. Why didn't you hide yourself? Why did you show yourself and start a massacre here? You really don't know what's good for you." The one who spoke was the great elder of the prefecture. He had met Jiang Qin on the street yesterday, but he had never thought that the white-clothed youth was the Dragon Man. Save us. Seeing the arrival of the experts of the Dark Generation, the geniuses who were trapped by Jiang Qin's 5 elemental sphere cried for help as if they saw their savior. However, as soon as the voice of the genius from the boundless world faded, he was slapped to death by Jiang Qin. These people still wanted to live after such a long time. Not to mention the experts of the Dark Generation, even if the experts of the major powers behind them came, they wouldn't be able to save their lives. Domineering, cruel, this was the true portrayal of Jiang Qin. It was terrifying. Now capture him. A middle-aged man standing beside the great elder shouted. He was the city lord of Dark Surge City, a 9th-grade minor saint. If he could capture the Dragon Man today, it would be a great contribution to the city. Dark King would surely reward him for it. However, when the people of the prefecture were about to attack, they saw Jiang Qin conjuring a man out of thin air. In his hand was the 3rd prince who was covered in blood. Although the 3rd prince looked very miserable, he was still alive. 3rd prince. The city lord and the great elder exclaimed at the same time. After the disappearance of the 3rd prince, the people of the Dark Generation had guessed that he was captured by Jiang Qin. Now it seemed that they were right. City lord, save me. The 3rd prince saw the city lord as if he had seen his savior. He immediately shouted. Jiang Qin, release the 3rd prince now. Don't make a mistake. The city lord shouted. Listen up, people of the Dark Generation. If you dare to move, I will kill the 3rd prince immediately. Worst comes to worst, I have a lot of enemies now. I don't mind adding you all to the list. Jiang Qin said loudly. He had imprisoned the 3rd prince in the past. Now he could finally put him to good use. The hierarchy of the Dark Generation was very different. The people of the imperial family were the supreme ones. Now that the third prince was in his hands, even the city lord of Dark Surge City wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If anything happened to the third prince, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen only needed a little more time to refine the phalanx. As long as he refined the phalanx and advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, he wouldn't need to stand here and talk to the people of the Dark Generation. He would kill them immediately. After advancing to the 5th grade minor saint, he would be able to deal with any 9th grade minor saint in his dragon form. Only the geniuses of the 8 families would be able to fight him. As for the people of the Dark Generation, he would be able to sweep across the entire void triangular domain because he had the flame that could restrain the Dark Generation. However, he didn't have the time to refine the phalanx. He could only use the third prince to deal with them. City Lord, what should we do now? The Great Elder looked at the City Lord. We can't act recklessly. The third prince is in his hands. I believe that the news has already reached the King's city. I believe that the Dark King will show up soon. The third prince is one of the princes that the Dark King dotes on. If anything happens to him in front of us, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The City Lord said. He seemed to be in a dilemma. Jiang Chen, let the third prince go and we might give you a lenient punishment. The Great Elder shouted at Jiang Chen. Cut the crap. If you want the third prince, then go ahead and try. Chapter 849. Everyone turned their gazes towards the distance. Those auras connected together, forming a huge cloud in the sky. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel the pressure from the depths of their souls. That direction was none other than King's City. Judging by the chi, there were countless of them. Each of them was an expert among the experts. 3 days later, the trade fair would be held in King's City. At this time, all the major powers in Saint Origin World, Boundless World and Black Yellow World had gathered in King's City. The geniuses of these major powers had come to Dark Surge City to participate in the auction. None of them had thought that such a big event would happen. Now, all of them had heard the news and were rushing towards King's City. Look, so many major powers are here. I didn't expect it to be so lively today. Jiang Chen has killed so many people. He's insane. Those who he killed are all geniuses of major powers. I'm sure those major powers won't let this go easily. There are also experts from the Imperial family and Dark Generation. Jiang Chen won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Even if he is dead, Jiang Chen's name is destined to spread far and wide. What he has done today has never happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Everyone was shocked. They thought that it was just a show. None of them had thought that it would turn into such a big event. Too many people had died in Jiang Chen's hands. All the experts of the Desolate family were killed. No one was left alive. It was hard to imagine how this would end. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Jiang Chen, I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. The experts of the Narang family are here. You might have a chance to live if you let me go. Nailaning could feel the powerful qi. The experts of the Narang family must have arrived. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of them. You don't need to worry about my life. You talk too much nonsense. I will take away your last chance to live now. Jiang Chen clenched Nailan Ying's hand and crushed him to death. At this moment, as a huge explosion erupted in the void, the various experts from Royal City finally arrived. When they saw the tragic situation here, their expressions changed drastically, followed by endless anger. Bastard! How dare you kill everyone from my Shao clan? Damn it! Brat, no matter where you go, you will definitely die today. Heavens, even the genius of my fire clan has been killed. Huiyuan is also dead. This old man will tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Are you bastard? My Nailan clan will grind your bones into dust. All the experts of Saint Origin World and the other 2 great worlds were filled with killing intent. As the leaders of this expedition, they had the responsibility to protect their geniuses. Now, their geniuses had been killed even before the trade fair started. How could they accept this? They wouldn't be able to answer to their superiors when they returned to Saint Origin World. Elder, save me. Shi Yun was currently under the control of Jiang Chen. He wasn't dead yet, but he was terrified. He had never seen someone as cruel as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eye when killing people. He didn't care about the major powers behind them. He was a complete madman. Bastard. Let Shi Yun go. The great elder of the Shi family was a fat old man. He was a powerful 9th grade minor saint. He was also the leader of this trade fair. Just like the other families, the Shi family had sent 5 9th grade minor saints to Void Triangular Domain. Let him go? That's easy for you to say. This man wants to kill me. I'm afraid that he won't let me go if I fall into his hands. If that's the case, why should I let him go? I, Jiang Qin, have always been a reasonable person. I will use the same method to deal with those who want to kill me. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, he killed Shi Yun, killing a genius of the Shi family in front of so many experts of the Shi family. He was afraid that only he, Jiang Qin, could do such a thing. At the same time, Jiang Qin had also killed the remaining 3 geniuses of the boundless world and the black-yellow world. He had no qualms about killing the geniuses of these 2 worlds. No matter how powerful the major powers behind them were, they wouldn't even have the chance to seek revenge. After this trade fair was over, Jiang Qin was prepared to destroy all the spatial nodes that connected the 3 worlds. From then on, there would no longer be a trade fair that was held once every 3 years. Presumptuous bastard. The experts of the major powers were infuriated. This wasn't as simple as killing. This was a provocation. So many of them were here, but Jiang Qin still dared to kill them. This was no different from slapping their faces. How could they accept this? Oh my God, he's too ferocious. I can't believe there's such a powerful person in this world. Did you see that? Even when facing so many experts, his expression didn't change at all. He's been incomparably calm since the beginning. I really admire him from the bottom of my heart. I'm afraid that there are more than 100 ninth grade minor saints here. Each of them is a figure from a major power with a very strong foundation. This Jiang Qin killed their geniuses in front of them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. I really have no idea how he did it. He's too cruel. That kind of domineering attitude is really admirable. It's like there's no one in this world that Jiang Qin doesn't dare to kill. Everyone was shocked. No one looked down on Jiang Qin or mocked Jiang Qin anymore. Their eyes were filled with admiration because they knew very well that if they were in Jiang Qin's shoes, they wouldn't dare to do such an earth-shattering thing even if they were given 100 times more courage. Hong hong, innumerable waves of murderous intent burst out. Those experts couldn't stand such provocation and wanted to besiege Jiang Qin. Everyone, please wait. At this time, a voice was heard. It was the Dark King, the King of the Dark Generation. The experts slowly retracted their chi after hearing the Dark King's words, but their murderous intent didn't diminish. They still had to give face to the Dark King. Plus, the 3rd prince was still in Jiang Qin's hands. They didn't believe that the Dark King would speak up for Jiang Qin. Anyway, Jiang Qin was going to die today. With so many experts besieging him, the entire spatial zone had been sealed. Even if Jiang Qin had extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape. The Dark King took a step forward. His eyes were like ice blades in the dark. Lung Lung looked at Jiang Qin and the 3rd prince who was shivering in Jiang Qin's hand and said, "You are Jiang Qin? Very good. The Dark Generation has never suffered such a loss since the beginning of its existence. You have destroyed a city of the Dark Generation and killed so many noble young masters. I can let it go. As long as you let my son go, the Dark Generation will not make things difficult for you. We will not get involved in the fight between the human race." Of course, Dark King wouldn't let Jiang Qin go, but the hostage was still in Jiang Qin's hands. He still cared a lot about his son's life. Plus, he could see that he didn't even need to do anything. The experts of the major powers would be able to crush Jiang Qin into powder. Since they were going to die anyway, the Dark Generation might as well stay out of this and let the human race deal with Jiang Qin. "I'm sorry, the 3rd prince is my last hostage. I can't let him go," Jiang Qin said and put the 3rd prince into his interspatial ring. "Jiang Qin, you better think about what you're doing. You've already offended so many powers. Do you really want to be enemies with the Dark Generation?" The Dark King was infuriated. "Since I have offended so many powers, I don't mind adding another one to the list. However, it won't be easy for you to kill me today." Jiang Qin was calm and composed. It wouldn't be easy for a 9th grade minor saint to kill him. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he would still be able to run away. If he was pushed to the brink, he would have to risk his life to refine the phalanx. He was glad that he had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint. However, he wasn't going to do that now. Firstly, refining the phalanx required a certain amount of time. Secondly, it wasn't the right time yet. The auction in King City hadn't started yet. He was sure that there would be more treasures in this auction compared to the ones in Dark Surge City. He still wanted to get more treasures. Therefore, he wouldn't resort to extreme means unless it was absolutely necessary. Now it was up to De Huang and the demon race. Given the current situation, as long as there was a major power on his side, there would still be hope. Dark King certainly didn't want the major powers to fight each other at this moment. Putting aside the fact that it would affect the auction, it was hard to imagine how powerful the battle between so many 9th grade minor saints would be. It would be a devastating blow to the entire void triangular domain. Dark King, did you see that? This brat has gone mad. There's no need to talk to him. Just kill him now. The great elder of the desolate family said. The experts of the major powers started to move again. They wanted to capture Jiang Qin as soon as possible. It was necessary to kill Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin himself was also a treasure. The Dragon Man had stolen the treasures of 3 cities and inn or mine of the Dark Generation. The amount of wealth he had was incredible. Desolate Nanyang, if you want to kill Jiang Qin, Gumu will be the first to stop you. At this moment, a voice was heard. Everyone saw an elder in gray robes standing out and approaching Jiang Qin. This elder was extremely powerful. In terms of chi, he wasn't any weaker than the great elder of the desolate family, Desolate Nanyang. There was a red flame on the surface of the elder's body. His eyes were glaring angrily. It seemed like he had a bad temper. Chapter 850. Gumu came to Jiang Qin and held his fists at Jiang Qin. Do you still remember me, young master? Jiang Qin had noticed Gumu the moment he stepped forward. He was the old man who took Wu Ningzhu away from Dan King. He still remembered that Gumu was merely a peak 7th grade minor saint. His cultivation was hindered by the fire poison in his body. After Jiang Qin's guidance, he advanced to the 8th grade minor saint on the spot. He didn't expect that he would advance to the 9th grade minor saint in such a short period of time. However, it was normal when he thought about it. Gumu's cultivation was hindered by the fire poison, but Gumu's foundation was very strong. It wasn't impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade minor saint in such a short period of time. However, what surprised Jiang Qin was that Gumu would take the initiative to help him. This was indeed out of Jiang Qin's expectation. Initially, he wanted to rely on De Huang Dog to make the demon race stand up for him. He didn't expect that the ancient people would stand up for him first. To Jiang Qin, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Of course I remember. Congratulations on advancing to the 9th grade minor saint. Jiang Qin quickly clasped his fists and returned the greeting. It's all thanks to young master's guidance. Otherwise, how could I achieve what I have today? I Gumu am here today. Whoever dares to touch you, I will risk my life to fight him. Gumu's voice wasn't soft. He didn't try to conceal his emotions. His attitude was very strong. He was a man who knew how to repay kindness. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin's guidance, he wouldn't be able to achieve what he had today. He wouldn't be able to become the leader of the ancient people who came to void triangular domain. Furthermore, his identity and status among the ancient people had risen. Because of Jiang Qin's guidance, he even had the potential to advance to the great saint realm. More importantly, Gumu had his eyes on Jiang Qin's potential. He had never seen a genius that could be so heaven-defying. Ancient people would definitely benefit from befriending such a person. He could sense that Jiang Qin was extraordinary. The fact that Gumu suddenly stood out to help Jiang Qin was beyond everyone's expectation. Even the other 9th grade minor saints of the ancient people stood out and followed behind Gumu. Gumu was the leader of the ancient people. Since Gumu wanted to help Jiang Qin, they would naturally support him unconditionally. As one of the 8 major families, they were never afraid of anyone. The geniuses of the ancient people who participated in the auction in Dark Surge City were also stunned, but they felt lucky that they didn't go after Jiang Qin like the Hua family and the Dan family. The experts of the ancient people knew that the reason why Gumu could improve so fast was because of the guidance of a young man. Gumu didn't hide this fact. Now that Gumu wanted to return the favor to Jiang Qin, they naturally wouldn't stop him. Gumu, do you know what you are doing? How dare you help this little bastard? Look at how many people are trying to kill him. I'm afraid that you ancient people won't be able to protect him. Desolate Nanyang said loudly. In many people's opinion, the ancient people's decision to stand out to protect Jiang Qin was an idiot. Desolate Nanyang, you better watch your mouth. I Gumu always keep my words. We, the ancient people, will protect Jiang Qin today. If anyone wants to help, it's not a big deal. Gumu was incomparably domineering, displaying the demeanor of a great clan. Jiang Qin looked at Gumu and nodded his head. A person like this, no matter where he went, wouldn't tarnish the reputation of the ancient people. It seemed like his decision to guide Gumu to break through to the next realm was the right choice. Now that the ancient people had stood out to help him, not only would it be of great help to him in his current situation, it would also allow him to build a relationship with the ancient people. This would be a good foundation for him to look for Wu Ningzhu when he entered the ancient people's palace in the future. This would save Jiang Qin a lot of trouble. Let's fight. Since you ancient people want to meddle in other people's business, let's fight. I want to see if the few of you ancient people can stop us. The elder of the fire race was also enraged. The other major powers were getting restless and seemed to be ready to take action at any time. The appearance of the ancient people didn't reduce the murderous intent and anger in the slightest. Let's fight. Master Dog loves it the most. My demon race will also protect Jiangqin today. Let's have a life and death battle. De Huang Dog laughed loudly. He immediately walked into the arena and approached Jiangqin. De Huang Dog's words were very clear. He represented the demon race. Where did this dog come from? You want to represent the demon race? What qualifications do you have? Xiaonanyang ridiculed. Who says he can't represent the demon race? At this moment, a loud shout came from the demon race. A majestic old man walked out. This old man had a head full of golden hair and a golden beard. His entire body was covered in demonic qi, making him look like an ancient lion. As he stepped out, the other demonic beasts of the demon race followed suit and walked towards Jiangqin. Golden Fur Lion King, could it be that your demon race wants to meddle in other people's business? The elder of the fire race shouted. Golden Fur Lion King smiled bitterly in his heart. Initially, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, since De Huang Dog had stepped out, the demon race couldn't stay out of this matter. He already knew about the relationship between De Huang Dog and Jiangqin. The Peacock King had specially instructed him to protect De Huang Dog's safety during this trip to Void Triangular Domain. Golden Fur Lion King was from the same clan as the Patriarch. How could he dare to disobey the Peacock King's order? The people of the demon race knew what De Huang Dog's identity meant to the demon race. The future of the demon race might depend on this dog. Moreover, Jiangqin was the kind of person that the demon race liked the most. They were also willing to be friends with such a person. Since the ancient people and De Huang Dog had stepped out, the demon race naturally couldn't stay out of this matter. Golden Fur Lion King, you have done well. When we return, I will ask the old peacock to enlighten you and help you break through to the Great Saint Realm as soon as possible. De Huang Dog said to Golden Fur Lion King. Golden Fur Lion King was stunned at first, then he became delighted. There were too many 9th grade minor saints in the demon race. The Peacock King was a high and mighty existence. It was very difficult for them to meet him during normal days. However, this dog was the favorite of the Peacock King. If he could get some benefits from the Peacock King, Golden Fur Lion King would certainly benefit immensely. The sudden appearance of the demon race gave the other races in Saint Origin World a headache. Even the most powerful Desolate family wouldn't want to provoke the demon race for no reason. The demon race had never been reasonable. If they were to fight with them, the troubles would certainly be endless. Moreover, even the Golden Fur Lion King had to give face to De Huang Dog. This indicated that De Huang Dog had an unusual status in the demon race. Plus, he had a very good relationship with the Peacock King. In the entire Pure Land of the Divine Continent, De Huang Dog was the first person who dared to call the Peacock King Old Peacock. But today Jiangqin had killed so many of their geniuses. They certainly wouldn't let it go. If they retreated just because of the appearance of the demon race and the ancient people, where would they put their faces? Since the demon race and the ancient people want to join in, there's nothing more to say. Today this brat must die. No one can stop him. Let's fight. Desolate Nanyang's murderous intent soared to the sky. Let's fight until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. With so many experts here today, I would like to see how the demon race and the ancient people are going to resist. We have to kill this brat. Humph. It's ridiculous to think that you people can stop us. Our Huangpu family doesn't care about the forces of Saint Origin World. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. It seemed like they were going to fight at any time. The consequences would be unimaginable if so many experts were to fight. Fight. Come on. I haven't fought for a long time. My hands are itching now. We, the demon race, aren't afraid no matter how many people there are. A 9th grade minor demon saint of the demon race halted his chi. The people of the demon race never knew what fear was. No matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't retreat in fear. The battle was about to break out. At this time, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He couldn't help but look at Dark King. At this moment, Dark King should be the one who was most worried. He believed that Dark King would be able to distinguish the severity of the situation. If so many major powers were to fight here, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would be the Dark Generation. Cut the crap. Let's fight. A 9th grade minor saint of the Desolate family drew out his combat weapon, getting ready for battle. Hold on. As Jiang Chen had expected, Dark King stopped them again. As the Dark King, he had to think for the sake of the Dark Generation. If they were to fight, not only would the Dark Generation suffer great losses, It would also affect the large-scale trade fair that was going to take place a few days later. Moreover, the third prince was still in Jiang Chen's hands. Everyone listen to me. In my opinion, today's matter will come to an end, Dark King said. Dark King, what did you say? This bastard has caused so much loss to your dark generation. Why are you speaking up for him? Is there something wrong with your brain? Plus, this is the matter of our race. It has nothing to do with you. Desolate Nanyang looked at Dark King. Everyone, I want to kill this man more than any of you. But don't forget why you are here. You are here for the trade fair. If you start fighting now, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that the result will not be what you want. In my opinion, we should wait until the trade fair is over before dealing with this man. So many experts are paying attention to him. He won't be able to escape even if we give him 8 pairs of wings. Dark King said loudly. They must not start fighting today. Void Triangular Domain was only this big. There had never been such a large-scale battle before. If they really started fighting, the consequences would be unimaginable. They were afraid that the whole world would be in chaos. Don't worry. I won't run away. I still want to participate in the auction. The people of the major powers knew very well that the only thing Jiang Chen could do now was to rely on the demon race and Gu family. Wherever they went, he would follow because without the protection of these two families, Jiang Chen might not be able to keep his life. As for the Gu family and demon race, they were here for the trade fair. They would definitely go to King City, and Jiang Chen would certainly follow them there. Once they reached King City, they wouldn't have to worry about Jiang Chen escaping. Jiang Chen had killed so many geniuses and offended so many major powers, but he was still safe and sound in the end. Such a situation made people sigh, but they knew that this was only temporary. Once the trade fair was over, not even the King of Darkness would let Jiang Chen go. At that time, Jiang Chen would still be facing death. This was what everyone was thinking. Even Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King were worried. No one had ever thought that Jiang Chen would advance again in these 3 days and become invincible. Jiang Chen returned to his original appearance. He cupped his fists towards Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King and said, Elder Gu Mu, Golden Fur Lion King, many thanks to the ancient people and the monster race for helping us today. Jiang Chen is very grateful. I, Jiang Chen, always know how to repay kindness. How my friends treat me, I will return it 100-fold. Today you still stood out in this situation. Jiang Chen appreciates your friendship. Here are 100 million high-quality true meta stones, 50 million each for the monster race and ancient people. Jiang Chen said. He took out 2 spatial rings and passed them to Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King. There were 50 million high-grade true meta stones in each of the 2 spatial rings. These were the treasures that Jiang Chen had plundered from the treasuries of the 2 cities. Currently, he had a total of 200 million true meta stones in his hands. He gave half of it to the demon race and Gu family. What? Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King's facial expression changed. Not only them but all the ancient people and monster race's facial expression changed. Their eyes fell on the interspatial rings and were filled with passion. 50 million high-quality true meta stones. How much wealth was this? In their eyes, a high-quality true meta stone was equivalent to a saint elixir. Jiang Chen casually took out 50 million and gave it to them. This was a very precious gift. Those ancient people and monster race who had nothing to do with Jiang Chen and didn't know him initially felt a little unwilling to help Jiang Chen. Now that they saw Jiang Chen taking out 50 million high-quality true meta stones, their attitude towards Jiang Chen instantly changed. This person was so generous they could really be friends with him. Young Master Jiang Chen, how can I accept such a precious gift? Gu Mu said. Elder Gu Mu, I, Jiang Chen, don't like people who are hesitant. In the future, I will definitely have dealings with you ancient people and monster race. This gift is nothing to me. Jiang Chen said. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King didn't act pretentious anymore. They immediately kept the interspatial rings. Jiang Chen was so forthright, but it seemed like they weren't forthright enough. Brother Jiang, I like Brother Jiang's personality. Brother Jiang, you can follow our monster race. 3 days later, when those birdmen want to kill you, I, Golden Fur Lion King, will be the first to object. Golden Fur Lion King patted his chest and guaranteed. That's right. The reason why I, Gu Mu, am able to reach where I am today is all because of young master's guidance. If anyone wants to kill young master, they will have to step over my dead body first. Gu Mu also expressed his stance. It could be seen that the two of them weren't the least bit pretentious. They were sincerely helping Jiang Chen. Haha, thank you for your kind intentions. However, it won't be so easy for them to deal with me 3 days later. At that time, there will be no need for the ancient people and monster race to act. I will be able to deal with them alone. The two of you have already helped me a lot today. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He had already achieved his goal. Everything was under his control. For the following matters, there was no need for the monster race and ancient people. Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King thought that Jiang Chen was boasting. However, looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he seemed to be extremely confident. However, they had already made up their minds. Since they wanted to befriend Jiang Chen, they had to befriend him for real. After the trade fair ended, if the major forces wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, they wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. In fact, after the trade fair ended, there was no need for them to do anything. Jiang Chen would be able to deal with everything. Young master, what do you plan to do next? Gu Mu asked. I will follow you to King City to participate in the auction. Jiang Chen said casually. Good, brother. Jiang Chen is very courageous. This old man admires you. Golden Fur Lion King praised Jiang Chen. Right now he was extremely fond of Jiang Chen. This young man's fearless personality had won him over. Jiang Chen knew that so many people wanted to kill him, but he still dared to participate in the auction in King City. Just this courage alone was enough to give him a thumbs up. In fact, Jiang Chen's previous performance had perfectly displayed his courage. Afterwards, Jiang Chen followed the ancient people and the monster race towards King City. The huge King City had a circumference of 1,000 miles. It was truly a huge city. Even from afar, one could feel the prosperity and nobility of the city. Ancient people and the monster race were both major forces and had their own strongholds in King City. Jiang Chen swaggered into the stronghold of the monster race without any disguise, letting everyone know that he, Jiang Chen, had never thought of escaping. After returning to the stronghold of the monster race, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog asked for a quiet courtyard. Under Jiang Chen's special instruction, no one was to disturb him for the next 3 days. When Jiang Chen entered the courtyard, Yan Qinyu, Dan King and Tyrant were already waiting for him. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Chen coming back unscathed. They had heard about what happened outside Dark Surge City. So many major forces went to kill Jiang Chen. Just thinking about that kind of scene was enough to terrify them. It was a miracle that Jiang Chen was able to come back alive. Little Qinzi, you have done another earth-shattering thing. Tyrant clicked his tongue, but in his point of view, only Jiang Chen was capable of doing such a thing. Chen, although you are safe for now, those major forces will not let you go after the auction. What should we do then? If she could refine it, she might be able to advance to the 5th grade minor saint. In the courtyard, Dan King's face was filled with a smile. He glanced at the closed door of Jiang Chen's room. He could foresee that this was the sudden appearance of a monstrous genius. The Saint Origin world that had been peaceful for more than 100 years would sooner or later become lively again because of the emergence of Jiang Chen, just like the greatest saint in the past. In the room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a huge cattail hassock. Soon he adjusted his condition to its best state and took out the saint bone. Wung, the saint bone emitted a buzzing sound as if it had sensed the chi of its master. The saint bone became restless. It was a feeling of the fusion of the blood vessels. This was something that belonged to him, a part of him. No one could refine it. Although Desolate Ning had fused the saint bone into his hand with the help of the experts of the Desolate family, it was just a fusion. It was impossible for the saint bone to become one with Desolate Ning. At most, it could only provide Desolate Ning with a powerful finger technique. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the bone was quickly fused with Jiang Chen's right index finger. Because of his blood vessels, Jiang Chen was able to fuse with the bone at a very fast speed. There was no hindrance or pain during the process. The stimulation of the saint bone was similar to the stimulation of the heavenly saint sword. Not only could it stimulate the circulation of the dragon transformation art, it could also stimulate Jiang Chen's potential. Under such stimulation, Jiang Chen's foundation began to grow stronger. New dragon marks began to form on his body. Jiang Chen now had 67,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from advancing to the 5th grade minor saint. Under the stimulation of the bone, 1,000 dragon marks were formed very quickly. Jiang Chen's chi began to become restless. That was the restlessness of advancing to the 5th grade minor saint. 68,000 dragon marks was the threshold of the 5th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that every advancement required a huge amount of energy. This time, Jiang Chen directly refined the supreme grade true meta stones and used the pure energy contained in the stones to help him advance. After refining the stones one by one, Jiang Qin finally stepped into the 5th grade minor saint. His cultivation base had risen to another level. As a large amount of supreme grade true meta stones were consumed, Jiang Qin could feel the terror of the dragon transformation art. His desire for supreme grade true meta stones had increased. This trip to void triangular domain must not be in vain. He must obtain the greatest benefits that he wanted. After advancing to the 5th grade minor saint, the number of dragon marks didn't stop increasing. It continued to condense until another 1,000 dragon marks were condensed. At this time, Jiang Qin's body had already condensed 69,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from the 6th grade minor saint. It could be said that his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the 5th grade minor saint. Due to the stimulation of his potential once again, Jiang Qin's foundation was very solid and strong. Jiang Qin casually moved his body, producing cracking sounds. Every inch of his bones was emitting powerful energy waves. At this moment, Jiang Qin's aura could only be described as powerful. More importantly, both his right and left index fingers were glowing with a golden light, as well as a strong saint aura. If he were to use the 9 solar fingers at this moment, its power would be many times stronger than before. Good. Not only have I advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, the power of the finger bones will also be displayed. Previously, the power of the finger bones was completely concealed when I transformed into the dragon form. Now, the power of both finger bones will not be concealed even if I transform into the dragon form. In other words, not only will my combat strength be increased by 10 times when I transform into the dragon form, the power of the finger bones will also be increased by 10 times when I use the finger bones. This is perfect. Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He was very satisfied with his current state and was incomparably confident. With his current combat strength, he could instantly kill an ordinary 9th grade minor saint when he transformed into the dragon form. Only those who were at the peak of the 9th grade minor saint would be able to contend with him. If Desolate Nanyang and the others knew about Jiang Qin's current state, they would be so depressed that they would spurt out blood on the spot. They had missed the best opportunity to deal with Jiang Qin. Now Jiang Qin had completely grown up. Although he was still unable to contend with the 8 major families, in this void triangular domain where great saints couldn't enter, no one could restrain Jiang Qin anymore. However, Jiang Qin still didn't dare to relax. Although everything was under his control now, whether it was the Dark Generation or the experts of the 3 major powers, there was still one person who was still a big variable, and that was the Northern and Southern dynasties. In the following days, Jiang Qin didn't come out of seclusion, but continued to consolidate his cultivation. Since the incident in the Nebula sect where he eliminated the Northern and Southern dynasties until now, his speed of advancement was too fast. Although his foundation was very strong, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation base and make sufficient preparations to break through to a higher realm in the future. During these 3 days, King City was also very lively. The city lord's mansion was preparing for the trade fair, and every corner of the city was talking about the battle in the wilderness, talking about Jiang Qin. That battle was too shocking. It had never happened in the entire void triangular domain. It would definitely be recorded in the history of the Dark Generation. It was also something that the 3 major powers had never experienced before. They were all the overlords of their respective domains. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? Normally, when people heard about their identity, they would be very respectful. A casual cough from them could scare people out of their wits. Jiang Qin's actions were not as simple as slapping people's faces. Therefore, when the trade fair was over, the first thing they would do was to eliminate Jiang Qin. 3 days passed very quickly. On the night before the trade fair, Jiang Qin walked out of his room. At this time, De Huang Dog, who had been away for 3 days, finally returned. De Huang Dog came back in high spirits. His eyes were shining brightly as if his eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets. De Huang, how was it? Jiang Qin couldn't wait to ask. Haha, I'm rich. Chapter 853. What did you get? Why are you so excited? The door of Tyrant's room opened. Tyrant walked out with a face full of happiness. He had already advanced to the 4th grade minor saint. He had advanced 2 grades in just 3 days. However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog didn't feel surprised at all. One should know that Tyrant had obtained the Sarira left behind by a 9th grade minor saint when he advanced to the Buddha realm. Tyrant was also a rare genius in Buddha sect. It was normal for him to advance 2 grades in such a short period of time. Moreover, Tyrant, who was still a 4th grade minor saint, must have only refined a part of the Sarira. He would slowly refine the rest of the Saraira. In the following period of time, Tyrant's cultivation grade would improve tremendously. Creak, the door of Yan Xinyu's room was opened. Yan Xinyu, who was wearing snow-white clothes, walked out. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, she had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint after refining the 10,000 years cold crystal. Dan King could only shake his head helplessly when he saw the progress of these geniuses. There was nothing he could say in the face of these geniuses. "De Huang, tell us quickly. How many mines have you found?" Jiang Chen asked. "The void triangular domain is full of riches. I have been to every corner of the domain for the past 3 days and I have found a total of 33 mines. There is a huge mine not far from King City. I am afraid that I can get 1 billion high-grade true metastones from this mine." "That's right," De Huang Dog said excitedly. His harvest this time was too great. "So many mines," Dan King exclaimed. 33 mines. The biggest one could get at least 1 billion high-grade true metastones. If all the mines were added up, the wealth would be too shocking. It was a heaven-defying number. Even if the other mines weren't as big as the biggest one, they wouldn't be too far off. Jiang Chen had once found a mine outside Dark Mulberry City. It was probably the smallest mine in Void Triangular Domain, but it could still get 50 million high-grade true metastones. "Good, De Huang, well done. Wait until we dig out these mines. I will let you eat as many top-grade true essence stones as you like." Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. The wealth here was really amazing. Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about the energy problem when he advanced to the Great Sage Realm if he could get all these best-grade true metastones. He wouldn't be able to use up so many best-grade true metastones even if he practiced the dragon transformation skill. However, even if Jiang Chen couldn't use it all, many people could. He wouldn't miss such a huge fortune. "When do we start?" Big Yellow asked. It seemed like he couldn't wait any longer. "There's no need to rush. Let's see what treasures there are in tomorrow's trade fair. In any case, we've already found the locations of those mines. When the time comes, we'll be able to dig as we please." Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. There was only one last step left in the plan. The ultimate plan would be implemented tomorrow. "Godfather Xiao Yu, Tyrant, you will follow the demon race tomorrow. Wherever the demon race and the ancient people are, you will follow them," Jiang Chen said to Dan King and the other two. He couldn't care less about the safety of Yan Xinyu and the other two. As long as they followed Golden Fur Lion King and Gumu, they would be absolutely safe. The target of those big forces and the Dark Generation was Jiang Chen. They wouldn't care about Yan Xinyu and the other two. "Well, Brother Chen, be careful." Yan Xinyu nodded. She knew very well that she couldn't help much in such a big scene tomorrow. It was already the greatest help for Jiang Chen to not worry about the consequences. "Don't worry. With my current cultivation, if they want to deal with me, they won't be able to bear the consequences." Jiang Chen said it casually, but the confidence in his expression was enough to make Yan Xinyu and the other two rest assured about Jiang Chen. Early the next morning, Kong Yu came to Jiang Chen's courtyard. "Brother Jiang, De Huang, King City's auction is about to begin. Let's go together." Kong Yu cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. As the son of Peacock King and a genius of the demon race, Kong Yu rarely paid his respects. However, he truly admired Jiang Chen. The battle in the wilderness had made Jiang Chen famous. As a genius of the young generation, Kong Yu couldn't convince himself not to admire Jiang Chen. The strong would always be respected. It was the same no matter where they went. This was the law of the world. "All right." Jiang Chen nodded. He would definitely attend the auction. De Huang Dog had already found all the locations of the mines. Jiang Chen didn't act immediately because he wanted to attend the auction. Outside the stronghold of the demon race and the ancient people, Golden Fur Lion King and Gumu had already met up. Although there was no enmity between the demon race and the ancient people, they didn't have much contact with each other. However, because of Jiang Chen, the relationship between the two races had become closer. At least in Void Triangular Domain, they were considered as temporary allies. Today the auction was about to begin. However, the faces of the ancient people and the demon race were filled with worry. They couldn't help but worry. Although King City had been peaceful for 3 days, today wouldn't be a peaceful day. No one knew how many major powers were waiting for Jiang Chen's life. While Golden Fur Lion King and Gumu were frowning, Jiang Chen and the others walked towards them. Their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen didn't conceal his qi, his cultivation grade was clearly sensed by them. When they saw that Jiang Chen had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, their eyes sparkled. "Brother Jiang Chen, have you advanced to the 5th grade minor saint?" Golden Fur Lion King couldn't believe it. This was too absurd. A breakthrough in 3 days? Since when did it become so easy? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. That's right. I have already advanced to the 5th grade minor saint. In my dragon form, I can easily kill a 9th grade minor saint. So, you two don't have to worry about my safety today. If those major powers want to kill me, they can only end up like those geniuses in the wilderness, dying in my hands. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated slightly. A faint king's chi was released, shaking everyone's soul. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was someone else who said this in front of them, they would definitely turn up their nose at him or even slap him. However, when it came from Jiang Chen, they didn't feel that he was bragging. Although they didn't witness the battle that day, they knew the ending very well. Jiang Chen easily killed those 7th grade minor saint geniuses with his 4th grade minor saint cultivation grade. One should know that those geniuses were on par with 8th grade minor saints. Now that Jiang Chen had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, he might really be able to kill a 9th grade minor saint. It was terrifying to think about it. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in amazement that there was such a monstrous genius in this world. Young Master Jiang is definitely the most talented genius that I have ever seen. Even the geniuses of the Gu family who were listed on the sky ranking would be overshadowed by young Master. Gumu couldn't help but sigh. His words were from the bottom of his heart. There was a sky ranking in the Pure Land. Those who were listed on the sky ranking were the geniuses among the geniuses. If they really fought, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for them. However, none of those geniuses on the sky ranking had reached the same level as Jiang Chen when they were still at the 5th grade minor saint. In other words, if they were at the same level, Jiang Chen could kill any of the geniuses on the sky ranking in seconds. Elder is flattering me. Let's go and see what kind of treasures the prefecture has prepared for the auction. Jiang Chen smiled. All right. Gumu's expression flickered. He and Golden Fur Lion King felt relieved after seeing Jiang Chen's improvement in 3 days. The same went for the others. If Jiang Chen didn't advance to the next level, it was hard to imagine how he would be able to deal with so many powerful enemies even with their help. The strongholds of the major powers were adjacent to each other. They were very close to the auction house of the prefecture. Along the way, the experts of the major powers couldn't help but release their killing intent when they saw Jiang Chen. Old man, why are you staring at me like that? Don't tell me you want to fight here? If you don't have the guts to fight, don't look at me blindly. De Huang Dog was definitely a prickly person. Anyone who looked at him would immediately attack him. Stupid dog, shut your stinky mouth. I will let you all have a good time after the auction ends. Little brat Jiang Chen, I have let you live for 3 more days. I never thought that you would really dare to participate in the auction. Since you aren't afraid of death, I will let you die a horrible death later. The experts of the fire race and stone race spoke. They resisted the urge to attack. This place wasn't suitable for fighting. It's still not certain who will live and who will die. If I were you, I would choose to shut up and leave as soon as the trade fair is over. If you want to kill me, just wait to die here like your geniuses. Jiang Chen casually glanced at those people. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. What an arrogant brat. Even when death is at hand, you are still so stubborn. Desolate Nanyang appeared as well. His killing intent intensified. The auction hadn't even started, but the atmosphere was already filled with tension. One could imagine how chaotic the auction would be after it ended. Golden Fur Lion King Gumu, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this. The consequences aren't something you can bear. Desolate Nanyang sneered. Desolate Nanyang, it's not up to you to decide whether to get involved or not. Our demon race never needs an outsider to tell us what to do. Besides, even if we don't interfere today, I'm afraid you all won't be able to kill Jiang Chen. Golden Fur Lion King retorted. He wasn't afraid of Desolate Nanyang. Let's wait and see. Desolate Nanyang waved his sleeves and walked towards the interior of the auction house. Chapter 854. The auction house of King City was not open air. It was like a small castle, decorated with gold and jade, full of the atmosphere of nobility. Inside the castle-like auction house, there were no individual seats, it was all VIP area. Luxurious VIP rooms were arranged in a ring pattern. Each VIP room had the most luxurious decorations. Those who could enter this VIP room were all distinguished people. In front of each VIP room there was a huge glass wall. This glass wall was made of high-quality true meta stone. It was extremely luxurious. Looking through this true meta stone glass wall, one could clearly see the auction stage in front of them. The auction stage was basically at the same height as the VIP rooms. In other words, sitting in the VIP rooms, One could clearly see the situation of the entire auction house, especially the auction stage in the front. The auction stage had a circumference of 30 meters, one could clearly see everything on it. The auction house of King City is indeed much more luxurious than the auction house of Dark Surge City. De Huang Dog was leisurely sitting on a soft chair, he seemed to be enjoying himself very much. Of course, I heard that there will be a treasure that people are looking forward to in this auction. It is said that this treasure is related to the world's greatest saint. I wonder how the Dark Generation got it? Golden Fur Lion King said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a bright light. The news of Golden Fur Lion King was definitely not fake. This made Jiang Chen's originally calm heart suddenly ripple. It seemed like waiting for this auction was worth it, maybe there would be an unexpected harvest. When Jiang Chen fell on the Saint Cliff, he basically didn't leave anything behind except for the broken Heavenly Saint sword. It was already good enough to find the two phalanges, but it was also because he didn't leave anything behind that made it so precious. As long as anything related to his previous life was left behind, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. The phalanges and the Heavenly Saint sword were the same. Jiang Chen didn't know what the Dark Generation was going to auction. The item left behind by the greatest saint must be a rare treasure. Back then, the greatest saint suffered a great deal of destruction during the heavenly tribulation. The item that was left behind must be a priceless treasure. That year, the greatest saint rose from the bottom of the world and left countless glorious achievements and legends in Saint Origin World. I wonder what the treasure is this time. It might not be very attractive to the major powers of Boundless World and Black Yellow World, but it will be a real competition for the 8 families of Pure Land. A 9th-grade minor demon saint of the demon race said. His tone was filled with admiration and respect for the greatest sage. If they knew that the reincarnation of the greatest sage in the world was sitting right next to them, who knew how shocked they would be? They would definitely be petrified on the spot. Jiang Chen sat there without saying a word. He crossed his legs with a satisfied smile on his face. The people of the demon race admired him very much. Even Golden Fur Lion King couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. It was hard to imagine that a young man could have such a strong temperament. They were very clear about Jiang Chen's current situation. Although it was calm and peaceful now, a fierce battle could break out at any time. If it was someone else, they would have been extremely nervous. However, Jiang Chen looked calm and relaxed as if nothing had happened. That kind of indifference was definitely not faked and couldn't be faked. Ancient People's VIP room was just next door. If they wanted to communicate with each other, they could use divine sense to communicate with each other. Why hasn't the auction started yet? De Huang Dog was somewhat impatient. As a matter of fact, his real mind was on those ores. He was only waiting for the auction to end. Don't worry, it's going to start soon. A demon race elder said. The treasure related to the greatest sage will definitely appear at the end, right? Tyrant asked, seemingly very interested. No, the Royal City's auction is different from other auctions. Because the people participating in the auction are all powerful, there is no need to keep everyone in suspense. Before the auction starts, the royal family of the Dark Generation will display all of their treasures one by one like merchandise, so that everyone can be prepared. Golden Fur Lion King said. That's right. This is a combination of an auction and a trade fair. You should know that different treasures have different requirements for the major powers. For example, if it's a powerful Saint Fire source, the other major powers wouldn't compete with the Fire race. Therefore, the Black King race will display all the treasures in advance for the major powers to see. If one of the major powers is interested in a treasure, they won't spend too much effort on the other treasures. They will save their wealth to fight for the treasure that they are interested in. Another demon race elder said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and knew what was on each other's mind. This was the first time they had seen an auction where the treasures were displayed in advance. If that was the case, it would undoubtedly save Jiang Chen a lot of trouble and time. Kaka a little Chinzi, in my opinion, we can just start robbing. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. I think it's fine. A sly smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. These two like-minded fellows were able to hit it off in many things, especially in this aspect. Undoubtedly, the Dark Generation had made a very wrong decision by revealing all the treasures in advance. It would cause the auction to end prematurely, and all the major powers wouldn't be able to get a single strand of the treasures. Just as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged glances, rays of dazzling light suddenly appeared on the auction stage. Then incomparably powerful silhouettes appeared on the stage. There was a total of 8 elders and each of them was a powerful 9th grade minor saint. Although the dark generation couldn't break through to the great saint realm due to the origin of the world, one had to admit that the dark generation was really powerful. Especially in King City, powerful 9th grade minor saints could be seen everywhere. It was hard to imagine how powerful a race with such a special physique would be once they were freed from the restriction of the world. These 8 9th grade minor saints were the higher-ups of the imperial family. They came to host the auction personally to show their respect and importance to the major powers. The leader of the group was an elder with an incomparably sturdy body. He stood there like an iron tower, giving people a feeling that he was extremely powerful. The elder had a smile on his face. He clasped his fists at all the distinguished guests and then went straight to the main topic. Dear friends, this isn't the first time that your major powers have dealt with the dark generation. Let's not talk about the rules. Now, I announce that the King City's trade fair will officially begin. Just like before, we will show the treasures that our imperial family has collected to everyone. Then we will start the auction one by one. The elder's voice was loud enough for everyone in the auction hall to hear him clearly. This was also the time when the atmosphere was at its most tense. The treasures that were presented in King City's auction were certainly not ordinary. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the old man waved his hand, and a table that was several dozen feet long appeared on the auction stage. This table was completely made from top-grade true essence stones. Of course, this table was not the first treasure. In the following time, every treasure that the old man took out would be placed on this table. After that, the elder took out a black box as if he was performing a magic trick. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel the dark energy that was being emitted from the black box. This is a piece of dark yuan crystal. It was personally made by the Dark King using the dark element. I'm sure all of you know how much it is worth. After saying that, the elder placed the black box on the table. This darkness origin crystal is a pretty good item. Even though we can't directly absorb the darkness element within it, we can fuse it with the path of war weapons, allowing the war weapons to possess 2 attributes and greatly increase their power. For the Bin tribe, this darkness origin crystal is quite attractive. Golden Fur Lion King nodded and said, the second treasure is 3 drops of 9 water that we, the Dark Generation, found in the underground space of Void Triangular Domain. The elder took out a jade bottle and placed it on the table. This is a rare treasure for Xiaoyu. The Huang dog's eyes sparkled. That's right. The conditions for the 9 water to be formed are extremely harsh. It can only be formed in a place with 9 layers of coldine. It's perfect for Xiaoyu's 9 meridians. If we can get our hands on these 3 drops of 9 water, Xiaoyu's Heart of Ice God might be able to take shape. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. This King City's auction was indeed extraordinary. Just 2 random treasures were enough to shock everyone. This is a powerful dark fire source. The elder took out the 3rd treasure. Jiang Chen and the others could clearly feel the restlessness of the fire race. Then the elder took out many treasures one after another. Most of the treasures were produced in the Void Triangular Domain. There were also a few that the elder didn't know where they got them from. In any case, each of the treasures was extremely precious and priceless. It could be seen that the imperial family of the Dark Generation was very generous. As the treasures were taken out one after another, the guests in the VIP rooms of the major powers became restless. Obviously, most of the major powers had already seen the treasures that they wanted. Alright. The next treasure is related to the greatest saint of Saint Origin World. We, the Dark Generation, have heard of the name of the greatest saint of Saint Origin World. My friends from the 8 families of the Pure Land, I'm sure you will be very interested in this item. As soon as the elder's voice faded, the experts from the 8 families of the Pure Land focused their attention. One should know that the greatest saint of Saint Origin World was too famous. Although he didn't ascend to immortality in the end, the items that he left behind were bound to shock everyone. Chapter 855. This broken sword looked extremely ordinary, but anyone with a discerning eye could feel the powerful holy aura overflowing from it. Almost at the moment when the old man took out the broken sword, the eyes of the experts of the Pure Land's 8 races couldn't leave it. This is? The combat weapon of the greatest saint is that peerless divine sword. That's right. In the past, the greatest saint under the heavens had a heavenly saint sword. He was unrivaled in Saint Origin World. This should be just a fragment of the heavenly saint sword. Even so, it is already a priceless treasure. Any treasure that is related to the greatest saint is priceless and has a lot of research value. You should know that the greatest saint was just a nobody. He wasn't a genius of any of the major families. A genius like him is the scariest. Anything that he left behind is worth studying. I really have no idea how did the Dark Generation get their hands on this broken sword. It should be something from St. Origin World. We have searched the St. Cliff countless times. Except for the places that are blocked by the Heaven Barrier, we should be able to find it if there is a fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. Not necessarily. When the greatest saint slashed the heavens with his sword, it had destroyed a lot of the void. Even the world barrier of St. Origin World was destroyed. I don't know how many fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword were broken. Some of them might have fallen into the cracks of the space. It wouldn't be strange for the Dark Generation to get their hands on it. To the Bin family, this is more attractive than the Dark Origin crystal. Everyone was shocked. The natal weapon of the greatest saint had appeared in the auction of the Dark Generation. No one had expected this. At this moment, the one who was most excited was, of course, Jianghu. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Searching for the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword had always been his biggest goal. There were a total of 7 fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword. He had already collected 4 of them. He didn't know where to find the remaining 3 fragments. He didn't expect to find them here. If he could get his hands on these fragments, the power of the Heavenly Saint sword would be much stronger. Jianghu would also advance to the 6th grade minor saint under the stimulation of the Heavenly Saint sword. At that time, he would be invincible in the entire void triangular domain. At this time, De Huang Dog looked at Jianghu. His eyes were filled with surprise as if he had discovered a great secret. Others might not know about this broken sword, but he could. It was the same chi as the fragments that Jianghu had obtained before. One should know that the natal weapon of the greatest saint wasn't something that anyone could fuse with, but Jianghu could perfectly fuse with it. What did this mean? Brat, shouldn't you explain something to me? De Huang Dog whispered to Jianghu. In his point of view, Jianghu had too many abnormalities. Jianghu seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent at such a young age. When he was still in the Eastern continent, he already had a deep understanding of the divine continent. That's right. I'm the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. This secret is too shocking, so I've been keeping it a secret. This fragment is my natal weapon. I don't mind telling you now, but you must keep it a secret. Jianghu directly admitted his identity. There was nothing for him to hide from De Huang Dog. In fact, he had already accepted his current identity. He had never thought of revealing his identity as the greatest saint in the world. However, since De Huang Dog had already guessed it, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. For God's sake, let Master Dog spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. De Huang Dog fell on his chair with a thump, his body twitching. This secret was too shocking. Even though De Huang Dog had already guessed that Jianghu was related to the greatest saint in the world, such a secret was still like a bolt from the blue to him. However, De Huang Dog was only shocked for a moment. He and Jianghu were life and death brothers. No matter what kind of identity Jianghu had, it couldn't change the fact that they were life and death brothers. Besides, this secret made De Huang Dog extremely excited. The reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world, no wonder he was so powerful. Those people who fought with the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world were destined to have a bad ending. Brat, all the treasures have been revealed. In my opinion, we can start now. After calming himself down, De Huang Dog whispered to Jianghu with a sinister smile on his face. Jianghu slowly stood up with a smile on his face and strode to the glass in front of him. Good. So far, all the treasures have been revealed. Next, the auction will begin. The first treasure, the dark crystal. The old man from the Dark Generation said loudly. There's no need for the auction. We can stop here. Golden Fur Lion King, Gumu, I will take a few of these treasures with me. The rest will be divided equally between your 2 races. Jianghu said faintly. As he had intentionally said that only the members of the demon race and the ancient people could hear his voice. The facial expression of the 2 races changed. They had no idea what Jianghu was going to do, especially the members of the demon race. When their eyes fell on Jianghu, they could feel a strong chi suddenly bursting out from Jianghu's body. Jiang brother, what are you doing? Golden Fur Lion King seemed to have guessed what Jianghu was going to do. Let's end the auction now. There will be a battle sooner or later anyway. When the battle starts, all of you should stay out of it. Leave King City as soon as possible and return to St. Origin World. From now on, there will be no more trade fairs here. As for the Supreme Grade True Meta Stones, I promise that each race will give you 500 million. Jianghu said. In his opinion, it was worth it to give the ancient people and the demon race 500 million Supreme Grade True Meta Stones. Jianghu had always been generous to his friends. Moreover, he had offended the other major races in Pure Land. He would have to rely on the demon race and the ancient people for the time being after he returned to St. Origin World. What? The members of the demon race and the ancient people were petrified. They didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do. However, they weren't fools. They were afraid that the void triangular domain would be plunged into chaos today. If what Jiang Chen said was true, there would be no more trade fairs in void triangular domain. All right, let the auction begin, the elder announced with a smile on his face. Long. However, as soon as the elder's voice faded, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The entire auction hall was trembling, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Everyone saw a huge blood-red dragon claw appear out of nowhere and landed on the auction stage. The sudden change stunned the 8 ninth grade minor saints on the auction stage. But soon they understood what was going on. Someone was trying to rob the treasure. This was insane. The auction of King City had been held for a long time, but there had never been a case where a treasure was robbed before. Not good. Someone is trying to steal our treasures. Who is so audacious? The old man was the first to respond. But unfortunately it was already too late. Let alone the treasures, even the table that was completely made from top-grade true essence stones had disappeared. All of the treasures had been swept away by that dragon claw that had appeared out of nowhere. Ah! A wild laughter was heard. Everyone saw a dragon man appear above the auction stage. His huge blood-red dragon wings were flapping constantly. Every time he flapped his wings, it would set off countless waves of wind. The entire auction hall was in a mess. Many of the windows in the VIP rooms were shattered. The members of the demon race and the ancient people gasped. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would do such a heaven-defying thing. He had taken all the treasures in one go. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Motherfucker. This is too fucking awesome. Kong Yu couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was a man who never played his cards according to common sense, an existence who was destined to disrupt all the rules. He didn't even wait for the auction to begin and had already disrupted everything in such a violent manner. Jiang Chen, you are courting death. The elder recognized Jiang Chen. He was infuriated. Not only him, many of the VIP rooms were filled with cold, murderous intent and anger. In their eyes, this Jiang Chen was courting death. They had planned to deal with Jiang Chen after the auction was over. They had never thought that this bastard was a complete lunatic. How dare he rob the treasures in the auction hall? Courting death? Who will live and who will die is still uncertain. Today this place will become a ruin. I will kill anyone who dares to provoke me. Jiang Chen's chi was wild and overbearing. His body was full of power. His bright dragon eyes looked like he was looking down on the world. Attack. Capture this reckless animal. How dare he disrupt the auction of King City and rob the treasures? We must kill him. The elder was infuriated. He unleashed his chi all of a sudden. There were 8 ninth grade minor saints behind him, surrounding Jiang Chen on the spot. Die. The elder was the first to move. Powerful dark energy turned into a storm and swept towards Jiang Chen. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Immediately, he drew out the heavenly saint sword and slashed at the elder without saying a word. Chi-La, the dark storm of the elder, was shattered on the spot. The terrifying heavenly saint sword ignored all obstacles and slashed the elder in half. A dark spirit entered Jiang Chen's hand through the heavenly saint sword. It was the dark spirit of a 9th grade minor saint. It would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. At the same time, the other 7 experts also rushed over, but how could they be a match for Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye he made 3 slashes. Along with 3 whales, another 3 9th grade minor saints of the Black King family were killed on the spot. Their bodies were slashed in half by Jiang Chen. The dark spirit that was left behind had become Jiang Chen's spoils of war. Yes. Chapter 856. My God. It has only been 3 days and he has become so powerful. How is this possible? Golden Fur Lion King fell into a state of unprecedented shock. Gu Mu and the ancient people of the demon race were equally shocked. They were all dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Chen's mighty power. That was a mighty 9th grade minor saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Now they finally understood what Jiang Chen meant. Now, it seemed like the demon race and the ancient people didn't need to worry about Jiang Chen's safety anymore. They should be worried about the safety of Jiang Chen's enemies. Ah, this brat is a super monstrous genius. No one in the entire void triangular domain is his match. Master Dog has found all the mines in the domain. All the wealth will be ours now. De Huang Dog laughed. He knew very well about Jiang Chen's capability, especially after knowing that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. Void triangular domain would fall into an unprecedented crisis and chaos. How did this happen? It has only been 3 days. How did he become so powerful? Xiaonanyang stood up from his seat and looked at the majestic Jiang Chen through the broken window. His eyes were about to bleed. Today's incident was too big. They planned to deal with Jiang Chen as soon as the auction was over, but they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would attack them and rob them of all the treasures. He also killed 4 9th-grade minor saints of the Black King family. Motherfucker. Did this brat take some kind of miracle pill? It has only been 3 days and he has grown to such an extent. We should have killed him 3 days ago. We shouldn't have given him the time to grow. Killing a 9th-grade minor saint in an instant. His combat strength has reached such a terrifying level. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for us to kill him now. Everyone was shocked, especially those who were enemies of Jiang Chen 3 days ago. Their faces turned ugly. As powerful 9th-grade minor saints, they weren't fools. They could see how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even desolate Nanyang didn't have the confidence to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you. How dare you behave atrociously in King City? Another 9th-grade minor saint of the Dark Generation pointed his combat weapon at Jiang Chen, but his voice was trembling. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid. Just now Jiang Chen had killed 4 of their experts. He was like a god of death that had descended to this world. There was no way they wouldn't be terrified. Ah, just a small king city. Jiang Chen will never put you in my eyes. Who dares to stop me today? Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. He didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The heavenly saint's sword rippled out from his body and struck at the elder. The old man was shocked. He tried to fight back with all his strength, but too bad, his resistance was just too weak in Jiang Chen's eyes. The indestructible heavenly saint's sword had torn apart all his resistance, and sliced him in half. He followed in the footsteps of the other 4 men. Inform Dark King quick. The remaining experts were like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. However, there was no need for him to shout. Such a huge commotion had already alerted the entire King City. The experts of the royal family were rushing towards them. Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. He was like a peerless war god. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand suddenly turned into a 300 meters long sword. The entire sword was emitting a destructive sword chi. A dragon-shaped sword light was slashed out by him. Long. The energy was too strong. Under the impact of such violent energy, the entire castle was cut into half. After that, it began to crumble. Jiang Chen's tyrannical energy overflowed from his body like a vast ocean, shattering the entire castle into pieces. This was the auction house of the royal family. It was built to be incomparably sturdy. There were powerful seals around it. The structure of the entire castle was tightly connected. It was strong enough to withstand the attack of an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint. However, Jiang Chen's destructive power was just too strong. It was as easy as blowing off dust for him to destroy the entire auction house. Long. The rumbling sound lingered in the ears. The castle was destroyed. Thick smoke and flames were everywhere. The destructive energy was swirling in the sky, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Many of the sturdy buildings were turned into powder. Shrill wails were heard from different places. The incident was too sudden. Many of the VIP rooms of the major powers were destroyed. Some of the weaker geniuses were affected by the powerful energy and died on the spot. The 8 elders weren't the only people from the Dark Generation in this auction house. There were even more guards who were working behind the scene. How could those people withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying attack? They died tragically in the ruins on the spot. Protect the good guys. Someone shouted. All the 9th-grade minor saints moved. They rushed out from the ruins. What happened just now was too sudden. The symbolic auction house was destroyed just like that. Many of the 9th-grade minor saints were in a state of shock. They had neglected the people around them, which led to the casualties. The entire scene was in chaos. While Jiang Chen was destroying the auction house, he didn't forget to kill the remaining 3 9th-grade minor saints of the Dark Generation. In the sky above King City, Jiang Chen was flapping his dragon wings. His eyes were coldly looking at the auction house that was covered in thick smoke. His face was emotionless. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the ruins. The experts of the major powers looked a little embarrassed. Their eyes were filled with anger as they stared at Jiang Chen. Damn it. This bastard had not only robbed them of all the treasures, he had also hurt so many of their people. However, some of the major powers found out that the people that Jiang Chen killed were all the major powers that besieged him. Some of the major powers that didn't attack Jiang Chen were unscathed. For example, the Bin family of St. Origin World. The experts of the Bin family sighed. They felt lucky that they didn't attack Jiang Chen. The strength that this evil star displayed was too terrifying. It wasn't a wise decision to make him their enemy. So powerful chi flew out from the imperial family. In a blink of an eye, more than 200 silhouettes appeared in the sky, surrounding Jiang Chen. These people were the higher-ups of the imperial family. There were dozens of 9th-grade minor saints and the rest were 8th-grade minor saints. The power and deterrence that these experts could unleash was unimaginable. The experts of the Dark Generation formed a powerful dark chi, forming a dark cloud in the sky above Jiang Chen. This dark cloud had the power of imprisonment, preventing Jiang Chen from escaping. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't have any intention of escaping. Even if he wanted to, this kind of imprisonment wouldn't work on him. The leader of the Dark Generation was Dark King. Currently, Dark King was looking at the auction house that had turned into ashes and ruins. His anger was burning. This was a provocation to the entire Dark Generation. Void Triangular Domain had existed for so many years, but such a crazy thing had never happened before. Jiang Chen, you have done something that you will regret for the rest of your life. You will receive the cruelest punishment from the Dark Generation. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Dark King roared. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. Jiang Chen ignored Dark King's threat and sent a message to De Huang Dog. De Huang, find the treasury of the imperial family immediately. Now that all the experts of the imperial family are here, the security of the treasury must be lax. Get the treasures first. De Huang Dog, who was hiding in the camp of the demon race, brightened his eyes. Then he turned into a golden light and vanished. The amount of wealth in the treasury of King City was unimaginable. We must kill this kid. A monstrous genius like him must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, Jiang Chen will be a huge threat to us. Desolate Nanyang's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He stood up. Jiang Chen had already become a powerful figure. No one in the Void Triangular Domain could be his opponent. The only way to eliminate Jiang Chen was to join hands with the Dark Generation to kill him. The Dark Generation hated Jiang Chen to the core. Therefore, it was the best choice to join hands with the Dark Generation to kill Jiang Chen. Desolate Nanyang believed that he was not the only one who made this decision. Sure enough, after Desolate Nanyang stood up, people from the Hua family, Dan family, Narang family and Shi family stood up. They could see that Jiang Chen wasn't easy to deal with. They regretted not killing Jiang Chen that day. However, it was too late for regrets. They could only join hands with the Dark Generation to eliminate Jiang Chen. After that, experts from the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow Continent also stood up. In an instant, the sky above the domain was packed with experts. There had never been such a sensational scene in the history of Void Triangular Domain that involved so many major powers. From afar, the demon race and the ancient people had gathered together. Their scalp went numb when they saw the scene. Brother Gu, should we help Brother Jiang Chen? Golden Fur Lion King said. Lion King, do you think it's meaningful for us to join the battle? The Dark Generation alone can't deal with Jiang Chen. We should trust Young Master. Young Master, please leave Tyrant and the others to us. We will protect them. Gumu said with a smile. If Brother Jiang Chen is able to return to St. Origin World alive, his name will surely spread across the world. Golden Fur Lion King said. That's right. It's already heaven-defying to be able to survive such a scene. Gumu nodded. The scale of today's battle was unprecedented. Putting aside how many enemies Jiang Chen could kill, as long as he could survive the siege of so many experts, he would be a heaven-defying existence. Jiang Chen, you've lost your mind. But do you think you still have a chance to live in such a situation? Dark King said. At least many people will die. Chapter 857. Battle intent and killing intent fused with Jiang Chen's King Qi, surging above his head. That pair of disdainful dragon eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the entire void. Countless experts were killed. This scene was enough to be recorded in the history books. Jiang Chen's face was emotionless. In his mind, all enemies were meant to be destroyed. The rise of an expert meant the fall of thousands and thousands of experts. The path of an expert was destined to climb to the peak by stepping on piles of bones. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. This was the rule, this was the law. Jiang Qin had the same rule in his heart, but he wanted to surpass it. Therefore, even if he had to kill everyone in the world, he wouldn't blink. Howl, the heavenly saint sword, let out a piercing cry that sounded like a dragon's roar. Right now, the heavenly saint sword was still the same as before. Jiang Qin didn't have the time to merge the broken sword fragment with the heavenly saint sword, but even so, his current strength was more than enough to deal with anything. Come on. Jiang Qin yelled at the experts of the Dark Generation, Desolate Nanyang and the other major powers. Even though he was besieged by so many experts, no one could see the slightest nervousness in his eyes. There was only surging killing intent. Attack. Dark King wheel. Dark King was infuriated. He was the first to attack. Boundless dark energy rushed out of his body, turning into a powerful wheel. The black wheel stirred the void and smashed at Jiang Qin. As the #1 expert of the imperial family, Dark King's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He was far stronger than any ordinary 9th grade minor saint. Humph! Jiang Qin's chi was unparalleled. The heavenly saint sword was enough to destroy everything. The terrifying sword was swung out, covered with a layer of intense flame. Dark King wasn't an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. It would be hard to deal with him. Jiang Qin's flame could suppress the Dark King. Clang! The heavenly saint sword released an ocean-like raging flame. The powerful sword body collided with the Dark King wheel. Under the suppression of the flame, the Dark King wheel couldn't exert its full power. The energy went completely berserk. The void within a radius of a few hundred miles was directly smashed. The terrifying energy wave drifted down to the King City below. Rows of buildings were destroyed and miserable screams could be heard. There were tens of thousands of people from the Dark Generation living in the King City. Some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand such a violent energy wave. They were caught in the crossfire and died on the spot. Upon seeing this, some 9th grade minor saints hurriedly struck out energy waves, trying to cover the entire King City. Otherwise, the entire King City would be turned into ruins after today's battle. The Dark Generation would have to bear an unprecedented loss. Hee. The terrifying King of Darkness wheel was still unable to withstand the sharpness and vigor of the heavenly saint sword, and was sent flying. King of Darkness caught the King of Darkness wheel that was bounced back, and the boundless rebounding force caused him to retreat a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He felt his arm going numb and the hand that was holding the sword was trembling. Very powerful. Dark King was shocked. He knew his own strength very well, but he was defeated by a 5th grade minor saint. This was unimaginable. Dark King, this brat's flame has a suppressive effect on our Dark Generation. That's why you lost to him. A 9th grade minor saint said. No matter how powerful he is only one person. Everyone, let's attack together. Today we must eliminate this brat at all costs. Immediately send out a summons to all the 9th grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. Dark King made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Jiang Qin today, the reputation of the Dark Generation would go down the drain. How would he be able to rule the entire Dark Generation in the future? Let's attack together. I don't believe that this brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. A powerful combat weapon appeared in Desolate Nanyang's hand. It looked like a trident, radiating terrifying cold light. Long. For a moment, countless experts unleashed their chi and lunged at Jiang Qin at the same time. The experts of the Dark Generation had used some kind of secret technique to combine their chi, especially those 8th grade minor saints. Their combined combat power wasn't to be underestimated. They were many times stronger than an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. The combination of these 8th grade minor saints was equivalent to the combat power of 10 9th grade minor saints. Let's attack together. Let's kill to our heart's content today. Jiang Qin's chi was overflowing. The 5 elemental spheres spread out in a swoosh. 5 different colored spheres covered the entire battlefield in an instant. All the experts were enveloped by the spheres. What a powerful sphere. This brat sphere is the fusion of 5 different spheres. How can there be such an abnormal being in the heavens and earth? We must kill him. Otherwise he will be a great threat to us in the future. Everyone, let's attack together. We have so many 9th grade minor saints. If we can fuse our chi together, we can even fight a 1st grade great saint. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Although they were trapped in the 5 elemental spheres, they didn't panic. After all, their cultivation grade was too high. Jiang Qin's 5 elemental spheres couldn't confine all of them. Voila, countless energies began to tumble as if they were going to fuse together. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't give them the chance to do so. They were in his sphere now. None of their actions could escape his senses. Er, Jiang Chen's chi was wild and domineering. Dragon roars came out from his body. 15 different colored dragons suddenly appeared and attacked in 5 different directions. Golden dragon seal, wood dragon seal, water dragon seal, fire dragon seal and earth dragon seal. 5 powerful seals of completely different attributes and 15 long dragons that could destroy everything turned the entire battlefield into the colors of the 5 elements. Following the attack of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, screams were heard from the crowd. Those experts who were attacked directly died on the spot. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't fuse their energy together. So they weren't a threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's movement was too fast and precise. He didn't give them any chance to fuse their energy. From afar, the faces of those who were watching the battle darkened. Such a situation was almost certain that Jiang Chen would die, but it didn't seem to be the case. Jiang Chen's scariness had far exceeded their expectations. Not only did so many 9th grade minor saints not cause any damage to him, he even killed a lot of them. Brother Gu, did you see that? Those are 5 different types of attacks. They are the fusion of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. I really don't know how he did it. Currently, Golden Fur Lion King's expression couldn't be described with mere astonishment. It had reached the point of horror. His means are endless. I guess that young master is the reincarnation of a high immortal. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. I cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique which has accumulated fire poison in my body for many years. My cultivation has been stuck at the peak of the 7th grade minor saint for a long time. But after young master's guidance, I advanced to the 8th grade minor saint on the spot and advanced to the 9th grade minor saint in a short period of time. The fire poison in my body has been completely removed. Gumu said. Ever since Jiang Chen had guided him that day, his impression of Jiang Chen was very deep. He knew that this young man wasn't an ordinary person. The person who could see through his problem and solve it must be an extraordinary person. So that's how it is. Golden Fur Lion King was even more shocked. Plus, young master was just a combat emperor at that time. How long has it been? He has already reached the 5th grade minor saint. Such speed of growth is simply too astonishing. Even those peerless geniuses who were sent to St. Origin Palace by the ancient people didn't have such terrifying ability. Gumu sighed. He couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. Not to mention you ancient people, even all the geniuses who were sent to St. Origin Palace by the 8 families couldn't do what he did. Golden Fur Lion King nodded. One should know that those who were sent to St. Origin Palace were all peerless monstrous geniuses. Those geniuses on the sky ranking couldn't be compared to them. However, most of those peerless monstrous geniuses had already advanced to the Great Saint realm. There was nothing to be compared to them. However, when they were at the same level as Jiang Chen, the gap between them and Jiang Chen wasn't small. Puchi from time to time, Jiang Chen would appear at any place in the domain. Every time he appeared, there would be screams. An ordinary 9th grade minor saint couldn't even withstand a single strike from him, especially those experts of the dark generation. They were already restrained by Jiang Chen because their dark spirits had great effects on Jiang Chen. Therefore, they had become the main targets of Jiang Chen's slaughter. From afar, the 9th grade minor saints of the dark generation were still rushing towards them and joining the battle. Such a powerful formation made the spectators' scalp tingle. If they were replaced by Jiang Chen, they were afraid that they would be drowned in an instant and die on the spot. Chila, however, it was useless no matter how many of them there were. The Heavenly Saint sword had turned into a giant sword that could shake the world, bombarding the crowd madly. Every slash of the sword was enough to send people and horses tumbling. All the dark spirits and combat weapons that were killed were taken by Jiang Chen as his spoils of war. Everyone, don't panic. We must work together. Seeing the people of the dark generation dying one after another, Dark King almost spurted out blood. Immediately, he took the initiative to strike again. The terrifying Dark King will struck again at Jiang Chen. In the entire Dark generation, only Dark King had the strength to fight against Jiang Chen. Dark King, I will return your 3rd prince to you. Jiang Chen threw the 3rd prince towards Dark King's Dark King wheel. Chapter 858. No, the 3rd prince was scared out of his wits. It wasn't easy for him to escape from Jiang Chen's clutches, but what awaited him was death in the hands of his own father. My son. The Dark King was also shocked. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would do such a thing to him. However, the Dark Wheel had already been launched. It was basically impossible for him to withdraw it now. He could only watch his son die in his own hands. Pucci, along with a miserable shriek, the third prince's body was cut into half by the dark wheel. Ark! Pu! The Dark King roared and spurted out blood. Then his eyes turned red as he roared at Jiang Qin, "Kill! Kill him! We must kill Jiang Qin!" The number of experts of the Dark Generation kept increasing. Each of them was incomparably strong. All of them unleashed their full combat strength to attack Jiang Qin. This was their king city, the territory of the Dark Generation. They wouldn't retreat even if there was only one of them left. They would destroy this powerful enemy at all costs. "Come on. I will take all of your attacks." Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Qin casted the powerful Eternal Immortal Wind. The combination of the Eternal Immortal Wind and the 5-elemental sphere was a perfect match. Within this sphere, the destructive power of the Eternal Immortal Wind would be multiplied. The Eternal Immortal Wind was an extremely powerful ability. As Jiang Qin's cultivation continued to increase, the power of the Eternal Immortal Wind would also increase. Currently, the Eternal Immortal Wind was strong enough to kill a powerful 9th-grade minor saint. Endless dragon-shaped windstorms were blowing madly in the 5-elemental domain. For a moment, the entire domain was filled with the Eternal Immortal Wind. Windstorms were everywhere. Those who were caught in the windstorms were immediately blown to death by the wind, especially those 8th-grade minor saints. They couldn't withstand the Eternal Immortal Wind and were turned into fine powder in an instant. Everyone quickly worked together. The destructive power of this wind is extremely strong. Desolate Nanyang shouted. The other experts had also noticed that although the storm was separated, its lethality was too strong. None of them could withstand it alone. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Only when a few 9th-grade minor saints worked together would they be able to withstand the onslaught of the storm. However, while they were able to withstand the storm, they did not have the ability to withstand Jiang Qin, who was like a demon king. In the distance, the members of the northern and southern dynasties saw all of this and frowned deeply. "Senior brother Nanbei, this guy messed up all of your plans," one of them said. "However, this man is really strong. Even a 9th-grade minor saint is no match for him. I'm afraid that only senior brother Nanbei can subdue him." Another person said, "Let's just wait and see. I want to see how long this storm can last." The leader of the northern and southern dynasties said faintly. His face was indifferent. Under his calm face was a heart full of confidence. Even when he saw Jiang Qin's strength, his eyes were still as calm as ever. However, he had to admit that Jiang Qin's appearance had disrupted all of his plans. The northern and southern dynasties came to Void Triangular Domain to conquer the entire Dark Generation and obtain all the treasures in this domain. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would act before him, causing chaos in the entire domain. This was something that the northern and southern dynasties didn't expect at the beginning. Since things had developed to this stage, they could only continue to watch. Anyway, the northern and southern dynasties would still be the biggest winner in the end. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The northern and southern dynasties were the fishermen waiting to reap the benefits. Of course, this was what the northern and southern dynasties thought. They were extremely confident in their own strength. Swoosh! Within the Eternal Immortal Wind, Jiang Qin moved like a cheetah. The Heavenly Saint sword in his hand kept killing the experts. The Great Soul Derivation technique filled every space in the 5-elemental sphere. He wouldn't give anyone the chance to combine their energy. At this moment, Desolate Nanyang had the urge to scold someone. He was filled with deep regret. He regretted that he shouldn't have listened to Dark King's arrangement 3 days ago. If he had killed Jiang Qin at all costs, none of this would have happened today. However, he had never thought that a man could grow to such a terrifying extent in just 3 days. In a flash, Jiang Qin arrived in front of Desolate Nanyang. His cold dragon eyes made Desolate Nanyang shudder. "Little beast." Desolate Nanyang gritted his teeth and thrust the trident at Jiang Qin. His cultivation wasn't weak, but he hadn't reached the peak of 9th-grade minor saint. He wasn't a match for Jiang Qin in a direct confrontation. Bang! A blood-red dragon claw appeared and grabbed the trident. Before Desolate Nanyang could attack, Jiang Qin had already seized his combat weapon. Tila. The sound of the weapon breaking through the void was heard. The trident that was emitting cold light was pressed against Desolate Nanyang's throat. An invisible force confined Desolate Nanyang's body. Jiang Qin was standing in front of him like an ancient mountain, making Desolate Nanyang feel an endless pressure. Even his soul was trembling. "Jiang Qin, how dare you kill me? I am an elder of the Desolate family. Have you considered the consequences of killing me?" Desolate Nanyang said sternly. Only now did he feel the terror of Jiang Qin. His heart was filled with regret. You better think about your own consequences first. I don't have so many reasons to kill you. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the trident pierced through desolate Nanyang's throat. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. It was only a matter of time before one of them died. How could Jiang Qin leave a powerful enemy alive in this world? Desolate Nanyang was killed by the combat weapon that he was so proud of. It was a kind of tragedy. This little beast has killed Elder Nanyang. The other experts of the Desolate family had a drastic change in expression. There were 5 ninth-grade minor saints in the Desolate family. All of them were involved in the battle and were trapped in Jiang Chen's 5-elemental sphere. Let's kill him together. No, this kid is too strong. Only half-step great saints can defeat him. It's better for us to retreat now and settle the score with him when we return to St. Origin World. There was no lack of smart people in the Desolate family. They could see that it was almost impossible to kill Jiang Qin today. The Dark Generation was the main force of the Desolate family, but now Jiang Qin had the means to restrain them. Even the mighty Dark King couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Given the current situation, even if they could severely injure Jiang Qin, they would have to pay a heavy price. The smartest thing that the Desolate family could do now was to retreat and preserve their strength. You all want to leave now? Do you think you can still do so? Jiang Qin appeared in front of the 4 great saints in a blink like a ghost. His cold voice made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The Heavenly Saint sword unleashed countless sharp sword lights that turned into a terrifying sword net, instantly enshrouding the 4 experts of the Desolate family. The combination of the domain and the sword net made the 4 of them feel a mountain-like pressure. Puchi Puchi, the Heavenly Saint sword was as fast as lightning. 4 sword strikes were unleashed consecutively, killing the 4 ninth-grade minor saints on the spot. Up until now, all the 9th-grade minor saints of the Desolate family had died in the hands of Jiang Qin. A large number of elders and genius disciples of the Desolate family were watching the battle from afar. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation when they saw the death of Desolate Nanyang and the others. My God! All of our elders have been killed by that bastard. This is absolutely irreconcilable. What should we do now? What should we do now? Let's go back to St. Origin World immediately. We will remember this grudge. As long as this little bastard returns to St. Origin World alive, we will kill him immediately. The people of the Desolate family hated Jiang Qin to the core, but it was impossible for them to take revenge with their current strength. Not even a 9th-grade minor saint could withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. If they continued to stay here, they would most likely end up in the same situation as Desolate Nanyang and the others. The people of the Desolate family left the battlefield and headed to the spatial node that led to St. Origin World. It could be said that the Desolate family had suffered a great loss this time. Not only the genius, Desolate Ning, but also 5 9th-grade minor saint elders had died. When they returned to St. Origin World, they would definitely be enraged. The 5-elemental sphere was in complete chaos. The number of experts of the Dark Generation was still increasing. Unfortunately, they couldn't fully unite their forces, which prevented them from interweaving their combat strength. Plus, Jiang Qin's speed was too fast. Many of them were killed in seconds. The experts of the Dark Generation transformed into their true forms, becoming extremely powerful and ferocious monsters. More than a dozen experts launched their attacks at Jiang Qin at the same time. On the other side, the experts of the Boundless World, Black Yellow World and Hua family also launched their attacks at the same time, attacking from different directions. This was the most powerful force that they could muster up until now. They believed that under such violent attacks, Jiang Qin would at least be severely injured. Jiang Qin stretched both of his arms, feeling the chaotic battlefield that was filled with the qi of death. His expression was somewhat infatuated. As a natural warrior, he liked this kind of battle. The more shocking it was, the more his blood would boil. Come at me together. Let my sword send all of you to the Yellow Spring. Jiang Qin looked at the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and said, Old friend, I will let you drink enough blood today to reignite the pride of fighting side by side with me. Oh. As if it understood Jiang Qin's words, the Heavenly Saint sword let out a deafening roar. An extremely excited emotion rippled out from the sword. They were fighting side by side in both their previous and current lives. Jiang Qin raised the Heavenly Saint sword up high and slashed out dozens of times in an instant. Each of the slashes tore through the void. The sword light was incomparably dazzling, like a long river that traversed the horizon, or a dead end that led to the Yellow Spring. This slash was filled with the smell of death, wanting to bury everyone in the Yellow Spring. Arg arg. Chapter 859. Those soldiers that were knocked away flew towards Jiang Chen as if they were controlled by some kind of magic, becoming Jiang Chen's spoils of war. Moreover, Jiang Chen's dreadful sword strike carried the true thunder fire and true dragon flame, killing all the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation. The experts of the 3 worlds didn't fare any better. Not only did many of them lose their combat weapons, they were also severely injured. How can he be so strong? The elder of the Hua family spurted out a mouthful of blood. His heart was trembling in fear. He had seen how Jiang Chen killed the people of the Desolate family just now. Initially, he wanted to deal a heavy blow to Jiang Chen during the attack of the Dark Generation. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be this strong, to the point where he couldn't be resisted. Is he still a human? An expert of the boundless continent was also shocked. It was his first time witnessing such a grand battle. It was also his first time encountering a monstrous existence like Jiang Chen. Such a powerful existence had gone beyond his understanding and overturned all his previous knowledge. Regret. Many of them were filled with regret. They didn't regret becoming Jiang Chen's enemy, but they regretted not killing Jiang Chen 3 days ago. If they had done so, today's events wouldn't have happened. Those who were watching the battle from afar and the people of the Dark Generation in King City gaped in shock. Such a battle was like a dream to them. It was something that they would never be able to witness in their lifetime. This is tragic. The experts of our Dark Generation have fallen one after another. Why is that dragon man so terrifying? Does the heavens want our Dark Generation to perish? It's over. Not even the Dark King is a match for him. The experts of the other 3 major powers are dying one after another. Kill him. We must kill him. The royal family has already lost so many experts. How can we maintain our dignity if we don't kill him? The people of the Dark Generation fell into endless grief and indignation. They saw the corpses of the experts of the royal family falling from the sky. Blood floated in the sky above Monarch City. The sky was dyed red, it was dark. It was an incomparably tragic scene. All the saints had fallen. No one could survive. This battle was bound to shake the heavens and earth. No one could predict how many people would die in the end. Those great saints who were trapped in the 5 elemental sphere didn't dare to say that they would survive. Jiang Chen's dragon wings fluttered. He was holding the dozens of meters long heavenly saint sword in his hand. The entire sword was like a blood dragon that had come to life. Wherever it passed, killing intent filled the air. No one could withstand its sharpness. He stood there with piles of white bones under his feet. He looked like a mad devil that came from hell. He was the god of death that had descended to the mortal world. He was possessed by the god of war. Haha, Wu Ningzhu is worthy of being a member of the ancient people. You have a sharp vision. Only such a man is worthy to be the son-in-law of the ancient people. Gumu laughed. He was worried about Jiang Chen in the beginning. Now, it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Wu Ningzhu was now a member of the ancient people. Jiang Chen would become the son-in-law of the ancient people sooner or later. If such a genius could be roped in by the ancient people, it would greatly benefit the future of the ancient people. Brother Jiang Chen is the most powerful person I have ever seen. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I believe that there is such a monstrous genius in the world? Golden Fur Lion King's face was filled with excitement. He had made up his mind that the demon race must befriend this man. Moreover, the relationship between Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was very close. It was impossible for him not to befriend Jiang Chen. Elder Mu, although Miss Ningzhu has just joined the ancient people, she is highly sought after by the young generation of the ancient people. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen will face a lot of obstacles if he wants to marry her. A young genius of the ancient people said with a smile. Gu Song, how many of the young generation of the ancient people do you think can suppress him? Gu Mu looked at the young man. His name was Gu Song, a 7th grade minor saint, the same grade as Desolate Ning. He was a rare genius of the ancient people. He was the representative of the young generation of the ancient people who came to Void Triangular Domain. Wu Ningzhu's talent and appearance would be sought after wherever she went. Even the ancient people were no exception. Gu Song was one of the pursuers of Wu Ningzhu, but today he gave up the idea because he felt that he wasn't as outstanding as Jiang Chen. After listening to Gu Mu's words, Gu Song and the other young geniuses revealed a bitter smile. That's right. Although the ancient people were one of the 8 major families and they had a lot of geniuses in the Pure Land, just like what Gu Mu said, how many of them could suppress Jiang Chen? They were afraid that only those who were on the sky ranking could fight against Jiang Chen. The 5 elemental sphere had turned into a horrifying battlefield. Jiang Qin had killed countless of his enemies. His combat strength seemed to be endless. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the 9th-grade minor saint of the Narang family, Long. The true dragon palm engulfed all of them. Currently, all of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. The combination of the true dragon palm and the 5 elemental sphere was something they couldn't resist. Jiang Qin, don't kill us. We, the Narang family, will withdraw from this battle and guarantee that we won't trouble you in the future. The leading elder of the Narang family said. At this moment, nothing was more important than staying alive. Withdraw? What a bullshit joke. Sometimes it's easy to join but hard to withdraw. Jiang Qin didn't provoke the Narang family first. It was you who provoked me first. When you were clamoring to kill me, you never thought that you would be trampled under my feet. Let's go to hell together. Jiang Qin was cold and merciless. He used his powerful energy to kill all the experts of the Narang family. He didn't even blink his eyes when he killed them. Since the grudge had already been formed, there was nothing more to be said. Moreover, he knew that even if he let these people go, the Narang family wouldn't let him go. They would treat him like a mortal enemy, just like the Desolate family. Next, it's your Shi family, Hua family and Dan family's turn. All of you will die together. Let me tell you, in this domain I, Jiang Qin, am the absolute ruler. If I want to kill you, not even the God of Heaven can save your lives. Jiang Qin was extremely domineering. He kept blocking the waves of attacks from the experts of the Dark Generation and fixed his eyes on the Hua family, Shi family and Dan family. The experts of the 3 families were terrified. The annihilation of the Desolate family and the Narang family had dealt a heavy blow to their morale. They didn't even have any combat weapons. All of them had been taken away by Jiang Qin in the battle just now. If Jiang Qin attacked them first, their ending wouldn't be any better than the Desolate family and the Narang family. Run. That's right. They might be able to stay alive if they chose to run away at this moment. They had already seen the situation clearly. It was impossible to kill Jiang Qin today. Even the powerful Dark Generation would be destroyed by Jiang Qin's hands in the end, unless something unexpected happened. The experts of the 3 families didn't say a word. They turned around and tried to run away. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin wouldn't give them the chance to do so. You've entered my domain and you still want to run? Jiang Qin's 5 elemental domain moved and formed a 5-colored cage. The experts of the 3 families were shocked to find out that they didn't even have the chance to run away. This was the terror of the 5 elemental domain. The power of the 5 elemental domains was incomparable to an ordinary domain. Even if the experts of the 3 families combined their domains, they still wouldn't be a match for the 5 elemental domain. Jiang Qin acted decisively. He struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal once again. A powerful azure dragon flew out and covered the sky. In a blink of an eye, the experts of the 3 families were enshrouded in the 5 elemental domain. Along with a series of screams, all the experts of the 3 families died tragically in the 5 elemental domain. Our people are all dead. Let's go. Let's leave this place just like the Desolate family. This bastard wants to kill everyone. I'm afraid there won't be any trade fair in the Void Triangular domain anymore. We can't live under the same sky as him. We will definitely teach him a lesson when we return. The elders and disciples of the Hua family, Narang family, Shi family and Dan family were filled with grief and indignation. Without any hesitation, they headed towards the direction of the spatial node. There was no reason for them to stay any longer. It was the wisest choice for them to leave now. Among the 8 families of the Pure Land, 5 of them had suffered a great loss. The remaining 3 families were sighing. The demon race and the ancient people didn't feel anything as they were originally on the same side as Jiang Qin. However, the Bin family felt the same way. The leading elder of the Bin family looked at the geniuses who had participated in the auction with Desolate Ning. If the geniuses of the Bin family had attacked Jiang Qin together with the Hua family and the Narang family, the Bin family would have suffered the same fate as the other 5 families. Although the Bin family didn't get any great benefits, they didn't suffer any losses either. They were much better off compared to the Desolate family. Elder, what should we do now? Someone of the Bin family asked. Although they didn't join the battle, they were still trembling with fear. Let's go. The battle here is too intense. No one here is a match for Jiang Qin. I'm afraid that Saint Origin World won't be peaceful anymore. The elder of the Bin family sighed and left with the people of the Bin family, heading towards the spatial node. There was no need to watch the commotion here. Not only would the experts of the 3 worlds who went against Jiang Qin die, even the Dark Generation would perish in the hands of Jiang Qin. It was imaginable that what happened today would shake the entire Saint Origin world. The desolate family wouldn't let this matter rest. From now on, Saint Origin world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. The peaceful situation of the Pure Land would be completely destroyed, all because of Jiang Qin. Chapter 860. 6 out of the 8 families of the Pure Land had left. Only the demon race and the Gu family were still there. They wanted to see the final outcome. The major powers of the Boundless continent and the Black-Yellow continent had left one after another. Some of them stayed to watch the show, but most of them knew that Jiang Qin was destined to be the final winner. Everything in Void Triangular Domain would be changed because of today's battle. Just like what Jiang Qin said, there would be no more spatial trade fairs from now on. Blood and slaughter were still going on in the battlefield. Jiang Qin moved like a phantom. Every place he went was accompanied by blood and screams. The experts of the Boundless world and the Black-Yellow world were going crazy. However, they weren't trying to fight back. Instead, they were trying to escape. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin didn't give them the chance to do so. It wasn't easy to break through the 5-elemental sphere. Whenever they wanted to break through the 5-elemental sphere, Jiang Qin would appear there and kill them. Jiang Qin, do you really want to kill everyone here? An expert of the Boundless world shouted. Of course, from the moment you stepped onto this battlefield, your fates were already decided. This is your own choice. If I wasn't strong enough and had fallen into your hands 3 days ago, you would have cut me into 1,000 pieces. Since you want to kill me, don't even think that I will show you any mercy. Jiang Qin's tone was incomparably cold. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They had no other choice but to fight with their lives. They had witnessed Jiang Qin's means. It was obviously impossible for them to use their reputation to deter Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't even care about the major families of Saint Origin world, let alone them. They knew very well that even if Jiang Qin killed all of them today, they wouldn't have the chance to take revenge. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Qin shouted again. There was nothing more to be said after the battle had come to this point. The hatred between the two sides was getting deeper and deeper. Everyone's eyes had turned red. The experts of the Boundless world and the Black-Yellow world were like arrows at the end of their flight. The same was true for the Dark Generation. They were naturally restrained by Jiang Qin. No matter how many 9th grade minor saints they had, it was useless against him. Up until now, at least dozens of Dark Generation experts had died in Jiang Qin's hands. More than half of the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation had been killed by Jiang Qin. As for those 8th grade minor saints who joined the battle, none of them were left. Their combat weapons and dark spirits had become Jiang Qin's spoils. Even the remaining experts were trembling in fear. Their will to fight wasn't as strong as before. Even the Dark King was severely injured. Looking at the scene in front of him, his soul shivered. This was an unprecedented loss for the Dark Generation. If Jiang Qin really went on a rampage, it would be enough to annihilate their entire family. However, Jiang Qin didn't plan to annihilate the entire Dark Generation. Those experts who had entered the 5-elemental domain only had one ending. After everything was over, he would destroy all the spatial nodes that connected this place, leaving the Dark Generation to fend for themselves. The eternal immortal wind blew again. Jiang Qin had used all of his techniques. The 5-elemental combat dragon seal, the heavenly saint sword, all of his attacks were unleashed. How could the experts of the Boundless world and the Black-Yellow world withstand such an attack? In less than a minute, all of them died in Jiang Qin's hands. The major powers of the two worlds were filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing they could do at the same time. Even though they hated Jiang Qin to the core, there was no chance for them to take revenge. The only thing they could do was to suffer in silence and leave this place with their tails between their legs. After killing all the experts of the Boundless world and the Black-Yellow world, the 5-elemental domain that had been in a frenzied state suddenly calmed down. Jiang Qin was holding the heavenly saint sword in his hand, standing opposite the experts of the Dark Generation. There were only about 30 of them left. All of them were 9th grade minor saints. They had been dominating the Void Triangular domain for a long time, but they had never been in such a difficult situation. At this moment, the 30 of them were looking at Jiang Qin with complicated eyes. Anger, hatred, fear, and all kinds of emotions could be seen in their eyes. It was a kind of desolation that filled the entire heaven and earth. There were corpses and blood everywhere. The blood of the saints didn't have a pungent smell, but it was filled with sorrow. Dark King's face darkened. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Qin into pieces, but he resisted the urge to do so. He knew that no one in the entire Dark Generation was a match for Jiang Qin. If the battle continued, all of them would die. Jiangqin, we surrender. Dark King said simply. The rest of the experts of the Dark Generation looked gloomy. The experts of the Dark Generation in King City were filled with grief and indignation when they heard Dark King's words. Some of them burst into tears. All along, the Dark Generation was the only ruler of the Void Triangular Domain. They were the absolute masters of this domain. But today everything had changed. Even the mighty Dark King had to say the word, surrender. What was more ironic was that they weren't surrendering to a race or a major power but to a single person. Surrender? I won't accept it. Jiangqin said coldly. Jiangqin, do you really want to kill all of us? Do you really want to kill billions of lives of the Dark Generation? Dark King's eyes turned red. As a king, he didn't even have the right to surrender. How sad was that? Your race shouldn't exist in this world. Void Triangular Domain doesn't need to exist. This is a broken world. Jiangqin's tone was still devoid of emotion. Not only the Dark King and the others, even the experts of the Dark Generation couldn't help but take a deep breath. They didn't expect this man to be so cruel. He wanted to destroy the entire Dark Generation. Kill. Let's fight him. Dark King, kill them all. We are going to die anyway. The experts were enraged. They had already surrendered. What else could they do? Shut up. Jiangqin suddenly shouted. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? If I want you to die, you will die immediately. Whether you attack or not, the result will be the same. I am the ruler, all of your lives are in my hands. Jiangqin's entire body was emitting a domineering aura. This domineering aura had reached a frightening level. At this moment he really looked like an overlord who ruled over the entire world. It was an enormous aura of supremacy, and under the influence of this aura, the dragon transformation skill actually became restless as well. It was a joyful resonance. The dragon transformation skill was a skill that allowed one to dominate the world. It was a skill that allowed one to rule the world, and only those who were truly domineering could control it. At this moment, Jiangqin and the dragon transformation skill had once again reached an extremely high level of compatibility, and he could faintly feel that he was about to transform. The dragon transformation skill's restlessness meant that it was not far from the next transformation. Every time the dragon transformation skill evolved, it would bring endless benefits to Jiangqin. The people of the Dark Generation were in despair. They regretted their actions just like the people of the Three Worlds. They regretted that they didn't kill this man 3 days ago. In just 3 days, the Dark Generation had brought an unprecedented disaster to the history of the Dark Generation. But I will give you all a chance to live. I will give you all a chance to live. I will give you all a chance to survive. Dark King, all of you 9th grade minor saints, hand over your dark soul and I will let you all go. I won't make things difficult for you all. Jiangqin said. In his point of view, this was the lightest punishment for Dark King and the others. What? If we lose the dark spirit, we'll be useless. What's the difference between taking out our dark soul and killing us? The crowd became restless. You can still cultivate again after losing your dark soul. Plus, do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? It doesn't matter if you don't hand over your dark soul. I will still get your dark soul after killing you. I will also start a massacre. I will raise the entire Dark Generation to the ground and kill every living being here. Don't think that I am joking with my friends. Jiangqin said indifferently. Sigh. Dark King sighed. The others looked helpless. They had no choice but to follow Jiangqin's words. They believed that Jiangqin would do it even if he had to annihilate the entire Void Triangular Domain. Moreover, it was just like what Jiangqin had said. Even if they didn't hand over the dark spirit, Jiangqin could still kill them and take it for himself. At that time, it would bring disaster to the entire Dark Generation. In that case, the ending would be much more tragic. Alright, we will hand over our dark soul. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Dark King said. The others didn't refute him. They weren't idiots. They knew that it was useless to refute him. They couldn't change the reality. After today's incident, the Dark Generation would enter a period of recovery. Bang bang bang, following a series of muffled sounds, all the 9th grade minor saints forced out their dark soul and flew to Jiangqin's side. They had to pay a hefty price for the survival of the Dark Generation. The experts who lost their dark soul were like beasts who lost their demon spirit. They could barely control their bodies from falling from the sky. Voila. Chapter 861. The battle was over. The void was shattered. Black holes could be seen everywhere. It would take many days for the holes to close completely. The king city below was in ruins. The battle was too intense. Even though there were ninth-grade minor saints blocking the battle, there were still some energy waves which caused some damage to the king city. Fortunately, the damage wasn't serious. At least, the people of the imperial family didn't die. However, all of their ninth-grade minor saints were killed, including Dark King. All the ninth-grade minor saints were either dead or had lost their dark soul. For a short period of time, they were no different from a cripple. This was the most serious and devastating blow that the Dark Generation had ever suffered in the history of the Dark Generation. Innumerable eyes of the Dark Generation were staring at the Dragon Man in the sky. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but they were powerless in the face of such irreconcilable hatred. Their opponent was just too powerful. They had no chance to take revenge. Their only hope now was that desolate family wouldn't let Jiang Qin go after he returned to St. Origin World. Jiang Qin didn't withdraw his dragon form. Even though the battle had ended, the real battle hadn't started yet. He could feel a pair of burning eyes staring at him. It was the eyes of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Compared to the Dark Generation and the major powers of the three worlds, the Northern and Southern dynasties were the hardest to deal with. The Northern and Southern dynasties were staring at Jiang Qin coldly. Their eyes sparkled with hatred. That's right. In their heart, they had already sentenced Jiang Qin to death. Their original plan was to wait until the auction was over and the major powers of the three worlds had left. Then they would attack the Dark Generation and rule the entire Void Triangular domain. Then they would hand over all the supreme grade true meta stones. This plan was a piece of cake for Nan Beichao. However, he had never thought that someone would appear out of nowhere and destroy all of his plans. Until now, not only had the Dark Generation not been subdued by him, but they were also massacred by Jiang Qin. Nan Beichao's eyes lit up. However, it wasn't a big deal. The Northern and Southern dynasties had made Jiang Qin their only target. They weren't in a hurry to attack. In their point of view, Jiang Qin was their prey. Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He had a unique advantage in dealing with the Northern and Southern dynasties. It was the first time for the Northern and Southern dynasties to meet Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin knew the Northern and Southern dynasties like the back of his hand. He knew all the methods of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Qin knew very well that the eternal immortal wind of the Northern and Southern dynasties could raise his cultivation grade by 2 grades. The current Northern and Southern dynasties were at the 7th grade minor saint. After using the eternal immortal wind, they would reach the 9th grade minor saint. A 9th grade minor saint from the Northern and Southern dynasties wasn't a match for those who were killed by Jiang Qin. Even with Jiang Qin's current strength, he wasn't a match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. If it was before, Jiang Qin might still be afraid of the Northern and Southern dynasties. But now he wasn't afraid anymore. After the battle had ended, he had already begun to fuse with the 5th fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. As long as he could fuse with the 5th fragment, his cultivation grade would reach the 6th grade minor saint. At that time, he would have enough confidence to deal with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Moreover, the battle with the Northern and Southern dynasties was far more interesting than dealing with these people. Swoosh! A ray of light flashed. The Huang dog came to Jiang Qin's side. Looking at the dog's excited face, he must have gained a lot. Fuck you. All of them were killed by you. What a beast. The Huang dog saw the battlefield that was filled with the smell of blood and the corpses that were scattered everywhere. The battle had already ended after he left for a while. Although he had expected that Jiang Qin could kill all of them, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. How is it? You have gained a lot, right? Jiang Qin asked. It's not just a lot, it's just too much. Master Dog has not only looted the treasure vault of King City, I have also looted the Dark Surge City and another city. I have gotten 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. Kaka. The Huang dog laughed heartily. In just a short period of time, he had actually looted the treasure vaults of 3 cities and obtained 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. Even Jiang Qin couldn't help but praise the Huang dog for his efficiency. Good, well done. Keep these treasures for yourself. When you return to the demon race, take them all out. Half of it will be yours, and the other half will be my promise to the demon race. Jiang Qin patted the Huang dog's head. Peacock King and the others wanted to train the Huang dog to be the next demon race patriarch. This was not an easy task. The demon race was divided, and there would definitely be people who would try to stop them. If the Huang dog could bring back 1 billion high-grade true meta stones, then it would greatly enhance the Huang dog's status in the demon race, which would be extremely beneficial to him. Soon after, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog approached Golden Fur Lion King and Gu Mu. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin as if they were looking at a hero who had returned. Standing in front of them was no longer a human, but a peerless war god. Even Golden Fur Lion King and Gumu had to show respect to Jiang Qin. Lion King Elder Gumu returned to St. Origin World now. Protect little you, foster father and tyrant. De Huang and I still have some matters to attend to. After we are done we will return immediately. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time. Now that everything had been settled, all that was left was the northern and southern dynasties. He was going to wage the ultimate war against the northern and southern dynasties. Not only would Golden Fur Lion King and the others not be of any help, they would also become a nuisance. Alright. De Huang knows that the spatial node is connected to the spatial passageway of Demon Race. After we return, Peacock King will help you all stabilize the spatial passageway. You all can enter Demon Race through the passageway. Golden Fur Lion King said. He did this out of consideration for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Now that Desolate Family and the others had returned to St. Origin World, what happened here couldn't be concealed anymore. At that time, Desolate Family, Hua Family, Dan Family, Shi Family and Narang Family would be enraged. In order to prevent Jiang Qin from falling into danger the moment he returned to St. Origin World, Golden Fur Lion King had to find an escape route for them. At that time, no matter how much Desolate Family and the others hated Jiang Qin, they wouldn't dare to go to Demon Race to kill people. I know. You all leave this place now. Jiang Qin urged. Brother Qin, be careful. Xianxia said. Don't worry. Wait for me in Demon Race. Jiang Qin caressed Xianxia's cheek. After that, a large number of people from Demon Race and ancient people left one after another, heading towards the direction of the spatial node. On the other side, the people from the northern and southern dynasties had also left. So far, apart from the Dark Generation, there were only 3 outsiders in the entire Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog and the northern and southern dynasties. Little Qinzi, that bastard hasn't left yet. He has been paying attention to us. De Huang Dog looked at the direction of the northern and southern dynasties. He guessed that I came here for the wealth, so he didn't attack me now. He will wait until we have gathered all the wealth, then he will kill me directly and get all the wealth, which will save him a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, Nan Beichao is too arrogant. No matter what happens, he always thinks that he is in control of everything. If he doesn't attack me now, he will lose the best opportunity to attack me. By the time he attacks me, it will be too late. Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. In my opinion, you should just attack and kill him. De Huang Dog said. I am still not his match. Jiang Qin shook his head. What? You can kill a 9th grade minor saint in a second, but you are still not his match? Is this a joke? Is this bastard really that powerful? De Huang Dog was shocked. It's not your first day knowing the northern and southern dynasties. Although he is not the same person as the northern and southern dynasties in St. Origin World, there must be some connection between them. If I am not mistaken, their techniques are the same. Don't forget that the eternal immortal wind is in his hands. And help him advance 2 grades. He is now a 7th grade minor saint, but if he uses the eternal immortal wind, he will be a 9th grade minor saint. Jiang Qin said that he had never underestimated his mortal enemy, the northern and southern dynasties. He is just a 9th grade minor saint. De Huang Dog didn't think much of it. Don't compare an ordinary 9th grade minor saint with the northern and southern dynasties. He is an immortal physique. He is different from ordinary people. Plus, after witnessing me killing those 9th grade minor saints, the northern and southern dynasties were still so calm and confident. It shows that he is very confident in his own strength. Jiang Qin said that only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win the battle. Jiang Qin knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. So what should we do now? De Huang Dog asked. Do you still remember the broken piece of the Heavenly Saint sword that I got from the auction? As long as I fuse with the broken sword, my cultivation grade will break through to the 6th grade minor saint. At that time, the northern and southern dynasties won't be my match. Let's start to excavate those ores. During the process, I will fuse with the broken sword completely. Jiang Qin's face was full of smiles. Everything was under his control. His plan had always been perfect. Alright, let's do it. De Huang Dog smiled. A man and a dog turned into 2 rays of light. Under the guidance of De Huang Dog, they flew towards the ore mine outside King City. The people of King City heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the evil star had left. Those experts who had their dark spirits extracted by Jiang Qin felt bitter. But no matter what, the Dark Generation was saved. The ore mine outside King City was the biggest ore mine in the entire Void Triangular Domain. 1 billion high-grade true metastones could be excavated from this ore mine. Although the King City was in chaos, there were still many experts guarding the ore mine. However, when these experts saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, they immediately ran away without saying a word. They were afraid that they would be too slow. They all knew about the battle in King City. Now no one dared to stop this evil star. Chapter 862. Hong Long. A deafening rumble shook the heavens and the earth. A huge mine that looked like a mountain was pulled out from the ground by Jiang Qin. This mine was formed by countless high-grade true meta stones. It was emitting a dazzling brilliance. Under this dazzling brilliance, a radius of a few dozen miles was filled with the chi of light. Ah, I'm rich. Big Yellow laughed happily. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, didn't hesitate to keep the entire ore mine. Let's go. Next. Jiang Qin didn't waste any more time. Under Big Yellow's lead, they headed to the next mine. Along the way, he began to fuse the broken sword with the Heavenly Saint sword. Following the fusion of the broken sword and the Heavenly Saint sword, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's Chi continued to increase. Currently, he had 69,000 dragon marks. He only needed to condense another 1,000 dragon marks to reach 70,000. Then he would advance to the 6th grade minor saint. After Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog left, many of the people of Dark Generation came to the huge sinkhole. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation. Damn it. He has taken away our biggest mine. It seems like he is going to dig more mines. Ah, he is too strong. There is nothing we can do to stop him. We can only hope that this malefic star will leave this domain as soon as possible. Every day he stays here is another day of chaos. That's right. All of our 9th grade minor saints are dead. Dark King and the others have their dark souls taken away, turning them into cripples. Our Dark Generation has never suffered such a blow before. It's devastating. That's right. A wave of sadness passed through the hearts of the people of Dark Generation. They hated Jiang Qin to the core, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't even have the thought of revenge. All they could do was hope that this malefic star would leave this place as soon as possible. At this moment, a golden-haired young man in a golden robe appeared in the sky. He coldly looked at them and said, "I will avenge your Dark Generation. He will definitely die in my hands because everything he has now belongs to me." Then the youth turned into a golden light and disappeared. The direction where he disappeared was the direction where Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog went. Who is this man? The people of Dark Generation were stunned. The people of the 3 worlds had left. Why was there another person who appeared? He seemed as terrifying as Jiang Qin. Judging from his tone, it seemed like he was here to kill Jiang Qin and rob his treasures. It seemed like Jiang Qin wasn't the only one who wanted the wealth of Dark Generation. But no matter what, if there was someone who could help them kill Jiang Qin, they would be more than happy to see it. They had already lost the wealth, so it didn't matter who they gave it to. However, Jiang Qin had killed so many people of their Dark Generation. If the golden-haired youth could kill Jiang Qin, it would be considered as the revenge for the Dark Generation. Hong Long. Another earth-shattering rumble was heard. Another larger mine was uprooted by Jiang Qin. In the following period of time, under Big Yellow's lead, Jiang Qin continuously uprooted the ores, causing the people of the Dark Generation to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. In just an hour, Jiang Qin had already taken all 33 mines. This was a huge fortune, enough for Jiang Qin to squander for his future cultivation. Ah, this is so exciting. Brat, how much wealth have you got? De Huang Dog's eyes were sparkling as he asked. Based on my rough estimation, there should be 10 billion high-grade true metastones in total. This is a huge fortune, enough for me to break through to the immortal world. Jiang Qin's eyes were sparkling. He was extremely excited and excited. This trip to Void Triangular Domain was really awesome. Not only did he get so many dark spirits, he also got his broken sword. It had also solved the problem of energy consumption for his future cultivation, especially the broken sword. If he didn't come to the Void Triangular Domain, he wouldn't have the chance to obtain the broken sword. Up until now, he had already collected 5 broken sword pieces. There were only 2 left, but he still hadn't heard anything about them. He had no idea where they were. Motherfucker. 10 billion. This is heaven-defying. De Huang Dog was overjoyed. Then he thought of the northern and southern dynasties and asked, "Have you advanced your cultivation grade?" "Don't worry. I have fused with the Heavenly Saint sword just now. My cultivation grade is now at the 6th grade minor saint. It's more than enough to deal with the northern and southern dynasties." Jiang Qin's face was full of confidence. During the process of excavating the mines, The Heavenly Saint sword had completely fused with the sword. It allowed Jiang Qin to condense another 1,000 dragon marks, increasing the total number of dragon marks to 70,000, just enough for him to advance to the 6th grade minor saint. Although Jiang Qin's current cultivation grade was only at the 6th grade minor saint, it was more than enough to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. With his current strength, there was basically no one below the great saint realm that could be his opponent. Only those half-step great saints on the sky ranking could have a chance to fight him. The northern and southern dynasties have been following me for quite some time. It's time for them to show themselves. Jiang Qin looked at a golden spot in the distance and said indifferently. Almost as soon as Jiang Qin's voice faded, the northern and southern dynasties appeared not far away from Jiang Qin. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was filled with a high and mighty majesty. Under such majesty he looked like a god. I have to say that you have really surprised me. I have to say that you've really surprised me. You've disrupted all my plans, but that's nothing. In my eyes, killing you is much more interesting than dealing with the dark generation. I, Nanbei Chao, have always liked conquering experts. You're qualified for me to kill you. However, I'll give you a chance now. Give me all your wealth and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. You should know how extravagant it is to be able to have an intact corpse in my hands. The northern and southern dynasties said to Jiang Qin. It was as if everything was under his control. In his eyes, as long as he wanted to, Jiang Qin could turn into a corpse at any time. In front of him, Jiang Qin didn't have any qualification to negotiate. As expected of the northern and southern dynasties. That kind of arrogance can't be feigned. However, I'm afraid that it won't be your turn to kill me today. I will kill you instead. You are no match for me. You don't have the qualification to be arrogant in front of me. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. The arrogance of the guy in front of him was exactly the same as that of the northern and southern dynasties. They were simply the same person. The only difference was that the two of them had never crossed paths before, but this didn't affect Jiang Qin's determination to kill the northern and southern dynasties. He had basically guessed the true origin of the northern and southern dynasties. Whether it was Saint Origin World or Boundless World, the northern and southern dynasties that existed weren't necessarily the real northern and southern dynasties. The so-called immortal physique was just a method that the northern and southern dynasties used to cultivate the monarch heaven art. The real northern and southern dynasties should be in the immortal world. Since they were destined to be fated enemies, Jiang Qin wouldn't show any mercy. Killing the northern and southern dynasties in the lower world would surely have a great impact on the real bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Good. It seems like you are more arrogant than me. The northern and southern dynasties, like to defeat people like you the most. Later, I will make you tremble under my feet. I will let you know what kind of punishment it is to be disrespectful to me. Nanbei Chao's aura fluctuated abruptly. A powerful golden chi wave began to spread in all directions with him as the center. The surrounding void was completely disrupted by such a powerful impact. The black mountain below began to crumble. The northern and southern dynasties unleashed the eternal immortal wind. His bones were producing cracking sounds. His body began to grow taller and his cultivation began to rise. In a blink of an eye, he broke through the 8th grade minor saint and reached the 9th grade minor saint. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin muttered to himself. As expected, the northern and southern dynasties were exactly the same as the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World. Even the methods they used were exactly the same. This further confirmed his speculation about the true identity of the northern and southern dynasties. Damn it. This guy is like the rebirth of that Nanbei Chao. What a fucking dog. Poo-poo. I'm fucking an immortal. But this kid is destined to have a tragic ending. Encountering a freak like Little Qin, there's only one ending for him. Seeing the northern and southern dynasties unleashing the eternal immortal wind, De Huang dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. This bastard and the northern and southern dynasties weren't just similar. They were exactly the same person. There was no difference between the two of them. Jiang Qin, I won't give you too many chances. You should be able to see that with your ability, you won't be able to withstand more than 3 strikes from me. I'll give you one last chance now. Hand over all your wealth and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll tear your body into pieces and forcefully take away all your wealth, said Jiang Qin. As the chi of the northern and southern dynasties continued to rise, his voice became louder. His body was filled with a strong chi of an emperor, making people who saw him couldn't help but want to worship him. Is that so? I hope you can still say such words later. Jiang Qin sneered. Then he unleashed his chi. The chi of a 6th grade minor saint combined with his dragon form turned into a blood dragon. It rushed out from the top of Jiang Chen's head, causing the sky to tremble. Upon seeing this, the northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed. They could clearly feel that the chi unleashed by Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting those 9th grade minor saints. Even they could vaguely feel a trace of pressure from the chi of the eternal immortal wind. You have advanced again? The northern and southern dynasties' words were filled with surprise. The sudden change in Jiang Chen could only mean one thing. Jiang Chen had advanced again, and it was during the time when he was collecting the ores. Advancing from a 5th grade minor saint to a 6th grade minor saint in such a short period of time had shocked even the northern and southern dynasties. Chapter 863. That's right. If you had directly attacked me back in Royal City, I might not have been a match for you. It's a pity that you're too conceited. You just had to wait until now to attack. In just a short hour, my cultivation has risen yet again. The current you is no longer a match for me. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. His domineering aura had already surpassed the northern and southern dynasties. Even I have to admit that you are a rare genius. However, I have the immortal soul body, which is not something immortal like you can fight against. So what if you have advanced to the next level? If the northern and southern dynasties want to kill you, you will die for sure. The northern and southern dynasties were still acting high and mighty. What's the point of talking so much? There is no need to talk so much between us. Let's fight. Jiang Chen really didn't want to argue with the northern and southern dynasties. They were fated enemies. As long as they met, it would be either you die or I die. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. The current Heavenly Saint sword was much stronger than before. As the fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword continued to fuse with each other, the chi of the Heavenly Saint sword was getting stronger and stronger. Swoosh. Without any unnecessary words, the sword light of the Heavenly Saint sword turned into a dazzling river and reached the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. Monarch Heaven Art, Ultimate Strike. The northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately cast out their strongest attack. A resplendent monarch dragon roared and flew towards Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword. The monarch dragon was lifelike like a real divine dragon. It carried a superior chi. Is it this move again? Unfortunately, it's useless against me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. He was all too familiar with the moves of the northern and southern dynasties. This move was the most powerful move of the Emperor Heaven Art, but it was many times more powerful in the hands of this guy compared to when he was in St. Origin World. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties' one-strike kill was powerful, and so was Jiang Chen. He was no longer the Jiang Chen he had been in Xuanhu. The Heavenly Saint sword was too sharp. The body of the sword itself was like a dragon. When it collided with the Emperor Dragon, a chi-la sound was heard. The Emperor Dragon was cut in half on the spot. There was not the slightest bit of obstruction. Northern and southern dynasties, I already know your methods like the back of my hand. Use your powerful eternal immortal wind. Bring out your immortal armor as well. There's no need to hide it. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a golden light, like a peerless god of war. What? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. It was a kind of indescribable shock. They had never seen this guy in front of them before, but this guy gave them a familiar feeling. On the other hand, Jiang Chen seemed to know them like the back of his hand. He even knew all the methods that they had. Ah, this brat is going to have a tragedy. The Huang dog laughed from afar. He could already tell that the northern and southern dynasties were very powerful, but Jiang Chen, who had advanced to the 6th grade minor saint, had become even stronger. He was no longer someone that the northern and southern dynasties could deal with. Eternal immortal wind, immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties didn't delay any longer. Immediately they used their most powerful attacks. Actually, they were feeling a little regretful. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, they should have attacked Jiang Chen when they were in King City. They should have attacked him when they first met in Dark Surge City. At that time, Jiang Chen was merely a puny 3rd grade minor saint. He could easily pinch Jiang Chen to death. Now, it seemed like they had really nurtured a tiger that would only invite calamity. Long. The powerful immortal wind turned into a hellish storm. The powerful roar shook the sky. Every gust of immortal wind was like a sharp weapon, slicing the void into pieces. The extent of its power was indescribable. 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Jiang Chen had gone berserk. Fighting against the northern and southern dynasties always made his blood boil. The powerful 5-elemental combat dragon seal had become Jiang Chen's most powerful technique ever since it reached the grand completion. At this moment, 15 different colored dragons roared out, bringing with them the power to destroy everything, completely disrupting the eternal immortal wind storm of the northern and southern dynasties. Bang! The northern and southern dynasties couldn't defeat the 6th-grade miner Saint Jiang Chen in the end. Under the impact of the 5-elemental combat dragon seal, they were sent flying away and spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was only because they were from the northern and southern dynasties. If they were any other ordinary 9th-grade minor saint, they would have been smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's 5-elemental combat dragon seal. Immortal Wind Barrier. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. The eternal immortal wind was cast out again, forming an indestructible barrier. At the same time, this barrier also had a very strong offensive power. The boundless energy was like a tsunami, rushing at Jiang Chen. It's useless. You are no match for me. Jiang Chen's chi shook. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through the void again, slashing at the barrier of the eternal immortal wind. Break it! Jiang Chen bellowed. The edge of the sword burst out an unparalleled destructive force. Even the eternal immortal wind, which had a very strong defense, couldn't withstand it. It was torn apart on the spot. Bang! As the barrier of the eternal immortal wind was shattered, the northern and southern dynasties were sent flying again by the powerful energy. This time he was in a worse condition. He spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal armor, Jiang Chen would have taken his life. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can I not be a match for you? The northern and southern dynasties were murmuring to themselves. They couldn't believe that this was true. Given their abilities, they were defeated by a 6th-grade minor saint. This was the biggest joke in the world. They had the immortal physique, a noble existence that was invincible in the same grade as them. What made the northern and southern dynasties even more furious was that Jiang Chen seemed to know all of their moves and patterns. No matter how powerful their attacks were, Jiang Chen could easily break them and find their flaws. They knew nothing about their opponent, but their opponent knew everything about them. This was undoubtedly a very scary thing. Jiang Chen, I will remember what you have done today. I hope that we will meet again in the future. After saying that, the northern and southern dynasties turned and fled. He had already used his most powerful attack, but he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Facing such a situation, the smartest thing to do was to flee. There was no point in continuing the battle. All of his plans had gone down the drain. His original plan was to get all the wealth in this place, but now he didn't even get a single strand of hair. Voila! The 5-elemental sphere enveloped the northern and southern dynasties in an instant. This was no joke. How could Jiang Chen give him the chance to flee? He had no idea how many northern and southern dynasties there were in the myriad of worlds, but as long as he saw one, he would definitely kill it. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to leave now. Jiang Chen swung his heavenly saint sword again. In a blink, he reached the northern and southern dynasties. His speed was extremely fast. The heavenly saint sword slashed on the immortal armor, creating a lot of sparks. You won't be able to break my immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. However, just as his voice faded away, he found out that his immortal armor had been torn apart by the heavenly saint sword. A deep wound was left on his chest. Blood was spurting out from the wound like a fountain. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties let out a blood-curdling scream. He couldn't believe that this was real. His immortal armor had an amazing defensive power, but his opponent was able to tear it apart. As I said, you will die for sure. Like a shadow, Jiang Chen arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The heavenly saint sword slashed out tens of thousands of sword beams, condensing into a huge sword net that enveloped the northern and southern dynasties. The sharp sword beams slashed down, cutting the northern and southern dynasties in half. However, Jiang Chen knew how terrifying the northern and southern dynasties were. Even if he was cut into pieces, the other party would still have the means to escape. Therefore, Jiang Chen immediately used the true dragon palm. The huge blood-red dragon claw turned into a sturdy cage, trapping the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. The true dragon flame and true thunder fire turned into flames, burning the northern and southern dynasties into ashes. Voila! When Jiang Chen retracted the 5-elemental sphere and the flames, the void had returned to its original state. The places where the northern and southern dynasties were burned to ashes, not even a trace was left. Just like the northern and southern dynasties in St. Origin World, nothing was left of them. You have already killed 2 northern and southern dynasties. I wonder how many northern and southern dynasties there will be. Da Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side and couldn't help but say, no matter how many northern and southern dynasties there are, I don't think we will have the chance to meet them. When we arrive at the immortal world, we might meet the real northern and southern dynasties. Alright, the matter and void triangular domain has come to an end. Let's leave now. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen returned to his original appearance. He and Da Huang Dog disappeared in the blink of an eye. This battle had alarmed numerous people of the Dark Generation. They were hoping that the golden-haired man could kill Jiang Chen and avenge them, but they were disappointed in the end. Jiang Chen had become too powerful. To the people of the Dark Generation, Jiang Chen was the god of plague, a star of calamity, a devil king. They didn't want to avenge them, they just hoped that this star of calamity would leave this place as soon as possible. The longer Jiang Chen was here, the less peaceful this place would be. Da Huang, let's find the spatial node that connects the boundless world and the black-yellow world to void triangular domain and destroy it. After that, we will destroy the spatial node in Saint Origin World. From then on, there will be no more trade fair in void triangular domain. Chapter 864. At the spatial node of the boundless continent, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog were floating in the sky. In Jiang Chen's hand, the heavenly saint sword was still radiating dazzling light. The spatial node in front of them was like a chaotic land. Whirlpools were rippling on the surface of the node. One could feel the spatial force overflowing from it. This is the spatial node that connects to the boundless continent. Da Huang Dog said. Step back a little. Jiang Chen signaled Da Huang Dog to step back. He raised the heavenly saint sword high up and slashed at the whirlpool formed by the spatial node. Long. The void was smashed. The whirlpool was crushed by the heavenly saint sword. The destruction of the spatial node had destroyed all the passageways that connected to the major powers of the boundless continent. From now on, it would be impossible for the boundless continent to find the spatial coordinates of void triangular domain. One should know that the spatial node was formed naturally. The experts of the major powers could open up a passageway according to the location of the spatial node. Now that the spatial node had been destroyed, the passageway naturally collapsed. It was basically impossible for them to establish a connection again. After destroying the spatial node of the boundless continent, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog found the spatial node that connected to the black-yellow continent. Jiang Chen used the same method to destroy the spatial node of the black-yellow continent. From now on, the boundless continent and the black-yellow continent would never be able to find the spatial coordinates of void triangular domain. After that, a man and a dog came to the front of the spatial node of Saint Origin World. Da Huang, find the passageway of the demon race and protect it with formations and seals. After I destroy the spatial node, all the passageways will collapse. If the passageway of the demon race is destroyed, we won't be able to return. Jiang Chen said to Da Huang Dog. Even if I can guarantee that the passageway of the demon race won't collapse, the passageway of the demon race will be greatly shaken after you destroy the spatial node. I'm afraid that it won't be able to support us to return to Saint Origin World. Da Huang Dog said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If the passageway is damaged, the demon clan will definitely sense it. The Golden Fur Lion King should have returned to the demon clan and told the Peacock King about the situation here. The Peacock King will stabilize the passageway. Jiang Chen said. Alright, come on. Da Huang Dog licked his lips. Doing big things with Jiang Chen was always the most exciting. At this moment, Saint Origin World, Pure Land, Spiritual Space Mountain, Demon Race. This was the holy land of the demon clan. The entire Spiritual Space Mountain covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. For the entire Pure Land of the Divine Prefecture, there was only one meaning to this place: powerful. As one of the 8 major families, there was no doubt that the demon race was powerful. Looking into the distance, the entire Spiritual Space Mountain was filled with smoke and mist, making it look like a fairyland. Many buildings were suspended in the sky. There were ancient palaces, golden peaks, supreme ancient towers, and colorful lights lingered between the buildings, setting off the chi of the demon race perfectly. There were 5 or 6 powerful figures sitting in the spiritual palace. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. They were the great saints of the demon race, supreme existences. The Peacock King was among them. The one sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with an incomparably majestic body. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. His eyes were especially bright, like an unruly and untamed ferocious wolf. His name was Lang Xingtian. He was the patriarch of the demon race, the true master of the spiritual space mountain. He was the leader of the heavenly wolf race. The heavenly wolf was the leader of the wolves. He possessed a strange bloodline and was naturally warlike. He was a famous existence in the demon race since ancient times. The others were also the pinnacle existences of their respective races. They were all on the side of the patriarch. At this moment, Golden Fur Lion King was standing respectfully at the center of the main hall. Although he was a powerful 9th grade minor demon saint, only great saints were qualified to enter the spiritual space main hall. It was the first time for Golden Fur Lion King to enter such a holy land. Moreover, Lang Xingtian was sitting right in front of him. It was impossible for him to not feel nervous. Lang Xingtian had a distinguished status. He rarely asked about the matters of the demon race. Even in the spiritual space main hall, he was limited in the number of times he could appear. Peacock King would settle most of the matters by himself. However, after hearing the news from Golden Fur Lion King about what happened in Void Triangular Domain, the patriarch of the heavenly wolf race was shocked. Golden Fur Lion King, is what you said true? Peacock King looked at Golden Fur Lion King. Patriarch, Peacock King, Golden Fur Lion King didn't dare to lie. That Jiang Qin has indeed killed all the 9th grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain with his 5th grade minor saint cultivation. He also promised to give us 500 million high-grade true meta stones. Golden Fur Lion King had told them everything about Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog in Void Triangular Domain. Ah, he is truly a peerless genius. Back in the Western Domain, this brat had annihilated the Channy Gate with just a 3rd grade minor saint cultivation. I never thought that he would be so barbaric and do such earth-shattering things in Void Triangular Domain. I like him very much. Peacock King laughed. When he first met Jiang Qin in the Western Domain, he knew that Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary person. Now it seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Qin. However, this brat has offended the Desolate family. I'm afraid that the Desolate family won't let him go if we protect him. A great saint of demon race said. What's there to be afraid of? When has our demon race ever been afraid of him? Plus, that brat has a good relationship with the ancient people. You all are very clear about the situation of the 8 families in Pure Land. Although the 8 families are almost the same in terms of power, the real authority is in St. Origin Palace. In St. Origin Palace, the Desolate family has already controlled most of the resources. If they are allowed to continue to develop, it will only be a matter of time before they swallow the other major families. We will be glad to see the emergence of an existence like the greatest saint 100 years ago. We want to protect Jiang Qin because it won't bring us any harm in the future. This brat is growing very fast. No one can estimate his future. I believe that the ancient people are also aware of the current situation. Peacock King said. Peacock King is right. If what Jianghu said is true, then this brat is truly a rare monstrous genius. Even with his current cultivation base, he is strong enough to compete with those geniuses on the sky ranking. Such a person is indeed worth befriending. Besides, we need to focus on nurturing De Huang. According to Jianghu, De Huang regards Jiang Qin as his life and death brother. If we don't stand up and help Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that De Huang will leave in anger. A middle-aged man in emperor robes said. He was the patriarch of the lion family. Like Peacock King, he was also a 4th grade great saint. Patriarch, what do you think? Peacock King looked at Lang Xingtian. Putting Jiang Qin aside, De Huang has the unique divine beast bloodline. Only he can support the future of our demon race and fight against the Desolate family and the other families. Moreover, both the Pure Land and St. Origin Palace have been peaceful for too long. It's time for us to stir up some trouble. Lang Xingtian said with a smile. He knew very well about the current situation of the 8 families. The Desolate family was getting stronger and stronger. The Pure Land had been peaceful for too long. What Jiang Qin had done in Void Triangular Domain had disrupted the peace. This was what the demon race hoped to see. Although Lang Xingtian didn't directly express his support for Jiang Qin, his words had undoubtedly expressed his attitude. As a heavenly wolf king, he wasn't a stable existence. The aggressive nature of the demon race would never be erased. Meanwhile, in the Desolate family. In the same conference hall, the atmosphere of the Desolate family was completely different from the demon race. Those elders and disciples who had just returned from Void Triangular Domain were standing at the center of the hall, feeling the powerful pressure around them. Their souls were shivering. Each of them drooped their heads like children who had made a mistake. Just like Golden Fur Lion King, this was their first time coming to this place. Normally, they wouldn't have the qualification to enter this place. It would be a great honor for them to be able to enter this place before becoming a great saint. They would be the most prideful and praiseworthy existence. But now they didn't feel any glory at all. They had never dreamt that they would be standing here in such a way. What happened in Void Triangular Domain had shaken the entire Desolate family. Not to mention the elders of the Great Saint Realm, even the Patriarch Desolate Yintian was shocked. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was standing at the front was wearing a purple robe with a cape hanging on his shoulder. There was a dignified chi in between his eyebrows. The chi that he emitted was not any weaker than the heavenly wolf king Lang Xingtian. He was the supreme existence of the Desolate family, the Patriarch Desolate Yintian. Currently, Desolate Yuntian's face was filled with anger. He couldn't help but feel angry. The Desolate family had been unstoppable in Saint Origin World for so many years. Except for the greatest saint who appeared out of nowhere 100 years ago, no one had ever made the Desolate family suffer such a great loss. No one had ever dared to provoke the dignity of the Desolate family. One should know that Desolate Nanyang represented the entire Desolate family when he went to Void Triangular Domain. Today, Desolate Nanyang, the genius of the Desolate family, Desolate Ning and all the 9th grade minor saints of the Desolate family were killed. Where did this madman come from? How dare he kill the people of our Desolate family? He's insane. We must avenge him. Otherwise, the reputation of our Desolate family will be completely ruined. Jiangqin. That guy was also called Jiangqin in the past. Could it be that everyone with the name Jiangqin is so arrogant? No matter what his name is, he will die for sure. Chapter 865. What Jiangqin had done had touched the bottom line of the Desolate family. The death of Desolate Nanyang and the other 9th grade minor saints wasn't really a loss to the Desolate family. At most, it was a slap to the face of the Desolate family. The real loss was Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning was still young, but he had great potential. He was the focus of the Desolate family. Otherwise, the Desolate family wouldn't have given him the Saint Bone. Patriarch, what should we do now? Someone asked. Everyone's gaze turned to Desolate Yuntian. As the clan leader of the Desolate clan, he was high and mighty. He wouldn't show himself for ordinary matters, but this matter was too shocking. Even Desolate Yuntian was about to explode from anger. When you all came back, Jiangqin hasn't returned yet. Keep an eye on every spatial fluctuation in the Divine Continent. Once you sense him returning from the spatial passageway, stop him immediately and kill him. Desolate Yuntian said indifferently. His tone wasn't very angry, but his eyes were so cold that it could freeze an ancient barbarian elephant to death. Long. As soon as Desolate Yuntian's voice faded, a rumbling sound was heard from the void above the Desolate family. Following the rumbling sound, the entire void above the Desolate family trembled. Waves of dense spatial energy rippled out from the void. It was a very big movement. What's going on? Desolate Yuntian shouted. Patriarch, the spatial passageway that connects to Void Triangular Domain has been destroyed. The coordinates of the domain have also disappeared. A great saint expert came to the main hall in panic and said to Desolate Yuntian. What? Many of them exclaimed. The spatial passageway of the Desolate family had been destroyed. It was certainly not done by the people of the Desolate family. No one would dare to come to the Desolate family and destroy the spatial passageway. If it wasn't done by the Desolate family, it must be done by the people of Void Triangular Domain. The spatial node of Void Triangular Domain has also disappeared. It seems like the root of the problem lies in Void Triangular Domain. It must be that Jiangqin. He has obtained great benefits this time and destroyed the spatial node. I'm afraid that the spatial passageway of the other families has also been destroyed. An elder from Void Triangular Domain said loudly. He was right. At this time, the spatial passageways of Hua clan, Dan clan, Narang clan, Shur clan, Bing clan and ancient people were destroyed at the same time. Hua clan and Desolate clan were holding a meeting to discuss about Jiangqin. But at this time, the spatial passageway was destroyed. Void Triangular Domain, the spatial node that connected to Saint Origin World. After Jiangqin destroyed the spatial node, 7 of the spatial passageways of the 8 clans of the Pure Land were destroyed at the same time. Only the spatial passageway of the Demon clan remained intact under the seal of De Huang Dog. However, the spatial passageway was shaking violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Little Qinzi, hurry up. De Huang Dog shouted at Jiangqin as he supported the entrance of the spatial tunnel. He's here. Jiangqin kept the Heavenly Saint sword, Then with a sway of his body, he jumped into the spatial passageway. Both he and Big Yellow disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right after the two of them disappeared, the void completely collapsed, turning into a chaotic space. At the same time, the demon clan could feel the violent shaking of the spatial passageway. The entire void above the spiritual space mountain was shaking. Although the spatial passageway had not collapsed yet, it was affected by the destruction of the spatial node. It seemed like it was going to collapse at any time. What's going on? Peacock King stood up from his seat. It's the spatial passageway that connects to Void Triangular Domain. It seems like it's going to collapse at any time. I can feel that the spatial passageways of the other 7 clans have collapsed at the same time. Only the Demon Clan's spatial passageway hasn't collapsed yet. It seems like something big has happened on the other side of Void Triangular Domain. Lang Xingqian's facial expression changed. This isn't good. It must be Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog. They must have destroyed the spatial node, causing all the spatial passageways to collapse at the same time. They left the Demon Clan's spatial passageway so that they could return to Void Triangular Domain. We must help to stabilize the spatial passageway. Otherwise, they will fall into the spatial turbulence once the spatial passageway collapses. Golden Fur Lion King's facial expression changed. He had a very deep understanding of Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog after interacting with them in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Qin had almost killed all the experts of the Dark Generation. There was nothing in this world that he wouldn't dare to do. It must be Jiang Qin who destroyed the spatial node after he had obtained the great fortune. Swoosh. Almost as soon as Golden Fur Lion King's voice faded, Peacock King vanished. A moment later, outside the spatial passageway that connected to Void Triangular Domain, a dense demonic chi soared up to the sky. Peacock King's supreme divine aura and his 4th grade Great Saint cultivation were fully unleashed. His powerful domain and spatial force were integrated into the spatial passageway, forcibly stabilizing it. However, it was obvious that the spatial passageway was on the verge of collapse. Even though Peacock King was very powerful, he wouldn't be able to hold it for too long. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold it until Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog returned safely. Good brat. I like this temper of yours. Haha. Peacock King laughed while trying his best to stabilize the spatial passageway. Although he didn't go to Void Triangular Domain personally, he could guess what had happened. Now that the spatial passageways of the other 7 families had been completely destroyed, it meant that Jiang Qin had destroyed the spatial node. Ever since the greatest saint 100 years ago, there hadn't been such a peerless madman in Saint Origin World. Peacock King had seen Jiang Qin once before and he could see the shadow of the greatest saint in Jiang Qin. The spatial passageway was shaking violently. From time to time, there would be spatial hurricanes blowing in. Suddenly, the passageway became stable. This situation made Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog feel relieved. It seemed like Peacock King had taken action. Everything was as Jiang Qin had expected. As long as the spatial passageway wasn't destroyed, he and a Huang Dog would have no problem returning to the demon race. It seems like the experts of the demon race have taken action. That old peacock has done a great job. The Huang Dog laughed heartily. His blood was boiling when he thought about what he had experienced in Void Triangular Domain. Let's speed up. This spatial passageway won't last long. Jiang Qin said. He and a Huang Dog were moving at high speed in the spatial passageway like 2 streams of light. The spatial passageway itself had an extremely fast teleportation speed, especially for a large spatial passageway like this. It would take Jiang Qin and Big Yellow an hour to return to Saint Origin World. Now that they had unleashed their extreme speed, the time it would take them to travel was even shorter. However, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog to return to Saint Origin World safely. At least, someone wouldn't let them get what they wanted. Desolate Family. The patriarch of Desolate Family, Desolate Yintian, immediately spread his divine sense into the void after the spatial passageway was destroyed. All the spatial passageways of the 8 families in Pure Land are destroyed except for the demon race. Desolate Yintian said. I know. It must be that Jiang Qin wants to use the spatial passageway of the demon race to return to Saint Origin World. Back in Void Triangular Domain, the demon race and the ancient people had been protecting Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for them, Jiang Qin would have been killed that day and there wouldn't have been such a disaster. A patriarch of Desolate Family said. Humph? Trying to use the spatial passageway of the demon race to return? That's just wishful thinking. I will destroy him in the spatial passageway. Desolate Yuntian harumphed coldly. Then he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already outside of Spiritual Space Mountain. Peacock King was trying his best to stabilize the spatial passageway. At this moment, the void above Spiritual Space Mountain suddenly twisted. Then, a huge illusory hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the spatial passageway. Not good. Someone is attacking the spatial passageway. It's Desolate Yuntian. Peacock King's facial expression changed dramatically. Although he had a strong cultivation base that allowed him to dominate the world, he was still 2 grades lower than Desolate Yuntian. He wasn't a match for Desolate Yuntian. Desolate Yuntian, how dare you attack my Spiritual Space Mountain? It seems like you don't put me, Lang Xingtian, in your eyes. At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the depths of the Spiritual Space Mountain. After that, a huge palm appeared. After that, it turned into an incomparably resplendent golden claw. It was a terrifying wolf claw. Bringing along boundless demonic chi, it collided with Desolate Yuntian's huge palm. Long. The terrifying collision of 6th grade great saints was earth-shattering. Even a single collision was enough to destroy a part of the heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, a casual strike from Desolate Yuntian and Lang Xingtian could destroy half of the entire Spiritual Space Mountain in the middle of a battle. However, Spiritual Space Mountain was after all the sacred land of the demon race. There were seals everywhere in the void. In addition, Lang Xingtian had purposely sent all the aftershocks of the battle into the turbulent current of the void, so that the collision between the two sides didn't affect the Spiritual Space Mountain at all. Furthermore, a battle between great saints would usually open up an extraterritorial battlefield. This was because when one reached the level of great saint, their domain would be very mature and their control of spatial force would have reached the pinnacle. It was far from what a minor saint could compare with. Therefore, it was very easy to open up a battlefield. Peacock King heaved a sigh of relief when Lang Xingtian was attacked by Desolate Yuntian. Peacock King knew Lang Xingtian's capability all too well. Although Desolate Yuntian was the patriarch of Desolate family, Lang Xingtian wasn't afraid of him. There was no way to determine the winner if they really fought. Desolate Yuntian, you trespassed into my demon race and attacked the spatial passageway of Spiritual Space Mountain. Are you declaring war against my race? Chapter 866. As Lang Xingtian's voice faded, the void outside the Spiritual Space Mountain began to distort. A majestic figure walked out of the void. He was just standing there, but if one tried to sense carefully, they would find that there was no one there at all. It was as if his entire body had merged with the void, and there was no distinction between them. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuntian. There was a distance of millions of miles between the Desolate family and the Spiritual Space Mountain, but Desolate Yuntian arrived in just a blink. This showed how terrifying a 6th grade great saint was. His speed couldn't be described as shrinking the ground into an inch or 1,000 miles in a flash. In the entire pure land of the divine continent, such an expert could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought. Lang Xingtian, the spatial passageway that connects to void triangular domain has been destroyed. Why hasn't yours been destroyed? Desolate Yuntian said. This is the matter of our demon race. It's not your place to interfere. You Desolate Yuntian have stretched your hand too far. Lang Xingtian's tone wasn't polite at all. Cut the crap. I think you already know what happened in void triangular domain. That little bastard named Jiang Chen is in the spatial passageway. He wants to use the passageway to return to St. Origin World and come to your demon race. I advise you to mind your own business. I will leave as soon as your spatial passageway is destroyed. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. In the entire Pure Land, there weren't many who dared to break into the demon race and speak to Heavenly Wolf King in such a tone. Desolate Yuntian, although you are the patriarch of the Desolate family, this is the demon race. Don't think too highly of yourself. It's not your place to tell us what to do. Before Lang Xingtian could speak, Peacock King, who was stabilizing the spatial passageway, couldn't stand it anymore. Peacock King, you are not qualified to talk to me. Desolate Yuntian gave Peacock King a lung glance. Fuck off. Let's fight if you don't agree. The Peacock King cursed and his temper flared up. There was no one in the pure land of the divine prefecture that the Peacock King didn't dare to provoke. Even the clan leader of the Desolate clan, who was of a higher rank than him, was nothing in his eyes. Xiao Yuntian, the Peacock King's words are what I want to say. It's not up to you to tell us what to do in the matters of our demon race. If you have the ability, then try fighting in the Spiritual Space Mountain. Lang Xingtian was extremely domineering. Xiao Yuntian couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect Lang Xingtian's attitude to be so firm. Lang Xingtian was actually willing to go against him for an outsider. If the demon clan really wanted to protect Jiang Qin, he really had no other way. Even if it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from fighting in the demon clan. Lang Xingtian, I advise you all to think carefully. That Jiang Qin has killed so many people in Void Triangular Domain. I don't know how many people are going to kill him. I'm afraid it's not just my Desolate clan, Hua clan, Dan clan, Narang clan and Shi clan who will not let him go. I'm afraid that even your demon clan won't be able to protect him," said Desolate Yin Tian Lung Lung. "Let's not talk about whether our demon clan can protect Jiang Qin or not. Jiang Qin isn't in our demon clan now. If you take the initiative to fight in our demon clan, it means that you don't put our demon clan in your eyes. If you want to fight, I, Lang Xingtian, will accompany you anytime." Lang Xingtian's chi fluctuated. An incomparably dense demon chi rippled in the air. Such a powerful movement startled all the experts of the demon race in the spiritual space mountain. Many of them looked at the two leaders who were confronting each other in the sky, wondering what was going on. What's going on? Why did Desolate Yin Tian suddenly come here to fight? Isn't the Desolate clan too arrogant? Who is Jiang Qin? Why haven't I heard of him before? That's right. A person who could be personally killed by the Shao clan's clan head and even be protected by our clan head can't be a nameless nobody. To think that we haven't heard of him before. This doesn't make sense. You guys still don't know? That Jiang Qin has stirred up the entire Void Triangular Domain. He killed all the 9th grade minor saints of the Desolate clan and the Hua family who went to the Spatial Trade Fair. He also killed their geniuses. I heard that Desolate Ning Huiyuan and Dan Yuanchong were killed by him. What? Is there such a thing? Tell us quickly. It was told to me by the people who participated in the Spatial Trade Fair. For a moment, Jiang Qin's name spread rapidly in the demon race. The heaven-defying feat that Jiang Qin had done in Void Triangular Domain was described in detail. Even Golden Fur Lion King was shocked by the news, let alone the others. Amazing. I never thought that this Jiang Qin would be so arrogant. He has killed all the experts of the 5 major families. No wonder the patriarch of the Desolate family was alerted. It's still related to that dog. It's still related to that dog. I already said that dog is a jinx, but the patriarch and Peacock King still want to nurture him as the next patriarch. It's really depressing. Now there's Jiang Qin. Now the demon race wants to protect him, which will bring us great trouble. He has killed so many of our people. The 5 major families will certainly not let this matter go easily. Of course, your heavenly leopard doesn't want a Huang dog to be the next patriarch. I admire that Jiang Qin a lot. Who else could do such a thing? Even those geniuses on the sky ranking wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Look, it seems like another expert is coming. The quiet demon race suddenly became lively. Many of them were talking about Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. Some of them saw a powerful expert flying towards them from afar. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. It wasn't just one person. 4 powerful experts appeared from 4 different directions. All 4 of them were middle-aged men. They seemed to be in their 40s. They all had one thing in common, and that was that they were powerful. Every move they made carried a strong aura of superiority. One of them had a head full of red hair. He was wearing a fiery red robe. His aura was like a raging flame. When he was angry, his eyes were red. He was the patriarch of the Hua family, Hua Badian. Another person was wearing a simple and unadorned robe. There was a majestic cauldron embroidered on it. He didn't look old, but his hair was a little white. He was the patriarch of the Dan family, Dan Yangtian. Another person was wearing a gorgeous robe. He had a noble crown on his head. His entire body was emitting a rich aura. He looked like a high and mighty emperor. He was the patriarch of the Narang family, Narang Changtian. The last person was the most majestic. He seemed to be 2 meters tall, and he was as majestic as a barbarian bear. His light yellow hair danced about in the wind, and all of the muscles on his body bulged. He was full of explosive power, and just his aura alone gave others a great pressure. He was Stone Clan's clan chief, Xianxia. The last word of the patriarchs of the Pure Land's 8 families was Tian. It represented that their status was higher than the heavens. In fact, in the Pure Land, any one of them represented an absolute status. Desolate Yuntian, Huabadian, Danyangtian, Narangchangtian, Xianxia, these 5 great leaders appeared at the spiritual space mountain at the same time. Including Lang Xingtian, 6 of the 8 great leaders of the Pure Land had appeared. Such a scene, such a spectacle, it was almost impossible to see in 100 years. The 6 of them were high and mighty existences. They rarely appeared in front of the common people. Even their clansmen found it extremely difficult to see them. But today, all of them had appeared because of a young man named Jiang Chen. Many people of the demon race were very interested in Jiang Chen, who they had never seen before. There weren't many people who could cause such a big commotion in the Pure Land without even appearing in person. This seemed to be the first time in the last 100 years. Desolate Yuntian smiled as he saw the appearance of the 4 great leaders. Lang Xingtian, as you can see, I'm not the only one who wants to kill that little bastard. I'm afraid it won't be easy for your demon race to protect him. Desolate Yuntian said indifferently. At this moment, Lang Xingtian, Peacock King, and a group of great sages of the demon race didn't look very good. It seemed that what Jiang Chen had done had indeed touched the bottom line of the 5 major clans. Even their patriarchs had appeared in person. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult for the demon race to protect Jiang Chen by themselves. In the distance of the demon race, another group of powerful experts had also noticed this place. The one in the lead had a leopard head and round eyes. His whole body was covered in leopard patterns. His imposing manner wasn't any weaker than Lang Xingtian's. He was the Heavenly Leopard King. The demon race was now divided into 2 branches. One branch was led by the Heavenly Wolf King, and the other branch was led by the Heavenly Leopard King. Although the Heavenly Wolf King was the patriarch of the demon race, the strength of the Heavenly Leopard King's branch was not to be underestimated. The disharmony between the 2 sides had also led to continuous internal strife in the demon race. That damn dog is really good at stirring up trouble. Now there's a Jiang Chen. He'll really cause trouble for our demon race. A great sage beside the Heavenly Leopard King said. Isn't this good? I'd like to see how Lang Xingtian can protect the Jiang Chen under the oppression of the 5 major clans. The Heavenly Leopard King revealed a cold smile on his face. The atmosphere in the void was very serious. Although Huabadian and the others didn't say anything, their attitude was very clear. They were here to kill Jiang Chen. The Peacock King couldn't help but curse. However, he couldn't help much other than trying his best to stabilize the spatial passage. What do you mean by barging into my demon race? Lang Xingtian was furious. Lang Xingtian, you should be very clear about our purpose. It's impossible for your demon race to protect that little bastard. Huabatian's temper was as fiery as his surname. Lang Xingtian, since you said that Jiang Chen isn't in your demon race, then we'll wait here for that little bastard to come out of the spatial passage. I also want to see what kind of audacious guy dares to kill the people of my Shao clan. Xiao Yuntian said with a smile. That's right. In this case, we can't let him die in the spatial passage. I also want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 867. The patriarchs of the 5 major families had made it very clear that their main purpose of coming here was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had caused them a great loss in the battle in Void Triangular Domain. They had to kill Jiang Chen for the sake of their reputation. The spatial passageways of the 7 major families had been destroyed. Only the demon race's spatial passageway was intact. It seemed like the Peacock King was the one who kept the spatial passageway intact. It was obvious that Jiang Chen was going to return through the spatial passageway of demon race. In that case, they might as well wait here. As long as Jiang Chen appeared in demon race, they would have a reason to exert pressure on the demon race. More importantly, just like what Desolate Yuntian and Narang Changtian had said, they wanted to see what kind of person dared to do such a daring and insane thing. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King's facial expression darkened. The current situation was indeed tricky. Since Jiang Chen hadn't appeared in demon race, the other party wouldn't attack them in demon race's territory. However, once Jiang Chen appeared, the demon race would be under tremendous pressure. With the 5 major families exerting pressure on the demon race and the internal strife of the demon race, it would be very difficult to protect Jiang Chen. However, Peacock King had to stabilize the spatial passageway. Otherwise, once the spatial passageway was destroyed, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog would disappear into the crack of the spacetime, never to come out. As for how the 5 major families were going to deal with them, they could only wait for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog to come back. At this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were still flying crazily in the spatial passageway. Both of them were traveling at their fastest speed. Based on their current speed and the power of the spatial passageway, they would be able to return to St. Origin World in half an hour. Little Qinzi, you have killed so many people. Those major families in Pure Land will never let you go. Have you ever thought about how to deal with them? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Act according to the situation. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His return to St. Origin World wouldn't be peaceful. The desolate family wouldn't let him go. However, he had no idea what kind of situation he was going to face. He could only take one step at a time. However, the two of them had not expected the current situation of the demon race. What awaited them was an unbreakable killing trap. On the spiritual space mountain there were three sides. On one side was the heavenly wolf tribe led by Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. They were here to protect Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. On the other side were the five major tribes. They were here to kill Jiang Qin. On the other side was the heavenly leopard tribe. They had never been on good terms with the heavenly wolf tribe. Thus, they were just spectators. Half an hour passed by quickly. Suddenly, the spatial passageway of the demon clan shook violently as spatial energy rippled above the spiritual space mountain. They're back. Everyone's expression changed. Their eyes fell on the place where the spatial energy was the most intense. Peacock King suddenly loosened his control over the spatial passageway. Two muffled sounds were heard. Two silhouettes were bounced out of the spatial passageway. The elasticity of the spatial passageway was very strong. However, the person who came out was obviously stronger. He stabilized his body very quickly. It was a man and a dog. One of them seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and was wearing a holy snow-white robe. His eyes were very bright. If you looked carefully, you would find that his eyes were like an abyss. To the people of the demon race, Big Yellow wasn't a stranger to them. Almost all of their eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. When they saw Jiang Qin's appearance, many of them were stunned. In their opinion, that audacious and deranged bastard should at least look ferocious and strong like a bear, but they didn't expect him to look like an elegant young master. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. It can't be, right? Could it be that this white-robed young man is Jiang Qin? It's hard to imagine that this young man is actually the crazy devil who killed all the experts of the five families. I heard that he killed all the 9th-grade minor saints when he was only a 5th-grade minor saint. I never thought that he would be so young and have such a heaven-defying achievement. Not even the strongest genius of the demon race can be compared to him. All the people of the demon race were shocked, including Lang Xingtian and Desolate Yuntian. Their eyes fell on Jiang Qin immediately. They didn't expect that the person they wanted to see was such a young genius. He's so young, but his chi is extraordinary. There's a kind of powerful luck in the unseen world. He's the son of heaven, a man like a flying dragon. A man like him will certainly achieve great things in the future. Although this was the first time Lang Xingtian met Jiang Qin, and he didn't say a word to Jiang Qin, he gave such a high evaluation of Jiang Qin. Desolate Yuntian and the others also did the same. However, the more talented Jiang Qin was, the more intense their killing intent towards Jiang Qin was. If they couldn't recruit such a genius, they would have to destroy him. Moreover, they were enemies now. Motherfucker. What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so depressing? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask after looking around. Jiang Qin, De Huang. They are the patriarchs of the five families. They are here to kill Jiang Qin. Peacock King came to their side and told Jiang Qin everything that had happened just now and the identity of the five patriarchs through divine sense. For God's sake, even the patriarchs of the five families have come in person. It shouldn't be like this, right? De Huang Dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew that the five families wouldn't let Jiang Qin go, but he didn't think that they would come so fast. They had just returned from the spatial passageway and didn't even have the time to catch their breath before encountering such a situation. It seemed like the five overlords had been waiting here for quite some time. Jiang Qin's eyes fell upon Desolate Yuntian and the others. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. When he was still in the Pure Land, these people weren't the patriarchs of the 8 major families yet. In his eyes, they were just like small shrimps. But what puzzled Jiang Qin was that the patriarchs of the 8 major families were all peak 9th grade great saints, the strongest existences in the heavens and earth, but these patriarchs in front of him were only at the 6th grade great saint. How could this be possible? But now wasn't the time to think about this, because even a 6th grade great saint wasn't someone that he could deal with. He was merely a 6th grade minor saint now. The gap between them was like the sky and the earth. If these people wanted to kill him, he would only end up dead even if he used all of his techniques. That's right. You're Jiang Qin? Desolate Yuntian said, his eyes locked on Jiang Qin. That's right. Jiang Qin took a step forward and came to the front of Lang Xingtian. He held his fists at Lang Xingtian. Jiang Qin greets Patriarch. And not bad. Lang Xingtian couldn't help but praise Jiang Qin. It was rare for a young man to have such temperament, cultivation, courage and composure. He could still remain so calm in the face of the patriarchs of the 5 major families. Even Lang Xingtian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. He could feel that Jiang Chen's calmness was absolutely not an act. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to fake it. Little bastard, you have guts. How dare you kill so many experts of my Hua family? Who gave you such courage? Hua Badian shouted at Jiang Chen, not concealing his killing intent. Hua Badian, don't forget that this is the demon race. Are you going to kill people in the spiritual space mountain? After Lang Xingtian saw Jiang Chen, he decided to protect Jiang Chen no matter what. Moreover, if the demon race stayed out of this, there would only be one ending for Jiang Chen, death. At that time, the Huang dog would definitely go crazy. The demon race could afford to lose Jiang Chen, but not the Huang dog. Lang Xingtian, the 5 of us are here today. Are you going to protect this little bastard? I'm afraid you can't protect him alone. Shi Haoyan snorted coldly. At the same time, Desolate Yun Tian, Narang Chang Tian and Dan Yang Tian also showed their killing intent. Lang Xingtian, now that Jiang Chen has appeared in the demon race, you should know why we are here. If the 5 of us join forces, I'm afraid no one in your demon race can resist us. Desolate Yun Tian said loudly. You guys, Lang Xingtian was speechless, but he had no other choice. Facing the pressure of the 5 major families, he knew very well that it was basically impossible to protect Jiang Chen. Since the 5 of them had come, they wouldn't return without accomplishing anything. However, if a fight broke out, it would be disadvantageous to the demon race. Heavenly Leopard King, who was watching from afar, wore a sneer on his face. He wanted to see how Lang Xingtian was going to solve today's matter. If Lang Xingtian's decision brought any loss to the demon race, he would have an excuse to ask the Demon Palace to remove Lang Xingtian from the patriarch position. To Heavenly Leopard King, this was a great opportunity. Lang Xingtian, we don't have much time. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't hand over Jiang Chen, we'll do it ourselves. Desolate Yin Tian said loudly. Patriarch, what should we do now? Peacock King frowned. The current situation was very tricky. The decision they made would not only affect the life and death of Jiang Chen, but also the overall situation of the demon race or even the entire Pure Land. It might even lead to a war. Chapter 868. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. It was as if he didn't care about life and death. He didn't even bat an eyelid in front of the 5 giants. His unwavering attitude made countless people speechless, including Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would stand out and say such words at this moment. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. That's right, he was full of heroic spirit. All the members of the younger generation of the demon race gave him a thumbs up. Not to mention other things, just this point alone was enough to make people admire him. However, the smart ones had already understood Jiang Chen's intention. Jiang Chen's words sounded righteous, as if he was a warrior who was ready to die, but every word he said was filled with thorns, putting the 5 overlords in a dilemma. Jiang Chen immediately gave the Huang Dog and Peacock King a meaningful glance. Given their intelligence, they immediately understood Jiang Chen's intention, especially the Huang Dog. His cooperation with Jiang Chen had already reached a flawless level. Funny. This is really funny. The patriarchs of the Desolate family, Dan family, Hua family, Narang family and Shi family have come out personally to kill a 6th grade minor Saint Jr. This is really the demeanor of a major family. The Huang Dog laughed. That's right. Given your status, you all came out to kill a junior at the same time. You really don't care about your reputation. Jiang Chen will stand here and let you kill him. You all can do it. Since all 5 of you have joined hands, we won't be able to stop you even if we want to. Peacock King's words were even more direct. Many of them were suddenly enlightened and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen again. It turned out that this guy was the smartest one among them. He had turned the situation around with just a few words. The situation today was very clear. If they wanted to use force, even the demon race wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Chen. However, it was completely different after Jiang Chen said it. The reason why the patriarchs of the 5 major families came out personally to kill Jiang Chen was to maintain their prestige and reputation. However, if they were to kill a junior, it would definitely damage their reputation and make them into a joke. After all, they didn't only represent a powerful 6th grade minor saint, they were also the patriarchs of major families. Their reputation was the most important thing to them. In other words, there were many ways for them to kill Jiang Chen, but the only way they couldn't do it was to kill him personally. Lang Xingtian showed a hint of admiration to Jiang Qin. This man was brave and smart, he wasn't comparable to any other young man. Today's situation was already a death sentence. Even if Lang Xingtian tried to protect Jiang Qin, it wouldn't be able to change the outcome. However, these few words of Jiang Qin were enough to change the outcome. It was impossible for the 5 overlords to disregard their own reputation and make a move directly. After all, there were so many people watching. If they did that, they would lose their dignity as the patriarchs of major families. They couldn't afford to lose their dignity. Sure enough, after listening to the words of Peacock King and De Huang Dog, Desolate Yuntian and the others began to hesitate. All of them knitted their brows. Before they came here they were angry and didn't think about this. Now that Jiang Qin was standing in front of them, they didn't dare to make a move because they had too many scruples. If no one was watching they could slap Jiang Qin to death, but they couldn't do it now because there were so many people watching. Their reputation was more valuable than Jiang Qin's life. What a smart kid. Heavenly Leopard King was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin could turn the situation around with just a few words. This Jiang Qin is really not ordinary. He is brave and smart, he knows how to judge the situation. Look, the 5 patriarchs have begun to hesitate. They have to worry about their reputation. If they kill Jiang Qin recklessly, they can't afford to lose their reputation. But now it's hard for them to back down. They can't advance or retreat. They can't kill Jiang Qin, but it's even worse if they don't. As dignified patriarchs, if they retreat because of a junior's words, they will lose even more face. Many people of the demon race admired Jiang Qin. They couldn't help but admire such a character. However, these few words obviously couldn't solve the problem. At the spur of the moment, the big yellow dog spoke again. I know that as the patriarchs of the major families and overlords, all of you care about your reputation. You won't attack a junior directly because not only will you lose your reputation, it will also show that there's no one capable in the younger generation of your families. The dignified Pure Land has countless geniuses. I don't believe that there's no one who can fight Jiang Qin. Now, on behalf of Jiang Qin, I declare war on the geniuses of the 5 major families. As long as any of your geniuses wants to challenge Jiang Qin will accept the challenge unconditionally. De Huang Dog said. What he said was very standard. It could be said that the problem had already been solved. If these patriarchs were to attack again, it wouldn't just affect their reputation, it would also show that there was no one in the younger generation who could defeat a 6th-grade minor saint. They would become the laughingstock of the world. De Huang Dog's words were aimed at the peerless geniuses of the Pure Land. This was a direct challenge issued by Jiang Qin to the geniuses of the Pure Land. It was imaginable that once such a challenge was issued, those geniuses of the Pure Land, especially those monstrous geniuses in the sky ranking, would become restless. To them, killing Jiang Qin would be a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. To Jiang Qin this was also a great opportunity for him to train himself. Fighting with those monstrous geniuses would be much more exciting than fighting with those 9th-grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was also what Jiang Qin had in mind. However, it was said by De Huang Dog. It was perfect. That's right. I, Jiang Qin, will challenge all the geniuses of the Pure Land. I will fight anyone who wants to kill me. Jiang Qin followed De Huang Dog's words and expressed his attitude. 5 patriarchs, what else do you have to say? Are you going to kill Jiang Qin directly, or are you going to let your geniuses fight with Jiang Qin? Or perhaps, your geniuses don't even have the courage to fight Jiang Qin? Peacock King laughed loudly. Are you kidding me? He's just a 6th-grade minor saint. Patriarch, this is 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. 500 million of them were obtained by De Huang for the demon race. The other 500 million is my gift to the demon race. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What? 1 billion high-grade true meta stones? Chapter 869. My God. 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. That's equivalent to 1 billion Saint Elixir stones. This Jiang Qin is really generous. 1 billion high-grade true meta stones is a huge amount of wealth even for our demon race. He's truly a generous man. We didn't get anything good from our trip to Void Triangular Domain. Now we have 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. That's not bad at all. This Jiang Qin is courageous and generous. He's indeed a man worth befriending. I like him. After 1 billion high-grade true meta stones were taken out, the attitude of the demon race towards Jiang Qin changed again. Who would be willing to take out 1 billion high-grade true meta stones? Alright, I won't be courteous then. Lang Xingtian wasn't a bashful person. He kept the spatial ring without hesitation. Given his status, he wouldn't even cast a glance at an ordinary 6th grade minor saint, let alone pay attention to them. However, Jiang Qin was different. He could see Jiang Qin's potential. There was a high possibility that a peerless figure like the greatest saint would emerge in Saint Origin World and break the balance of the Pure Land. Making friends with such a person would be extremely beneficial to the development of the demon race in the future. Then Lang Xingtian and Peacock King shifted their gaze to De Huang Dog. When they sensed that De Huang Dog was a 5th grade minor demon saint, their eyes sparkled. Worthy of the divine beast bloodline. His advancement can't be judged by common sense. Lang Xingtian nodded and praised. He was even more determined to nurture De Huang Dog. From afar, the people of Heavenly Leopard King's face darkened. They wanted to watch a good show, but they didn't expect such an ending. Elder, I didn't expect that Jiang Qin and that dog could take out 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. Now many people's attitude towards them has changed. That dog was still a 3rd grade minor demon saint when he first arrived. After a trip to Void Triangular Domain, he has advanced to 5th grade minor demon saint. This speed of advancement will definitely make Patriarch and Peacock King more determined to nurture him. This isn't good for us. One of the great sage-level demons said. It doesn't matter. The suspended tower will open again in 3 days. At that time we will have a way to get rid of this dog. The Heavenly Leopard King said and then turned to leave. That night, Peacock King personally prepared a place for Jiang Qin to cultivate. It was an incomparably quiet courtyard. Yan Qinyu, Dan King and Tyrant were there. They had followed Golden Fur Lion King here and witnessed everything that happened in the demon race. They were really worried for Jiang Qin. Fortunately, Jiang Qin was safe and sound in the end. Brother Qin. Yan Qinyu threw herself into Jiang Qin's arms. She had been so worried during the day that she could finally relax. Alright, aren't I fine now? Jiang Qin patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Greetings, Peacock King. Dan King and Tyrant saluted Peacock King at the same time. Tyrant's reaction was slightly better. After all, it wasn't his first time seeing Peacock King. Dan King was a yes-man. Although he was also an overlord, he wasn't on the same level as the Peacock King who dominated the Pure Land. Peacock King was a legendary figure. Dan King had never thought that he would be able to see the real Peacock King one day. You don't need to be so courteous with the old peacock. We are all on the same side. De Huang Dog said. Only he dared to say such words in front of the Peacock King. If it was someone else, he would have slapped the person away. Big Yellow, I have something to tell you. Now that the Patriarch wants to train you, the Heavenly Leopard King will definitely try to stop him. The suspended tower will open again in 3 days. If you perform well at that time, you will be able to establish your status in the demon race. Otherwise, you will have more troubles in the demon race in the future. Peacock King said solemnly to De Huang Dog. Suspended tower? What is that place? De Huang Dog asked. That is the Saint Tower of the demon race. It has been passed down for a long time. It opens once a year and all the geniuses of the demon race can enter it to search for opportunities. The suspended tower has a total of 9 floors and there are many hidden treasures of the demon race. There are even inheritances left by the ancient ancestors and almighty figures of the demon race. As long as you can obtain the inheritances, you will be a person with great luck and is recognized by the ancestors. When the time comes, you will naturally be trained by the demon race. Since the beginning of the suspended tower, no one has been able to enter the 9th floor, including us. No one knows what the 9th floor of the suspended tower is like. We don't expect you to enter the 9th floor, but at least you can't perform too badly. Peacock King said and introduced the suspended tower to De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Today De Huang Dog had taken out 500 million high-grade true meta stones, which had already made many people feel good about De Huang Dog. But he knew that the real reason De Huang Dog's status would be this suspended tower. As long as De Huang Dog could obtain the inheritance, everything would be different. De Huang, you can do it. Yan Qinyu waved her fist at De Huang Dog. Peacock King, it seems like the demon race is not peaceful either. Jiang Qin said with a smile. That's right. Basically, the demon race is divided into 2 branches. One branch is led by Sky Wolf King, which is the Patriarch's branch. The other branch is led by Heavenly Leopard King. Heavenly Leopard King is very powerful, not any weaker than the Patriarch. He has been eyeing the position of the patriarch for a long time and is not on good terms with the patriarch's branch. Now that the patriarch wants to train De Huang, Heavenly Leopard King will naturally stop him. This time, if De Huang does not perform well in the suspended tower, it will give Heavenly Leopard King an excuse. Peacock King said. He had nothing to hide from Jiang Qin. Plus, it was not a secret that the demon race was not on good terms with each other. Many outsiders knew about it. Don't worry. This master dog will definitely step into the 9th floor. De Huang dog said arrogantly. Motherfucker, will you die if you don't brag? No one has ever entered the 9th floor before. Do you think you can be the first? Peacock King could not stand it anymore and kicked De Huang dog's butt. Peacock King, there is one thing that I don't understand. Jiang Qin said. What is it? Peacock King looked at Jiang Qin. The 8 families of Pure Land are the most powerful forces in the entire Saint Origin world. Logically speaking, there should be powerful 9th grade great saints among them, but the strongest one here today is only a 6th grade great saint. What's going on? Jiang Qin asked the question in his heart. This question had been bothering him for a long time. Back when he was unstoppable in the world, the 8 families were so powerful that a 6th grade great saint was nothing to him. But now, a 6th grade great saint had become the patriarch in the strongest existence. It seems like you don't know about the existence of Saint Origin Palace. Peacock King said. But it's not strange that you don't know about it. Besides the 8 families of Pure Land, very few people know about the existence of Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace? What is that place? Jiang Qin frowned. He really hadn't heard of it before. When the greatest saint split open the gate of the immortal world, he opened a new path for the great saints of Saint Origin world. At that time, a lot of immortals from the 8 major families ascended to the immortal world. Before they ascended, they jointly created a spatial zone, a small world, named after Saint Origin World and named it Saint Origin Palace. This small world was personally created by powerful immortals. The heaven and earth yuan qi was extremely dense. The immortals of the 8 major families also laid out a grand formation, allowing the small world to absorb all kinds of powerful yuan qi from the void. Powerful 9th grade minor saints could even absorb a small amount of immortal qi. For the past 100 years, Saint Origin Palace has become the true cultivation sanctuary of Saint Origin World. Peacock King paused for a moment and continued. Saint Origin Palace only provides convenience to the 8 families. All the experts above 7th grade great saint can enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. There are also a large number of peerless geniuses of the 8 families. The geniuses and young great saints of the 8 families can enter Saint Origin Palace for further cultivation. The sky ranking of Pure Land can't represent the true standard of the young generation of Saint Origin World. It can be said that the true monstrous geniuses are in Saint Origin Palace. After listening to Peacock King's introduction of Saint Origin Palace, Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked. He initially thought that the 8 families of Pure Land were the pinnacle existences of Saint Origin World. He had never thought that there was an even more powerful Saint Origin Palace. It seemed like a lot of major events had happened after his fall. I see. Jiang Qin nodded. No matter how shocked he was, he finally understood why there weren't any experts above 7th grade great saint in Pure Land. I used to cultivate in Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace is divided into 8 palaces, named after the 8 families. There are constant battles between them. In recent years, the Desolate family has been developing the fastest. Perhaps it isn't obvious in Pure Land, but in Saint Origin Palace, the Desolate family is undoubtedly the number 1. Peacock King said. Once there is a difference in strength among the 8 families, the gap between them will only get bigger and bigger. As time goes by, the balance between the 8 families will be broken. I'm afraid that the ambition of the Desolate family isn't small. Jiang Qin said with a smile. That's right. Whether it is Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, they have been peaceful for too long. Peacock King looked at Jiang Qin meaningfully. His meaning was clear. The peace had begun to be broken. Because of Jiang Qin's existence, it would only get more chaotic in the future. Pure Land, Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Qin murmured. The existence of Saint Origin Palace had made his vision and goal bigger. He could no longer confine himself to Pure Land. Chapter 870. De Huang dog stuck out his tongue while looking at the back of the Peacock King. He really wanted to bite the Peacock King's butt. However, this old peacock was not someone to be trifled with. De Huang Dog had no choice but to restrain himself. At this time, Tyrant walked towards Jiang Chen and said, "Little Chinzi, I'm going back to the Western Domain. I have benefited a lot from this trip to Void Triangular Domain, especially the Saraira. I'm going back to Green Lotus Mountain to meditate for a while." "Alright, Green Lotus Mountain is a very suitable place for meditating. I'll leave you a signaling talisman. This talisman has been infused with my natal essence. Even if you're in the Western Domain, you can still send me a message if you need anything. There are some high-grade true meta stones in this spatial ring. These stones contain a lot of pure light energy. They will be of great help to you. Even for Great Master Ran Feng, the benefits will be much better than refining Saint Elixir." Jiang Chen took out a golden talisman and a spatial ring and handed them over to Tyrant. This talisman was incomparable to any ordinary signaling talisman. Jiang Chen had infused his natal essence into it. Therefore, even if Tyrant was in the Western Domain, he could still send a message to Jiang Chen anytime. "Alright, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." Tyrant didn't stay in the demon race for too long. He left immediately. He knew that Jiang Chen would have to face all kinds of difficulties and dangers in the future. However, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to provide any help to Jiang Chen even if he stayed. "Chenair, I'm going back to Danyuan City. After all, this is the demon race and I'm an outsider. It won't be good for me to stay here." Dan King arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Looking at his son-in-law, he had mixed feelings in his heart. When he first saw Jiang Chen, he knew that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person. Jiang Chen would have great achievements in the future. However, he had never thought that Jiang Chen could grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. Even he could only look up to Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen's name had spread across the world. He was very proud of Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, the incident in Void Triangular Domain was partly because of Dan King. If Dan King didn't bring Jiang Chen there, such a thing wouldn't have happened. "Godfather, this is the tenebrous fire source that I snatched from the auction in King City. After you refine this fire source, your cultivation will definitely reach another level. If you fuse it into your flames, it will be of great help to your alchemy. Soon I'll head over to the Gu clan to settle Sister Ning's matter. Once I've established a good relationship with the Gu clan, you can head over to the Gu clan to cultivate. With your identity as an alchemist, you'll definitely be respected by the people there." Jiang Chen took out the dark fire source and handed it to Dan King. Dan King was a powerful alchemist. As for how to refine a flame, there was no need for Jiang Chen to teach him. Moreover, Jiang Chen believed that this dark fire source would be of great help to Dan King. "Alright. In that case, I won't be polite anymore." Dan King didn't want to be angry with Jiang Chen. He kept the dark fire source and left like a monk. "Little Chinzi, you have declared war against all the geniuses in the Pure Land. I'm afraid that you will not have a good time in the future," De Huang Dog said. Because of the incident in Void Triangular Domain, the Pure Land was destined to be stirred up by a storm and Jiang Chen was destined to be the main character in this storm. "You don't have to worry about me. The most important thing for you now is to deal with the suspended tower in 3 days." Jiang Chen slapped on De Huang Dog's head. "Actually, I have no interest in the monster race," De Huang Dog murmured. "I know you don't have much interest in the demon race, but we do need the demon race as our backer. Moreover, the Peacock King and the Celestial Wolf King have shown us kindness, and we are not ungrateful people. The demon race is not peaceful internally, and only you can bring peace and unity to the demon race." Jiang Chen sighed. He knew Big Yellow too well. The thing this dog hated the most was being tied down. He longed for a life of solitude without any worries. Fighting and killing, roaming the world, killing whenever he felt like it, running away whenever he felt like it. There was no worry in his life. "I know." De Huang Dog shook his head. He was very clear about the current situation. Plus, Peacock King and Heavenly Wolf King had been very kind to him. "In 3 days' time, I can guarantee that my cultivation will advance to the 6th grade minor demon saint. However, I don't know what's going on inside the suspended tower. I don't know if there are any battles. If there are, I won't be a match for those monstrous geniuses of the demon race with my current strength." De Huang Dog was worried. "Don't worry. I will enter the suspended tower with you." Jiang Chen said, "You are not a member of the monster race. I am afraid that you are not qualified to enter. The Heavenly Leopard King will definitely stop you." De Huang Dog said, "I have my own way. You should go and cultivate in seclusion. I need some time to comprehend my cultivation since I have advanced continuously in Void Triangular Domain." Jiang Chen said. Then he looked at Yen Xinyu and took out the 3 drops of water of 9 yin. Xiaoyu, this water of 9 is very useful for you. After you refine it, you might be able to condense the embryonic form of the ice god's heart. Your cultivation will improve a lot. Jiang Qin handed the water of 9 to Yanxinyu. And Yanxinyu nodded. She kept the water of 9 and went into seclusion to refine it. Looking at the back of Yanxinyu, Jiang Qin suddenly felt distressed. Yanxinyu had been working very hard all this time just so that she wouldn't be a burden to him. She had never complained about it. She had been working very hard just to shorten the gap between them. The place that Peacock King had found was very quiet. It was the most suitable place for the demon race to cultivate. Jiang Qin also chose to go into seclusion. He had gained a lot in this trip to Void Triangular Domain. Not to mention the 10 billion high-grade true meta stones, he had also obtained more than 100 9th-grade minor saint dark spirits. Due to the uniqueness of the dragon transformation art, refining these dark spirits was effortless. In other words, as long as Jiang Qin wanted to, he could refine these dark spirits to break through to the next level. At least, he would have no problem advancing to the 7th-grade minor saint. However, Jiang Qin didn't plan to do that. He had been advancing very fast recently. He needed to stop and stabilize his cultivation. Apart from that, Jiang Qin felt pressured. His enemies were too strong. Although he could defeat the northern and southern dynasties with his current cultivation, the northern and southern dynasties were only 7th-grade minor saints. They had advanced 2 levels using the eternal immortal wind, so they couldn't be considered as a true 9th-grade minor saint. Of course, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties was undeniable. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, it would be a piece of cake for the northern and southern dynasties to rule the entire Dark Generation. But now, he was going to face those monstrous geniuses of the Pure Land, especially those monstrous geniuses on the Sky ranking. Each of them had already reached the half-step Great Saint realm. Their innate talent was superior. Some of them even had strange physiques. In addition to their powerful half-step Great Saint cultivation base, even Jiang Qin didn't have the confidence to defeat them. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't back down. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear when facing such monstrous geniuses. Instead, he would feel his blood boiling. His next goal was very clear. His path couldn't be limited to the Pure Land anymore. There was still the high and mighty Saint Origin Palace. The current situation was also very clear. After establishing De Huang Dog's position in the demon race, he would go to the ancient people. Although he had enmity with the 5 major families, he had to maintain a good relationship with the demon race and the ancient people. Although he had a good relationship with Gumu, Gumu didn't have any real status in the ancient people. Therefore, it was necessary for him to go to the ancient people. Wu Ningzhu was still there. Wu Ningzhu's mother was still unknown. Besides that, he was afraid that the geniuses of the Pure Land would become restless soon. It was basically impossible for him to stay calm. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were in seclusion. The courtyard was tranquil. However, the entire Pure Land was boiling. The big event that happened in Void Triangular Domain had spread across the entire Pure Land. The name Jiang Qin had become a popular topic. Everyone was talking about him. The 5 patriarchs personally went to the demon race to kill Jiang Qin. However, they returned empty-handed because Jiang Qin had issued a challenge to all the geniuses of the Pure Land. How arrogant were the geniuses of the 5 major families. Almost as soon as they received the news, some of them jumped out. On the second day, the genius of the desolate family, Xiaoyang, was the first one to act. He declared that he would take the head of Jiang Qin outside the spiritual space mountain to avenge the death of the people of the desolate family and defend the divine prestige of the desolate family. Let's go to the spiritual space mountain to watch the show. Xiaoyang has already taken action. That Xiaoyang is a peerless genius. I heard that he has already reached the peak of 9th-grade minor saint. I wonder if he can kill Jiang Qin. I don't think so. Rumor has it that Jiang Qin has killed many 9th-grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. An ordinary 9th-grade minor saint is no match for him. Although Xiaoyang is strong, he is only ranked 30th in the Sky ranking. He might not be a match for Jiang Qin. Not necessarily. There are a total of 50 people in the Sky ranking. Each of them is a genius among geniuses. They all have powerful trump cards and means. An existence like Xiaoyang isn't comparable to an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint. That Jiang Qin might be able to kill an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint, but he might not be a match for Xiaoyang. Why are we talking so much? Let's go and have a look. We can also see what kind of person Jiang Qin is. The Pure Land hasn't been this lively for a long time. Many of the young generation were shocked. The Pure Land had been peaceful for too long. Today, a devil incarnate like Jiang Chen had appeared. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention. Xiaoliang was a rare genius of the desolate family. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. This was the first battle between Jiang Chen and the genius of the Pure Land. No matter what the result was, it would attract a lot of attention. Chapter 871. Outside of the spiritual space mountain, Xiaoliang arrived at the location very quickly. He was full of vigor and murderous aura. He shouted towards the spiritual space mountain, "Jiang Chen, come out now." This was the imposing manner of a young genius from the Pure Land. He was ranked 30th in the celestial ranking, which wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare to run outside the spiritual space mountain and shout. Of course, Xiaoliang only shouted outside the spiritual space mountain at most. He didn't dare to break into the spiritual space mountain like Xiao Yintian did. If he really broke into the spiritual space mountain, the experts of the demon clan would definitely slap him to death. Many cultivators who were close to the spiritual space mountain had already arrived. They stood in different positions ready to watch the show. They were familiar with Xiaoliang, but they were unfamiliar with Jiang Chen. They wanted to see what kind of person he was. How could he suddenly become so famous in the Pure Land? How could the patriarchs of the 5 major clans appear for him? He even had the guts to declare war against all the geniuses of the Pure Land. Following Xiaoliang's shout, the people of the demon race were startled. Many of them flew out of the spiritual space mountain. Jiang Chen had just arrived at the demon race yesterday. Today he was challenged by the genius of the desolate clan. The spiritual space mountain had not been so lively for a long time. In the quiet courtyard, Jiang Chen was still in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, the Golden Fur Lion King came and knocked on Jiang Chen's door. Jiang Chen frowned. He hated to be disturbed when he was in closed-door cultivation. He swore that if the Golden Fur Lion King could not give him a good explanation, Jiang Chen would not be polite. Jiang Chen opened the door and saw the Golden Fur Lion King's majestic body blocking the entire door. "Lion King, you better give me a good reason for disturbing my closed-door cultivation," Jiang Chen said calmly. The Golden Fur Lion King was shocked. He could see that Jiang Chen was unhappy. However, when Jiang Chen's emotions fluctuated, the Golden Fur Lion King actually felt a faint pressure from this young man. It was an invisible pressure that came from the soul. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a young man, but a high and mighty saint. "Brother Jiang Chen, the genius of the Xiao clan Xiaoliang has come to challenge you. He is now outside the spiritual space mountain," the Golden Fur Lion King said. Oh! Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the geniuses of the Pure Land to come so quickly. "Jiang Chen, why don't you come out and accept your death? If you're afraid, then come out and kowtow to me 3 times. The extremely arrogant voice sounded again. This time Jiang Chen heard it very clearly. It seemed that the one who disturbed his closed-door training was not Golden-Haired Lion King, but Xiaoliang. Golden Fur Lion King spread his hands. There was no need for him to explain anymore. The other party had already come to him. Jiang Chen couldn't be a coward. After all, it was Jiang Chen who proposed to challenge the geniuses of the Pure Land. "What is Xiaoliang's cultivation grade?" Jiang Chen asked. "A peak 9th grade minor saint. This man is ranked 30th in the sky ranking. He's very powerful. An ordinary 9th grade minor saint can't compare to him. Even I wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him," Golden Fur Lion King said. "A 9th grade minor saint is no match for me. I will go out and have a look," Jiang Chen said. His body flashed and disappeared. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen lost his interest after knowing Xiaoliang's cultivation grade. Although Xiaoliang was ranked 30th in the sky ranking, his strength was much stronger than an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. If Jiang Chen was still a 5th grade minor saint, perhaps Xiaoliang could fight him, but he was already a 6th grade minor saint. No one below half-step great saint would be a match for him. Even the northern and southern dynasties were killed by him. No matter how strong this Xiaoliang was, he wouldn't be stronger than the northern and southern dynasties. The combat strength of the northern and southern dynasties after using the eternal immortal wind was comparable to a half-step great saint. Jiang Chen was only interested in those half-step great saints who were ranked in the top 10 of the sky ranking. Outside the spiritual space mountain, a lot of people had gathered. Xiaoliang and Jiang Chen were considered as the first battle after Jiang Chen declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. It would certainly attract a lot of attention. What's going on? Why hasn't that Jiang Chen come out yet? Could it be that he is afraid? Impossible. He was the one who declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. It wouldn't make sense for him to hide and not come out. I think he is afraid. After all, Xiaoliang is very strong. He is ranked 30th in the sky ranking. As for that Jiang Chen, I heard that he is only a 5th grade minor saint or a 6th grade minor saint. It is reasonable for him to be afraid of him. The fact that Jiang Chen still hadn't come out had aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Many of them thought that Jiang Chen was afraid. As soon as their words faded, they saw a handsome youth in white walking in the sky. In a blink he appeared in front of Xiaoliang. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His face was full of resoluteness. One look and anyone would know that he was a dragon among the humans. "You're Jiang Chen?" Xiaoliang looked at Jiang Chen and asked loudly. "That's right. It's me." Jiang Chen's voice was indifferent. "He is still young. He is even younger than me. I never thought that Jiang Chen would be such a young man. Yeah. It's really rare to have such achievements at such a young age. Plus he was unknown before this. I think he is just a rogue cultivator, unlike those geniuses of the 8 major families who had countless resources since they were young." "Who do you think is more powerful?" "I think Xiaoliang has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a figure in the sky ranking." "It's hard to say. Let's see. Today is destined to be an earth-shattering battle." The appearance of Jiang Chen had aroused countless people's amazement. They were amazed by his young age. Many of them were already prepared to watch a good show. In their opinion, the battle between Jiang Chen and Xiaoliang was bound to be earth-shattering. To many young people, being able to watch such a battle would benefit them a lot. "Jiang Chen, you are really audacious. How dare you kill so many people of my desolate family and challenge the geniuses of the Pure Land?" "I, Xiaoliang, am here to kill you and raise the prestige of my desolate family." Xiaoliang's chi fluctuated. "Make your move. But let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better use your strongest attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will die before you have the chance to use it." Jiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. "Ah, this is really funny. Do I need to use my full strength to deal with you? Go to hell." Xiaoliang burst into laughter. He felt that he had just heard the funniest joke. He wanted to use his strength to cripple Jiang Chen and let him know what true power was. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. He really didn't want to be entangled with such a character. Facing Xiaoliang's incoming attack, Jiang Chen directly took out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The terrifying great sword created countless sword webs. Its speed was extremely fast, shattering all of Xiaoliang's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xiaoliang. "What?" Xiaoliang cried out in surprise. It was still the same. If one didn't fight with Jiang Chen, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Just like now, facing Jiang Chen's swift and violent sword, Xiaoliang felt that he was facing death. He really regretted not listening to Jiang Chen's words and using his strongest trump card. Destroy. Chapter 872. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen simply left these 4 words and slowly kept his Heavenly Saint Sword. He turned around and left, disappearing from the sky, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Jiang Chen had left, but the silence in the beginning had turned into an uproar. Everyone was looking at desolate Liang, who was cut in half by Jiang Chen. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, unable to accept that this was real. It was like a dream. Especially those who were confident that desolate Liang could kill Jiang Chen. When they saw the result, their jaws dropped to the ground. The same went for the others. In many people's opinion, this was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Even if Jiang Chen had the chance to win, he would at least need to put up a fight. Who would have thought that desolate Liang would be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant? He didn't even have the chance to resist. Although desolate Liang didn't use his most powerful trump card, it also showed how powerful Jiang Chen was. The 30th genius on the sky ranking didn't even have the chance to use his trump card in front of Jiang Chen. This was simply a kind of irony and tragedy. So strong. Some people exclaimed, having a new view of Jiang Chen. Too awesome. He killed the genius of desolate family with a single sword strike and left without leaving any trace behind. This is the true definition of awesome. He is truly awesome. A 6th grade minor saint could kill a 9th grade minor saint genius in an instant. Although I didn't see the earth-shattering battle, this battle is even more exciting. This Jiang Chen really lives up to his reputation. It seems like only the half-step great saint geniuses of the younger generation can deal with him. Didn't you see? Jiang Qin didn't even humiliate Desolate Liang. He killed him directly. This means that he didn't put someone like Desolate Liang in his eyes. This is the first battle between Jiang Qin and a genius of the sky ranking. He has displayed his qi. Everyone was astonished. Everyone was thinking about Jiang Qin's sword just now. It was so unfathomable that even the Shao clan's genius couldn't block it. Some people rushed over in high spirits, but the battle was already over. When they found out the result, they were also extremely shocked. Soon, the news of Jiang Qin killing Xiao Liang spread throughout the Pure Land. Now, any topic related to Jiang Qin would cause a commotion. Not to mention this was the first battle. Xiao Liang's death shocked all the geniuses of the Pure Land. It made those geniuses from the 5 major clans stop their thoughts of challenging Jiang Qin. They measured the gap between their strength and Xiao Liang's. They were absolutely sure that they would die if they were to face Jiang Qin. Even those who were ranked higher than Xiao Liang on the sky list didn't dare to challenge Jiang Qin. This was because even they didn't have the means to kill Xiao Liang. They couldn't even kill Xiao Liang. Now it seems that only those super monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the sky list can deal with Jiang Qin. Yes, but such monstrous geniuses rarely appear. Some of them are in closed-door training to attack the Great Sage Realm. Some of them are out adventuring. I don't know where they went. Let's wait and see. Xiao Liang's death will certainly alarm those monstrous geniuses. The geniuses of the 5 major clans will certainly take action to deal with Jiang Qin. This is related to the reputation of their major clans and the reputation of the Pure Land's geniuses. I believe that it won't be long before someone appears to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was being discussed everywhere. Everyone was talking about Jiang Qin. Many people predicted that those super geniuses who were either in closed-door training or adventuring outside would appear in the next few days. At that time it would be truly lively. Jiang Qin was able to kill Xiao Liang, but he was certainly not a match for those who were in the top 10 of the sky list. Many experts of the demon race were also paying attention to the process of Jiang Qin killing Xiao Liang, especially Lang Xingtian, Peacock King, and Heavenly Leopard King. After all, they had only heard about the incident in Void Triangular Domain. They had never seen Jiang Qin in action. But this time they saw it with their own eyes. It was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying young man. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King greatly praised Jiang Qin. They were almost sure that the Pure Land would not be peaceful because of this young man. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about these things. He just continued his closed-door training. In the next 2 days, no geniuses of the Pure Land came to challenge him. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Liang's death had rung an alarm bell for many people. After weighing their own strength, they chose not to make a move. Now they were waiting for those monstrous geniuses on the sky list to make a move. Today was the most important day of the year in the demon race. Many of the young geniuses would enter the suspended tower to look for opportunities. Early in the morning, Golden Lion King arrived at the courtyard. Coincidentally, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had also come out from their closed-door training. Although Jiang Qin's cultivation didn't make any progress, his essence, qi, and spirit were much more vigorous than before. He had used 3 days to completely stabilize his cultivation. De Huang Dog's transformation was huge. His cultivation had reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint. He was only 1 step away from 7th grade minor demon saint. Such progress was very fast. With his current strength, an ordinary 7th grade minor saint was no match for him. He could even deal with an 8th grade minor saint. If he used his forbidden divine ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an 8th grade minor saint. De Huang, I didn't expect you to make such progress in just 3 days. You are indeed not simple. Peacock King asked me to bring you to the suspended tower. Golden Lion King said. Alright, let's go. De Huang Dog's face was relaxed and casual. There wasn't any trace of nervousness on his face. Lion King, can you tell me more about the situation inside the suspended tower? Jiang Qin asked while walking. The suspended tower has existed since the ancient times. To the demon race, it is basically a sacred existence. It is basically the religion of the demon race. The suspended tower opens once every year. There isn't any dangerous place inside, only opportunities. However, there aren't many of them. There are inheritances left behind by the ancient experts, but those who can obtain them are very few. Every year there are many young disciples who enter the suspended tower to search for opportunities, but those who can obtain the benefits are less than 1 in 100. As for the inheritances left behind by the ancient experts, they are extremely rare. Golden Lion King paused for a moment and continued, Moreover, no one has ever been able to enter the 9th floor of the suspended tower. It is said that the door to the 9th floor is only opened for those who have great luck. Not only that, in the past 10 years the 8th floor has only been opened once. It was opened by the son of Peacock King, Kong Yang. Kong Yang had obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert of the demon race. After that, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Now he is ranked 3rd in the sky ranking. Kong Yu's brother, why haven't we seen him before? De Huang Dog asked. Kong Yang has been training outside all year round and rarely comes back. He is looking for an opportunity to break through to the Great Saint realm. You have just arrived at the demon race not long ago. Naturally you have not seen Kong Yang before. Golden Lion King said. So, there is no danger in entering the suspended tower. Jiang Qin said. In theory that is the case. However, the demon race is not peaceful now. The heavenly wolf and heavenly leopard bloodlines seem to be fine on the surface, but they are constantly fighting in the dark, especially the younger generation. In the past, there were often situations where they fought in the suspended tower to snatch benefits. Therefore, Peacock King specially instructed De Huang to be careful. This time, entering the suspended tower, all eyes were basically on De Huang. I am afraid that entering the suspended tower will not be peaceful. In order to stop De Huang, the Heavenly Leopard King will definitely find a way to deal with De Huang in the suspended tower. If something happens in the suspended tower, even the Patriarch and Peacock King would not be able to help him. Golden Lion King said. Could it be that the Heavenly Leopard King can enter the suspended tower? Jiang Qin frowned. The Heavenly Leopard King naturally has no way to enter, but the monstrous geniuses of the Heavenly Leopard bloodline can enter. Leopard Way of the Heavenly Leopard bloodline is the 2nd greatest genius of the demon race. Now he is already a half-step great saint. Because of his battle with Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan, he was slightly inferior, so he is ranked 11th on the sky list. Xiao Ming is ranked 10th. According to the rules of the suspended tower, as long as one is not a great saint, he is qualified to enter. If Leopard Way wants to attack De Huang, the consequences will be unimaginable. Golden Lion King shook his head. Thinking of Leopard Way gave him a headache. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 rays of cold light. It seemed that the suspended tower this time was not as peaceful as imagined. It was almost imaginable that if De Huang entered, he would definitely be obstructed by the Heavenly Leopard bloodline. Even if the Patriarch's bloodline also entered, Kong Yang was not there. Who among the younger generation could be Leopard Way's opponent? Can I go in with you? Jiang Qin asked. No, even if the Patriarch agrees you can't. You are not a member of the demon race. The door of the suspended tower will automatically identify your bloodline. Even if you want to enter, you will be excluded from the suspended tower. Golden Lion King shook his head. That is not necessarily true. Let's go to the suspended tower first. Jiang Qin said. He could not let De Huang Dog enter the suspended tower alone. He did not care what kind of position De Huang Dog could obtain in the demon race. He only cared about De Huang Dog's safety. The current situation was already very obvious. The demon race was not united internally. De Huang Dog entered the suspended tower, seemingly to look for opportunities like other disciples of the demon race, but in fact, it was a road of no return. However, the Patriarch and the Peacock King had no choice. They wanted to cultivate De Huang, so De Huang must enter the suspended tower together with them. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for De Huang Dog to survive in the demon race in the future. Even if he had the bloodline of a divine beast, there would be people who wanted to steal his bloodline. Chapter 873. The suspended tower was located in an independent space. This space had always existed. Rather than saying that the suspended tower was attached to this space, it would be more accurate to say that this space was attached to the suspended tower. The suspended tower was just like its name. It was suspended in the air of this space. The whole tower was extremely tall and it was emitting an ancient and majestic aura. This was an ancient tower. There was no brilliance on its surface. No one knew how long it had existed. It was the supreme existence of the demon race and represented the belief of the demon race. At this moment, there were already a lot of people surrounding the ancient tower. Today was a big day for the demon race. Countless demon race people had come here. On this day, anyone of the demon race was qualified to enter this place. As long as you were a member of the demon race, you would not be restricted. Those who were closest to the ancient tower were obviously the top figures of the demon race. However, these top figures were obviously divided into two factions. The Heavenly Wolf and the Heavenly Leopard were not on good terms for a long time. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived, they saw such a situation. Under the lead of Golden Fur Lion King, they came directly to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. He was the focus of training. Naturally, he was qualified to stand next to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang Jiangchen, you are here. Lang Xingtian greeted them. Today is a big day for our demon race. It is the most important day for our demon race. How can an outsider and a human step into the sacred place of our demon race? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the opposite side. The speaker was a young man with leopard patterns all over his body. He looked very strong. There was a golden leopard pattern mark between his eyebrows. He looked very young, but his cultivation was very strong. He had already reached the half-step Great Sage realm. He was only one step away from the Great Sage realm. This man is Leopard Wei. Golden Fur Lion King transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. That's right. This is a big event for the demon race. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Get out of here. Someone next to Leopard Wei immediately echoed. The spearhead was instantly pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has given us 500 million supreme grade Xuanhuan stones, and he is our honored guest. Plus, he is only here to visit. The suspended tower is about to open, so everyone shut up. Lang Xingtian said. His words silenced everyone, including Leopard Wei. Although he was a descendant of the Heavenly Leopard King, Lang Xingtian was still the patriarch of the demon race. He had the highest status in the demon race. In public, Lang Xingtian's words were very dignified. Provoking the patriarch's dignity was a great disrespect. Even Leopard Wei didn't dare to do so. Furthermore, with Lang Xingtian's status, it was understandable for him to invite a distinguished guest to the demon race's grand gathering. After that, Lang Xingtian took out an ancient talisman. The talisman was in the shape of a pentagon. It looked very strange and it looked like a key. In fact, this talisman that was emitting an ancient aura was the key to open the suspended tower. Lang Xingtian threw the talisman upwards. Immediately, the talisman flew to the top of the ancient tower as if it was guided by something. If one looked carefully, it was not hard to see that there was a card slot at the top of the ancient tower. The card slot was exactly the same as the talisman. When the talisman fell into the card slot, the entire suspended tower became restless. Wung wung wung. A buzzing sound rang out from within the ancient pagoda, and rays of resplendent golden light appeared. These rays of light illuminated the ancient pagoda, making it look extremely mystical, and gave it a noble aura. After that, a loud sound was heard. An illusory door appeared in the sky. It was the door that led to the inside of the ancient tower. The door had an identification function. Anyone who possessed the bloodline of the demon race could enter it. Anyone who was not a member of the demon race would be excluded. Look, the door of the suspended tower is open again. This time I must get great benefits when I enter. That's right. This is the only chance in a year. I hope I am the lucky one. If I am lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Almighty, my cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. I will reach Kong Yang's level. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Alright, stop daydreaming. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You are a jinx. You are not fated to be lucky. Seeing that the gate of the suspended tower had been opened, the young geniuses of the monster race were excited. To anyone this was a great opportunity. In the past, there had been some people who had been blessed by the heavens and obtained the inheritance of the ancient monster race from the suspended tower. From then on they had achieved a meteoric rise. Therefore, the suspended tower was a dream and a hope for many of the monster race. This time I must enter the 8th floor and surpass Kong Yang to enter the top 10 of the sky ranking. Heavenly Leopard clenched his fists tightly. He had great hope and confidence in the suspended tower this time. Don't forget the most important thing. Heavenly Leopard King transmitted his voice to Leopard Wei. Don't worry, Great Elder. As long as that dog enters the suspended tower, I will make sure that he will never come out again. Leopard Wei sneered. Heavenly Leopard King nodded secretly. He was very confident in Leopard Wei's ability and means. Although De Huang Dog had already reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint, he would still die if he fought Leopard Wei. Basically, there wouldn't be any miracle. Although the conversation between Heavenly Leopard King and Leopard Wei was transmitted through divine sense, Jiang Chen could still hear it clearly. With Jiang Chen's means, even Heavenly Leopard King wouldn't be able to escape his senses if he wanted to eavesdrop. The great soul derivation technique was very powerful and its senses were the best in the world. On the other side, Peacock King also noticed that something was wrong. His expression turned ugly, but he couldn't enter the suspended tower. He could only remind De Huang Dog to be more careful. De Huang, you must be extra careful when you enter the suspended tower. Patriarch, in order to prevent someone from harming De Huang, I would like to request to enter the suspended tower with De Huang. Jiang Qin spoke to Lang Xingtian all of a sudden. He didn't try to suppress his voice. Every one of them could hear it clearly. When they heard that Jiang Qin was going to enter the suspended tower together with them, it caused a commotion. Are you kidding me? He is a human and he wants to enter the suspended tower? Is he an idiot? That's right. He is an outsider and he is not qualified to participate in the demon race's grand event. Even if he can enter, he won't be able to pass the gate of the suspended tower. I think he is thinking too much. Only the demon race can enter the suspended tower. He is just a human. Voices were heard one after another. In the eyes of the demon race, Jiang Qin wanted to enter the suspended tower. It was undoubtedly a ridiculous thing. Jiang Qin, this is the suspended tower. Humans can't enter it, said Lang Xingtian. In fact, he hoped that Jiang Qin could enter the suspended tower more than anyone else. If that was the case, De Huang would be safe. He had seen Jiang Qin's strength with his own eyes. Even someone like Xiao Liang was killed by Jiang Qin in a second. As long as Jiang Qin was with De Huang, it would be unrealistic for Leopard Wei to kill De Huang Dog. Patriarch, you might not know this, but my cultivation method is very special. I have absorbed a lot of demon beasts' bloodline. I have even killed a white tiger with the bloodline of a divine beast and absorbed its bloodline. Maybe I can be recognized by the suspended tower. Jiang Qin said. Chapter 874. What? This man has actually refined the bloodline of the white tiger? Damn it. When did the white tiger appear in Saint Origin World? Why didn't we know about it? The white tiger is one of the 5 divine beasts. It's superior and its bloodline is extremely powerful. If we, the demon race, obtain it, we will definitely gain endless benefits. What's more surprising is that he can refine the bloodline of a demon beast. This is unbelievable. Humans and demon race are 2 completely different races. Even if humans want to refine our demon spirit, they have to do it bit by bit. It's even more impossible to absorb the bloodline of a demon beast. It seems like the cultivation method of this brat is extremely special. So what? After all, he is a human. Even if he has absorbed the bloodline of a demon beast, it's impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Many people were shocked that Jiang Qin had actually refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. He was really lucky. From another point of view, it was enough to prove that Jiang Qin was a man with great luck. However, in everyone's opinion, Jiang Qin had come alone after all. Even if he had refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, it was almost impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Is that so? Lang Xingtian frowned. Patriarch, in that case, why don't we let him try and see if he can pass the identification of the suspended tower? If he can enter the tower with De Huang, it will be a great help to De Huang's safety. I remember that Jiang Qin has a transformation technique that allows him to transform into a demon beast. Peacock King said. No, those who are not from the demon race are not eligible to enter the suspended tower. A powerful 4th-grade great saint beside Heavenly Leopard King said. As long as one can pass the identification of the suspended tower, he will be eligible to enter the tower. This is the rule of the suspended tower and also the rule of our ancestors. Peacock King harumphed coldly. Lang Xingtian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to argue. He glanced at the gate of the suspended tower that had just opened, then looked at Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin, you try and see if you can pass the identification of the suspended tower. Thank you, Patriarch. Jiang Qin clasped his fist towards Lang Xingtian, then turned around and flew towards the illusory door. He believed that the dragon transformation skill could help him enter the suspended tower. Otherwise, the true dragon bloodline would become a joke. This trip to the suspended tower was crucial to De Huang. If he did not enter, what awaited De Huang would be the end of the world. Jiang Qin stood in front of the door of the suspended tower. Many people's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. They wanted to see if a human like Jiang Qin could pass the identification test. In front of the illusory door, Jiang Qin could feel traces of desolate qi overflowing from the door. It was a very ancient qi. Through this door, he seemed to be able to see the supreme holy land of the demon race. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Qin began to circulate the dragon transformation skill. Lines of blood-red dragon marks surged out from his body. Each dragon mark was like an illusory true dragon, vivid and lifelike, making Jiang Qin look incomparably divine. Along with the emergence of the dragon marks, Jiang Qin also exuded a superior qi. Some of the weaker demons were mesmerized by him, and couldn't help but want to worship him. So powerful. He is obviously a human, but he can exude the qi of the king of demons. It makes me want to worship him. Some people exclaimed, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Qin slowly raised his palm that was emitting blood-red light and pressed it on the illusory door. Xuanhuan. Suddenly the entire door of the suspended tower trembled violently. With this trembling, the door that was only 30 to 40 feet in size gradually grew bigger and became a full 10 feet in size. At the same time, the suspended tower behind also trembled violently, and the light it emitted became even stronger. At this moment, the entire ancient tower seemed to have formed some kind of resonance with Jiang Qin. Look, the door has become bigger. What's going on? The suspended tower has existed for so long, and there has never been the slightest change. Today it has become so big, more than twice its original size. What did Jiang Qin do? Look, the suspended tower and Jiang Qin have formed a resonance. Jiang Qin actually passed the identification test of the suspended tower. It's too strange. Yes, this is really a miracle. A human actually got the approval of the suspended tower, and such a huge change happened. This is the only change in the suspended tower's existence. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a situation before. This was definitely the first time. However, many people knew that a huge change in the suspended tower was beneficial to the demon race. At this moment, Jiang Qin was also stunned. He was very excited because he actually felt that the suspended tower was summoning him. No, it should be that there was something in the suspended tower that was summoning him. This kind of summoning was very strange, but there was a hint of familiarity. There is something I need in the suspended tower. Jiang Qin suppressed the excitement in his heart. He did not expect that there would be such a big reward in the suspended tower. Although he did not know what was summoning him, for him, this was a miracle. Jiang Qin was sure that the thing that was summoning him was not the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment. If it was the Heavenly Saint Sword, the connection between them would be much stronger. After sorting out his emotions, Jiang Qin turned back to Lang Xingtian and the Peacock King. He cupped his fist and said, "Patriarch, I have passed the identification test of the suspended tower. I can enter the suspended tower with the Huang dog." Good. Jiang Qin, I did not expect you to have such a deep relationship with the demon race. I will give you the qualification to enter the suspended tower with the Huang dog. Lang Xingtian did not hide his joy. If Jiang Qin entered the suspended tower with the Huang dog, he could also relax. At least, De Huang's safety would not be a problem. No. At this moment, someone objected. The one who spoke was the Heavenly Leopard King. This was the first time the Heavenly Leopard King spoke. Even if he was speaking to the Patriarch, there was no respect or politeness in his tone. Even if he passed the identification test of the suspended tower, he is still an outsider. He does not have the qualification to enter the suspended tower. If you want to let him in, I will be the first to object. The Heavenly Leopard King's words were very firm. His target this time was the Huang dog. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, how could he allow someone to ruin it? Although this Jiang Qin might not be Leopard Wei's opponent, he had seen the scene of Jiang Qin killing Xiao Liang. If Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei were to fight, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, the suspended tower was not suitable for such a fierce battle. Once the suspended tower was damaged in the slightest, it might anger the spirits of the ancestors. No one could bear this responsibility. Heavenly Leopard, don't forget the rules of the suspended tower. As long as you pass the identification test, you can enter. Moreover, Jiang Qin has already formed a resonance with the suspended tower. This is something that has never happened before. Even the suspended tower has approved of him. What right do you have to object? Also, don't forget your identity. You are only the Great Elder. It is not up to you to make decisions in the demon race. The Peacock King said loudly. He had a fiery temper. Even if it was the powerful Heavenly Leopard King, he would not put him in his eyes. Peacock King, on crucial matters, the Great Elder has the right to participate in the decision-making. If you want to let this outsider enter the suspended tower, this Great Elder will not agree. The Heavenly Leopard King's attitude was firm. It seemed that he would not back down. Heavenly Leopard, you are too rude. Lang Xingtian was enraged. As the patriarch of the demon race, he had to have his own dignity. Now that he was provoked by the Heavenly Leopard King, if he did not do anything, it would greatly affect his prestige. The Heavenly Leopard King frowned. Today was a big day for the demon race. It would not look good if he made a scene. Now, Lang Xingtian's attitude was extremely strong. However, if he allowed Jiang Chen to enter the suspended tower, it would interfere with his plan. This time, entering the suspended tower was the best opportunity to eliminate De Huang Dog. If he could not eliminate De Huang this time, the De Huang Dog would most likely obtain great benefits from the suspended tower. At that time, his position in the demon race would be stabilized, and it would be extremely difficult to eliminate him. Patriarch, in order to let an outsider enter our demon race's sacred ground, other than obtaining the approval of the suspended tower, he must also be able to convince so many demon race members. As long as Jiang Chen can defeat me, let him enter the suspended tower. Leopard Wei opened his mouth and said. He actually issued a challenge to Jiang Chen. As soon as these words came out, the Heavenly Leopard King's eyes suddenly lit up. He gave Leopard Wei a look of admiration. Leopard Wei's method was undoubtedly the best method to solve the current situation. He believed in Leopard Wei's strength. With the cultivation of a half-step great sage, Jiang Chen was definitely not his opponent. If they fought outside, it would not seem disrespectful to the suspended tower. With Lang Xingtian and Peacock King obstructing him, it was not realistic for Leopard Wei to kill Jiang Chen. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen, it would not affect his plan. Yes, let's fight. Let us see his strength. As long as he can defeat Leopard Wei, let him enter the suspended tower. We will be convinced. This is a good solution. Otherwise, we will not be convinced if we let an outsider enter our sacred ground. For a moment, many people of the Heavenly Leopard King's bloodline voiced out. As the voices grew louder, it was impossible for Jiang Chen not to accept Leopard Wei's challenge. This bastard. Peacock King was a little angry. Alright, I accept his challenge. However, without waiting for Peacock King to speak, Jiang Chen directly agreed. Jiang Chen had already seen the situation clearly. If he wanted to enter the suspended tower, there were bound to be many obstacles. Since Leopard Wei wanted to challenge him, he would accompany him to the end. Moreover, he also wanted to see how strong a half-step great sage of the demon race was. Now, trash like Xiaoliang was no longer attractive to him. Only someone like Leopard Wei could arouse his fighting spirit. Jiang Chen, you have to think carefully. Leopard Wei is the existence ranked 11th in the sky list. He is a half-step great sage. Xiaoliang can't be compared to him. Chapter 875. It was normal for Peacock King to be worried. Even though Jiang Chen was powerful, his cultivation grade was still weak. Being able to kill Desolate Liang and being able to deal with Leopard Wei were two completely different concepts. Both of them were never on the same level. Apart from the difference in their rankings, there was also the difference in their cultivation grade. No matter how terrifying a 9th grade minor saint was, it would still be hard for him to be a match for a half-step great saint. A great saint was the true high and mighty existence. Even if he was just a half-step great saint, he had already stepped into the threshold of the great saint realm. Basically, he was about to leave the minor saint realm. Peacock King, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I don't have any other choice but to accept the challenge. The situation is very clear now. If I don't follow De Huang will be killed by Leopard Wei. Now that Kong Yang isn't here, none of the youths who entered the suspended tower can stop Leopard Wei from killing De Huang. Jiang Chen said. Alright. Since you have made up your mind, you will fight Leopard Wei. Don't force yourself if you can't defeat him. Lang Xingtian nodded and said. Now that Leopard Wei had issued a challenge to Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen didn't accept the challenge, he would be looked down upon by others. He was originally an outsider. Even if he was recognized by the suspended tower, he was still an outsider. In the demon race's philosophy, only the strong would be respected. As long as Jiang Chen defeated Leopard Wei, he would be able to shut the mouths of others and increase Jiang Chen's reputation. Alright. Let's fight then. Peacock King said. He waved his hand and created a battlefield in the void. Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei would fight in the battlefield. There wouldn't be any shockwave from the battle and it wouldn't affect the suspended tower. Peacock King liked Jiang Chen's fearless character the most. Although he was worried, he knew that if Jiang Chen didn't accept Leopard Wei's challenge, he would look down on Jiang Chen. Whoosh! Leopard Wei's silhouette flickered and he was the first to enter the battlefield. His aura was unparalleled, tyrannical to the extreme. He had a leopard's head and a pair of round eyes. His gaze was ferocious like knives as he stared at Jiang Qin. "Jiang Qin, come up here. You've declared to challenge all the geniuses in the Pure Land. Let me, Leopard Wei, see if you have the qualifications and capability to do so." Jiang Qin was calm and composed. With a sway of his body, he entered the battlefield. His expression had always been calm. Even when he was facing the patriarchs of the 5 major families, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Now that he was facing Leopard Wei, he was still as calm as ever. Such a temperament was truly admirable. Regarding the battle between Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei, whether it was Peacock King, Lang Xingtian or Golden Fur Lion King, all of them were very worried. After all, Leopard Wei's strength wasn't something that Xiao Liang could compare with. Leopard Wei had almost entered the top 10 of the Sky ranking. If there was one person who wasn't nervous, it would be De Huang Dog. De Huang's confidence in Jiang Qin had never been shaken. Plus, his eyes were sharp. Although Leopard Wei was powerful, he was only slightly stronger than the 9th grade minor saint Northern and Southern dynasties. After Jiang Qin advanced to the 6th grade minor saint, the Northern and Southern dynasties were no match for him. So, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with Leopard Wei now. Even if he couldn't kill Leopard Wei, defeating him wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Qin to kill the geniuses of the demon race here. "Jiang Qin, you are only a 6th grade minor saint, but you could kill someone like Xiao Liang. Even I have to admit that you are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. But in terms of innate talent, I, Leopard Wei, am inferior to you. But my current cultivation grade is higher than yours. You and I are not on the same level. I advise you to withdraw from the demon race." Leopard Wei looked at the indifferent face of Jiang Qin and said. It seemed like Leopard Wei was an honest man to say such words. One should know that a genius like him could say that his innate talent wasn't as good as others. It was undoubtedly a very rare thing. It was a very rare thing. "I'm sorry. De Huang is my brother. You can't deal with him. Although there is a gap between our cultivation grade, you are no match for me if we really fight," Jiang Qin said. "Ah, Jiang Qin, it seems like you are too arrogant. Do you think that you can deal with me after killing Xiao Liang? You are really ignorant. In that case, I will let you know the terror of a half-step great saint." Leopard Wei felt that he was amused by Jiang Qin's words. A monstrous demon chi overflowed from his body. Now that the suspended tower was about to open, Leopard Wei didn't want to waste any more time. He decided to attack first. He clenched his fist, making a ka-ka sound. Suddenly he punched at Jiang Qin. Leopard Wei's punch produced a shadow of a cheetah. It issued a dull roar of a cheetah. The powerful fist wind was constantly flashing like a knife. It was overwhelming and crushed the void into pieces. The might of just one punch had such a tyrannical momentum. It could be seen how powerful Leopard Wei was. Feeling the power of Leopard Wei, Jiang Qin's eyes began to flicker with a strange brilliance. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had always been to become stronger. The strength of Leopard Wei didn't make Jiang Qin flinch. Instead, it stimulated his fighting spirit. Crack! With a sway of his arm, it turned into a blood-red dragon arm. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had been tempered beyond recognition. He didn't transform right now as he wanted to feel the gap between him and Leopard Wei in his true form. Rumble! Jiang Qin also blasted a punch. The boundless wind and waves turned into a vast ocean. Both of them moved extremely fast. They collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The sky shook. The battlefield created by the Peacock King was instantly smashed into pieces. Ice-cold spatial hurricanes drifted everywhere. However, the Peacock King's means were powerful. Not a single trace of the battle leaked out from the battlefield. However, although the crowd could not feel the fluctuations of the battle, the earth-shattering battle inside still made them incomparably shocked. This was only the first collision, but there was already such a huge commotion. Dang dang dang! Jiang Qin retreated dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the previous collision, Jiang Qin's strength was not as strong as Leopard Wei. He was directly injured. However, this kind of injury didn't affect him at all. After absorbing the essence of wood, the recovery ability of Jiang Qin's dragon transformation skill had reached an incomparably terrifying level. The injury in front of him could be completely healed in the blink of an eye. Like I said, you are no match for me. Just a casual punch of mine could injure you. How are you going to fight against me? Of course, you are the first 6th grade minor saint who could withstand my punch and come out unscathed. I admire you for that. Leopard Wei's robe was fluttering in the wind. Although he was unparalleled in strength, he was still surprised after the battle with Jiang Qin. After all, he was a half-step great saint. Jiang Qin was only a 6th grade minor saint. It was something that he had never thought of. He knew very well that if both of them were at the same level, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Qin if he advanced another level. Look, Jiang Qin has been defeated. He is no match for Leopard Wei. The gap between their strength is too big. They are not at the same level. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Leopard Wei to this extent. That's true. This man is already a peerless genius. If he and Leopard Wei were at the same level, I'm afraid that Leopard Wei wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. Some were happy while some were sighing. However, no matter if it was the Heavenly Wolf or Heavenly Leopard, no one dared to mock Jiang Qin because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Even if Jiang Qin was defeated, their attitude towards Jiang Qin was still full of admiration. Of course, the battle had just begun. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. On the battlefield, Jiang Qin took 2 steps forward. His body began to transform. With a loud bang, everyone could feel a strong, desolate force surging out from Jiang Qin's body. Then, a dragon man whose body was glowing with blood-red light appeared. To many of them, this was their first time seeing Jiang Qin's transformation, including Lang Xingtian. Leopard Wei, isn't it too early to say who will win or lose? Jiang Qin's aura was many times stronger than before. His combat strength had increased by 10 times. This was no joke. What a terrifying transformation skill. He looks like an ancient lofty dragon. How could he have such a skill? Dragon, that's a legendary existence. It's the king of all beasts, high and mighty. His appearance is actually that of a dragon. This is too scary. I can feel that his chi has increased by at least 10-fold after his transformation. He has directly suppressed Leopard Wei. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Many of them began to have new expectations for this battle. The current Jiang Qin was indeed much stronger than before. Judging from the current situation, it was hard to tell who would win between Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei. He actually has a bloodline that terrifies me. Could it be the legendary true dragon bloodline? Impossible. It's impossible for such a legendary existence to exist in Saint Origin World. Lang Xingtian was also shocked. His pair of eyes stared at the transformed Jiang Qin without blinking. Leopard Wei, who was standing opposite to Jiang Qin, also revealed a trace of solemnity on his face. He was the closest to Jiang Qin, so he could clearly sense the increase in chi and combat strength of Jiang Qin. After Jiang Qin's transformation, his combat strength had increased by 10-fold, which made his advantage of being a half-step great saint vanish. Alright, let me see how strong you are. Jiang Qin turned a blind eye to Leopard Wei's powerful aura as he unleashed the true dragon palm. When he unleashed the true dragon palm under the state of his dragon transformation, its might was truly astonishing. A gigantic dragon claw manifested, accompanied by a faint draconic roar. Jiang Qin had already awakened a drop of true dragon blood when he was at Green Lotus Mountain in the Western Domain. His body possessed a powerful true dragon bloodline. Although the heavenly leopard was also a powerful mutated beast, compared to the true dragon bloodline, it was simply not on the same level. Just like now, the true dragon palm was clearly suppressing the heavenly leopard's god-splitting claw. Rumble. 2 gigantic heavenly claws collided like 2 gigantic mountains colliding together. The entire battlefield could be described as collapsing. Destructive energy drifted everywhere. Dang dang dang. This time, Leopard Wei was still not a match for Jiang Qin. He retreated 3 steps before stabilizing his body. The shock on his face was even more intense. Look, Leopard Wei is in a disadvantageous position. He doesn't seem to be a match for Jiang Qin. I can't believe that Jiang Qin has become so powerful after transforming. Yeah. Too scary. Leopard Wei is a half-step great saint while Jiang Qin is merely a 6th grade minor saint. The gap between them is indescribable, but Jiang Qin has defeated Leopard Wei. This is a great miracle. Let's see. It's not the time to determine the winner yet. The heavenly leopard race still has a powerful innate ability. Leopard Wei's heavenly leopard king's eye hasn't been unleashed yet. I heard that this heavenly leopard king's eye not only has a strong offensive power, but it can also pierce the opponent's soul. It's very scary. Jiang Qin had turned the situation around, suppressing Leopard Wei. No one had thought that this would happen. Currently, Heavenly Leopard King's face was very unsightly. If Leopard Wei was defeated, his plan would fail completely. What surprised him more was that Jiang Qin was such a peerless monstrous genius. On the other side, Leopard Wei was already enraged. His eyes had already turned blood red. His eyes began to change from blood red to the color of light. At this time, Leopard Wei's eyes no longer had any other colors. They were like two round suns, incomparably dazzling. Jiang Qin, stop wasting time. I want to see how you are going to deal with the innate ability of my Heavenly Leopard King's eye. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use it. Leopard Wei's tone was incomparably gloomy. Normally, he wouldn't use the ultimate innate ability of the Heavenly Leopard King's eye easily because it would cause a certain amount of damage to his body. After using it once, he would fall into a period of weakness. He wouldn't be able to recover for at least a day. However, Leopard Wei had no choice but to use it now. He was the one who challenged Jiang Qin. He was the second genius of the demon race and he was a half-step great saint. If he was defeated by a 6th-grade minor saint, it would be an incomparably shameful thing. Swoosh! 2 incomparably bright rays of light shot out from Leopard Wei's eyes like sharp arrows. Very quickly, the 2 rays of light merged into one, becoming the most dazzling ray of light under the heavens and earth. The moment Leopard Wei used the Heavenly Leopard King's eye, Jiang Qin could feel a destructive force. More importantly, when he saw the ray of light, he felt a stabbing pain in his soul. It seemed like the most powerful attack of the Heavenly Leopard King's eye wasn't the power of the attack itself, but the ability to stimulate the opponent's soul. If Jiang Qin didn't cultivate the Great Soul Derivation technique, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. However, the Great Soul Derivation technique was too terrifying. It made his soul incomparably strong and as hard as a castle. It was undoubtedly impossible for the Heavenly Leopard King's eye to damage his soul. 9 Solar Finger. Since Leopard Wei had casted his most powerful innate ability, Jiang Qin wouldn't neglect it. Immediately he casted the powerful 9 Solar Fingers. After obtaining the other phalanx bone, the power of his 9 Solar Fingers was many times stronger than before. When casting the 9 Solar Fingers, Jiang Qin's combat strength in his dragon form had increased once again. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound came from the void. 9 dazzling fingers were pointed out by Jiang Qin. These fingers quickly fused into one, and the huge golden finger collided with the ray of light from the Heavenly Leopard King's eye. The color of the sky changed. Everything in the battlefield had been completely destroyed. Dazzling energy ripples could be seen everywhere. Under the illumination of such dazzling light, no one could see the situation on the battlefield, let alone Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei. The dazzling light lasted for a full minute before it gradually faded away. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei's figures once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, the appearance of these 2 men caused countless people to cry out in surprise. Both of them had returned to their human form, but their appearances were completely different. Jiang Qin was wearing a snow-white robe, and he still had a calm expression on his face. His aura was deep and steady, and it didn't look any different from when he was at his peak. However, a sword appeared in his hand, and he placed it on Leopard Wei's neck. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in a sorry state. His chest was covered with blood, the corner of his mouth and even his eyes. That was the backlash from the Heavenly Leopard King's eye. You've lost. Jiang Qin's voice was incomparably calm, but it was heard by everyone. He slowly sheathed his sword, turned around and returned to the Peacock King's side. Leopard Wei smiled bitterly and also left the battlefield, returning to the Heavenly Leopard King's side. Are you all right? The Heavenly Leopard King asked with concern. I'm fine. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. If it was a life-and-death battle just now, I would have been dead by now. Leopard Wei said. He didn't feel the slightest bit of unwillingness in his defeat against Jiang Qin. In other words, Jiang Qin had already shown mercy to him. Otherwise he would have been a dead man by now. It was impossible for him to be standing here in one piece. It seems like we have underestimated him. A great saint sighed. Leopard Wei has lost. He has been defeated by Jiang Qin. This Jiang Qin has actually become so powerful. This is really shocking. Yeah, he's too scary. Even Leopard Wei is no match for him. I'm afraid that only Kong Yang can suppress him among the young generation of the demon race. Amazing. He's truly an abnormal guy. The people of the demon race were sighing. The half-step Great Saint Leopard Wei was defeated by the 6th grade minor Saint Jiang Chen. No one would believe such a scene if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Chapter 877. The way Lang Xingtian looked at Jiang Chen was getting more and more passionate. Before the battle with Leopard Wei, he didn't have much confidence in Jiang Chen. He was even worried about Jiang Chen. After all, Leopard Wei was ranked 11th in the Sky ranking. He wasn't someone that Xiao Liang could compare with. However, he didn't expect that even Leopard Wei couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. From another point of view, the current Jiang Chen had already entered the top 10 of the Sky ranking after defeating Leopard Wei. The Sky ranking of the Pure Land had existed for a very long time, but this was the first time a 6th grade minor saint had entered the top 10. It was like an immortal. Jiang brother is too powerful. Golden Fur Lion King was overjoyed. Jiang Chen's potential was getting bigger and bigger. His future achievement was destined to be immeasurable. Alright, the gate of the suspended tower has officially opened. All the young disciples of the demon race are qualified to enter. Lang Xingtian announced loudly. The suspended tower had officially opened. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the huge gate. This time, no one stopped them or expressed any objection. Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei, so he was qualified to enter the suspended tower. Even Heavenly Leopard King had nothing to say. He could only sigh at the failure of his plan. The only thing he could do now was to hope that De Huang Dog wouldn't perform too miraculously in the suspended tower. The demon race was one of the 8 races of the Pure Land. It was the true sacred land of the demon race. There were countless races and systems in the demon race. No one knew how many of them were in the spiritual space mountain. There were more than 20,000 young disciples who entered the suspended tower this time. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the suspended tower. The place they appeared in was a spatial zone filled with chaotic chi. It wasn't big, but it was at least 1,000 miles wide. This was the first level of the suspended tower. All the disciples would enter the first level after entering the tower. Little Qinzi, why did the gate of the suspended tower become bigger? De Huang Dog asked. He already knew the real identity of Jiang Chen. However, even the identity of the greatest saint had nothing to do with the suspended tower. No matter how powerful a human was, he wouldn't be able to make the suspended tower change because of him. It probably has something to do with my cultivation method. It's called Dragon Transformation Skill. My Dragon Transformation Skill is part of this cultivation method. When I was in the Western region, the bloodline of the real dragon had already appeared in my body. Although it was very little, it did appear. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to transform into a dragon. The real dragon is the supreme existence, the king of all beasts. It's really high and mighty, even higher than the suspended tower. Moreover, I have absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, which is also a high and mighty existence. I guess the reason why the gate of the suspended tower became bigger because of me might be related to this. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and said, if it's you, you might be able to do it as well. De Huang Dog possessed the complete bloodline of a dragon horse. Moreover, it was a super mutated bloodline. It was extremely terrifying. The suspended tower was the sacred symbol of the demon race. When a divine beast appeared, it would naturally cause some resonance. That's for sure. It's a pity that the limelight of this master dog has been stolen by you. De Huang Dog had a depressed look on his face. However, it was really satisfying for you to defeat Leopard Wei. I guess that brat won't dare to come and fight me in the suspended tower. Thinking about the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei, De Huang Dog had a proud look on his face. Although Leopard Wei is arrogant, he has the nature of a demon. He is not a shy person and can accept defeat. This kind of person is not bad. We just have different standpoints. Jiang Chen said. Leopard Wei gave him a much better impression than those geniuses from the big clans. Only a genius who can accept defeat can be considered a genius. What do you think we can get by entering this suspended tower? Master Dog doesn't care about those ancient inheritance. As my cultivation increases, Master Dog will awaken more and more innate abilities. They are much more powerful than the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors. De Huang Dog said indifferently. He was not bragging. Even those ancient demon ancestors were not on the same level as De Huang Dog in terms of bloodline. It was normal for De Huang Dog to look down on their inheritance. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak now. Entering the suspended mountain is a great opportunity for you. Your goal is to establish your position in the demon race. Therefore, the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors will be of great help to you. At least it will help you grow in a short period of time. Jiang Qin said. He immediately thought of the summoning power that was sent out by the suspended tower. He said, when I was standing in front of the gate of the suspended tower, I felt a summoning power coming from the tower. However, after I entered, the summoning power disappeared. It seems like the summoning power is not on the first floor. What? Could it be that there is something that you need in here? Could it be the fragment of the heavenly saint sword? The Huang dog was very surprised. No matter what, Jiang Qin was a human. Even if he had absorbed the bloodline of a divine beast, it didn't change the fact that he was a human. The suspended tower had nothing to do with humans. But now Jiang Qin said that there was a mysterious existence that was summoning him. It was obvious that the mysterious existence was not as simple as it seemed. No, it's a very strange summoning power. However, there is a familiar feeling. I can't put my finger on it. Let's continue forward, Jiang Qin said. At this time, a figure came to the side of Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. It was Peacock King's son, Kong Yu. Brother Jiang, De Huang. Kong Yu cupped his fists at Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. Little Peacock, there doesn't seem to be anything special in this suspended tower, De Huang dog said. It seems like you guys don't know much about the suspended tower. The first 5 floors of the suspended tower can be entered at will. Indeed, there are some opportunities inside, but they are very rare. However, from the 6th floor onwards, everyone who wants to enter will have to go through a re-identification process. Just like the previous portal, only those with great luck and great potential can enter the 6th floor and above. Therefore, Jiang Qin and De Huang dog began to fly towards the 7th floor. When they arrived at the door of the 7th floor, Leopard Wei was already there. Leopard Wei glanced at Jiang Qin and De Huang dog casually. He didn't say anything and directly walked towards the 7th floor. Swoosh. Leopard Wei entered the 7th floor without any obstruction. After he entered the 7th floor of the suspended tower also lit up. From the outside, one could clearly see a light spot moving on the 7th floor. Look, someone entered the 7th floor. It's Leopard Wei. That's nothing. Leopard Wei entered the 7th floor last year. This time his target is the 8th floor. Chapter 878. This wasn't the first time the suspended tower had been opened. Every time it opened, everyone would pay attention to the situation in the 7th floor. The 8th floor was very difficult to enter, and the 9th floor was basically impossible. The 6th floor was just a threshold. Therefore, the 7th floor was the most important floor. At this moment, a light appeared in the 7th floor. However, no one was too excited because they all knew that the light was from Leopard Wei. Leopard Wei had entered the 7th floor last year. This time he thought that he would be able to enter without any effort. What the higher-ups of the demon race really paid attention to were the others. Now, more than 200 people had entered the 6th floor. According to the estimation, it would already be very good if 10 of them could enter the 7th floor. Among these 10 people it would depend on their luck. In front of the door of the 7th floor, Jiang Qin and De Huang dog were not in a hurry to enter. The suspended tower would only be opened for a day. To them it was still more than enough time. More and more people came to the door. A young man from the eagle race came to the door excitedly. His face was full of confidence. Leopard Wei has already entered. I will be the second one to enter the 7th floor. Watch me. This man's cultivation was not weak. He looked very arrogant. He strode towards the door and stimulated his bloodline. Very soon he collided with the illusory door. Bang. A dull sound was followed by a scream. The excited young man from the eagle race was directly bounced back by the illusory door. He was bounced back dozens of meters and sat on the ground. The confidence on his face disappeared and was replaced by depression. After the failure of the young man from the eagle race, he dejectedly walked towards other places. Since he couldn't enter the 7th floor, he could only look for opportunities in the 6th floor. After the failure of the young man from the eagle race, the other geniuses of the demon race also wanted to give it a try. Unfortunately, they were all bounced back by the door. Let me. At this moment, the son of the Peacock King, Kong Yu, walked to the door. He released his peacock bloodline and took a deep breath. Then he strode towards the door. When he touched the door shook violently. However, it didn't bounce back like before. Swoosh. With a flash, Kong Yu disappeared. Just like Leopard Wei, he directly entered the 7th floor. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog nodded. As the son of the Peacock King, Kong Yu's bloodline was very powerful. It was not surprising that he could enter the 7th floor. In the following period of time, more than 200 people attempted to break through the door of the 7th floor. Most of them failed. Those who failed quickly dispersed towards different areas of the 6th floor. There were many opportunities on the 6th floor as well. If they could obtain some, it would not be a waste of time. Jianghu did a quick calculation. Apart from him and Big Yellow, there were a total of 10 people who had entered the 7th floor. Looks like the higher we go, the more difficult it gets. There are so many people here, but only 10 have entered. Now it's our turn. Jianghu smiled. He and Big Yellow strode toward the door. Their bloodlines were too powerful, so the door of the 7th floor didn't stop them at all. They were able to enter it without any trouble. 12 dots of light were moving on the 7th floor. This number was enough to satisfy the higher-ups of the demon race. It's better than last year. Last year there were only 10. This year there are 12. Truth be told, there are still 10 of them. Those two are Jianghu and a Huang dog. Looks like Jianghu really does possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the 7th floor so easily. It would appear that there were no obstructions at all. Yes, but he is an outsider after all. If we let him obtain the inheritance of our demon race's ancient almighty, wouldn't we become a joke? I don't think so. Although he has passed the recognition of the suspended tower, the human bloodline in his body cannot be concealed. The powerful figures of the demon race will not pass their inheritance to an outsider. At most, he will be able to find some other benefits. However, De Huang Dog is very hopeful. He has the bloodline of the divine beast, Dragon Horse. The benefits he can obtain are immeasurable. The people outside were discussing. They could determine the identity of the people inside by looking at the light spots. There were 12 dots of light. Besides, the 10 of them were from the demon race, the other 2 were Jianghu and De Huang Dog. Those who could enter the 7th floor were all rare geniuses. Each of them was a proud and arrogant person. Among the 10 of them, the lowest grade was a 7th grade minor saint. After they entered the 7th floor, they immediately flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor without hesitation. Most of them were satisfied with entering the 7th floor, but they still wanted to try and see if they could enter the 8th floor. That year, Kong Yang entered the 8th floor and obtained endless benefits. He was ranked 3rd in the sky ranking. Who didn't have a dream? Who didn't want to stand at the peak? Who was willing to be ordinary? Even if they knew that the chances were slim, they still wanted to give it a try. Even if they failed, at least they had tried their best. They wouldn't have any regrets. Jianghu and De Huang Dog did the same. They followed them and flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor. Very soon they arrived in front of the entrance. The entrance of the 8th floor didn't look any different from the other floors, but it had an ancient and mysterious feeling. It was filled with a superior qi. When the others arrived, Leopard Wei was already trying to enter the 8th floor. Half of his body had entered the 8th floor, but his body was trembling violently as if he was going to be thrown out at any time. Ka Leopard Wei's body produced a cracking sound. It was the sound of his bones being crushed. It was imaginable that he was enduring the pressure from the entrance. It was like a mountain that ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand. Arg Leopard Wei let out a loud roar. He seemed to be suffering great pain, but he was still persevering. His eyes were red, but he didn't give up. Half of his body had already entered the 8th floor, which meant that he still had a chance. The people behind him also had a dignified look on their faces. Even the half-step great sage Leopard Wei was having such a hard time. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they were in his shoes. Perhaps they would be thrown out like the previous door. However, they had already come this far, so they had to give it a try. Jianghu and Big Yellow looked at each other and couldn't help but nod their heads. Putting aside the issue of their standpoint, Leopard Wei was indeed a talented genius. Just his tenacity alone was not something ordinary people could compare with. Outside the suspended tower, pairs of eyes were looking at the 8th floor. At this moment, half of the 8th floor had already been illuminated by light spots. The entire floor was shaking. Look, someone is going to enter the 8th floor. It's Leopard Wei. Leopard Wei is really powerful. It seems that he is very likely to succeed. Someone was already excited. Being able to enter the 8th floor meant that a true monstrous genius would appear. As long as one could enter the 8th floor, he would definitely not return empty-handed. Ever since Kong Yang, no one had entered the 8th floor. Heavenly Leopard King's eyes were also incomparably bright. Leopard Wei's performance was better than what he had expected. However, the current situation was very obvious. Leopard Wei hadn't truly entered the 8th floor yet. Many people were extremely nervous. Their eyes were staring at the 8th floor without blinking. This situation lasted for a full minute. Suddenly the 8th floor shone brightly. An incomparably bright light spot was floating inside the 8th floor, flickering back and forth. Haha, Leopard Wei has succeeded. Heavenly Leopard King burst into laughter on the spot. The 8th floor. He has finally entered the 8th floor. After coming out this time, Leopard Wei will certainly obtain the inheritance of the ancient great power. He will obtain great benefits. At that time he will directly enter the top 10 of the sky list. He will be comparable to Kong Yang. Amazing. Truly amazing. He has actually entered the 8th floor. Leopard Wei is really good. Many people were excited. Although Lang Xingtian and Leopard Wei didn't have the same bloodline, he was still happy to see another peerless genius in the demon race. In front of the door of the 8th floor, the others were also excited when they saw Leopard Wei entering the 8th floor. One by one they began to try to enter the 8th floor like Leopard Wei. Unfortunately, all of them failed, including Kong Yu. In the end, they could only helplessly shake their heads and go to different places in the 7th floor. Although they were helpless, they weren't dispirited. They came to the 8th floor with the attitude of giving it a try. The probability of success was extremely slim. It was already considered good to be able to enter the 7th floor. There were many opportunities in the 7th floor. Whether they could find them or not depended on their luck. Only Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were left. Just like before, De Huang Dog took out his divine beast bloodline while Jiang Qin circulated his dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Very soon, one man and one dog collided with the illusory door. Even with their bloodline, they still felt a great resistance. That was an invisible force acting on their bodies, as if it wanted to explore them thoroughly. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog withstood the pressure and continued to rush forward. Half of their bodies had already entered the 8th floor, falling into the same situation as Leopard Wei. However, their bloodline was far superior to Leopard Wei's. If Leopard Wei could enter the 8th floor, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. Look, another 2 people are going to enter the 8th floor. Outside the suspended tower, someone saw the changes in the 8th floor and immediately exclaimed, "It's Jiang Qin and De Huang." Peacock King's eyes lit up. I wonder if they can enter the 8th floor. Golden Fur Lion King seemed very excited. Just as Golden Fur Lion King's voice faded, another 2 resplendent light spots appeared on the 8th floor. Haha, they have entered. Lang Xingtian laughed. Amazing. There are actually 3 people who have entered the 8th floor. Not to mention that Jiang Qin is an outsider, De Huang Dog is from the demon race. This year's opening of the suspended tower will be a great harvest. Many people were excited. Chapter 879. After Leopard Wei entered the 8th floor, he didn't rush to look for opportunities. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to recover. Before he entered the suspended tower, he was already injured from the battle with Jiang Qin. Furthermore, when he tried to break through the door of the 8th floor, he suffered a great deal of pressure. Even if his bloodline was powerful, he still needed some time to recover. While Leopard Wei was recovering, 2 figures walked in from the door and appeared in front of him. Leopard Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. You guys came in too. Leopard Wei couldn't help but be shocked. As a genius of the demon race, he knew very well what it meant to be able to enter the 8th floor. If it was so easy to enter, Kong Yang wouldn't be the only one to enter in the past 10 years. Being able to enter the 8th floor this time was a great fortune for him. His heart was filled with ecstasy. In his mind, he was afraid that he was the only one who could enter the 8th floor, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more people who could enter. Leopard Wei, although your bloodline of the heavenly leopard is powerful, it's still lacking compared to our bloodline of the divine beasts. Since you can enter, of course we can. In fact, it's much easier than you. Jiang Qin said. Humph. Don't be too full of yourself. Entering the 8th floor and obtaining real benefits are 2 different things. You're a human, even if you can enter, you won't be able to obtain any benefits. Leopard Wei harumphed. Then let's rely on our own abilities. Jiang Qin smiled and brought De Huang Dog to the depths of the 8th floor. He didn't make things difficult for Leopard Wei because if he killed Leopard Wei here, the bloodline of the heavenly leopard would definitely be enraged. At that time, the internal strife of the demon race would be even more severe. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, he didn't dislike people like heavenly leopards. If it wasn't because of their standpoint, he would be willing to be friends with them. Little Chinzi, has the mysterious summoning force appeared? We're already in the 8th floor. De Huang Dog asked. Jiang Qin shook his head, still not. Fuck, could it be the legendary 9th level? I heard that no one has ever entered the 9th floor before. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Do you think we can break through this situation and enter the 9th floor? To be honest, I am very curious about the 9th floor of the suspended tower. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and smiled. It doesn't matter if we can enter or not. Since we are already here, we must give it a try. However, we should take a stroll around the 8th floor and see if there are any great opportunities that we can encounter. After all, the suspended tower will only be open for a day. We cannot spend all our time trying to break through to the 9th floor. If we fail to enter, we won't even have the time to look for opportunities. De Huang Dog said. For a long time after that, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog searched for opportunities and treasures on the 8th floor. Half a day passed by quickly. Unfortunately, even with De Huang Dog's ability to find treasures, he couldn't find anything. For God's sake, didn't they say that entering the 8th level would definitely bring great benefits? De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. There's not much time left. Let's go and have a look at the 9th floor. Jiang Qin said and walked towards the entrance of the 9th floor. Currently, Leopard Wei had already obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty in the 8th floor and was trying his best to absorb the benefits. As for the 9th floor, Leopard Wei had never thought about it, he didn't even have the intention to try. Although he considered himself a genius, he knew his own limitations. The suspended tower had existed for a very long time. Countless monstrous geniuses had emerged in the demon race, but none of them could enter the 9th floor, let alone him. In front of the door of the 9th floor, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked at the illusory door. This door didn't look any different from the previous ones, but the runes on it were densely packed. It would hurt one's eyes if one looked at it for a long time. If one looked at it for a long time, one would feel suffocated. This wasn't a formation, nor was it a restriction, but it carried a superior aura as if it represented the supreme existence of the demon race. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog took a deep breath. They operated their bloodline to the extreme and rushed towards the door of the 9th floor at the same time. Chi-chi. When Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's bodies touched the illusory door, a chi-chi sound was heard. At the place where they collided with the door, a large number of sparks were produced. They felt a huge rebounding force acting on their bodies. However, after this force sensed their bloodline, it instantly weakened a lot. Then, it became stronger again, alternating between strong and weak. However, this kind of alternation was really difficult for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Both of them were in a dilemma. They could basically conclude that if they chose to retreat, they would lose the qualification to enter the 9th floor forever. This was probably a kind of test. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and press forward, experiencing the pain of their bodies being severely squeezed and even deformed. There wasn't much time left before the end of the suspended tower. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow wanted to enter the 9th floor, but it wouldn't be a matter of a few breaths' time. They were still trying to break through. Now that the 9th floor had recognized their bloodline, they only needed to break through the barrier of the door and they would be able to enter the 9th floor. Jiang Qin was very confident in his senses. He didn't sense the mysterious summoning force in the first 8 floors. This meant that the summoning force must be in the 9th floor. Soon the opening time of the suspended tower was about to end. One silhouette after another walked out of the suspended tower. Those who failed to enter the 6th floor had already come out. The ones who came out now were those from the 6th and 7th floor. There were more than 200 of them. Most of them were shaking their heads and sighing when they came out. It seemed like they didn't gain anything. Some of them were arrogant and excited. Those were the ones who had truly obtained benefits from the suspended tower. Naturally, they had a reason to be happy. Almost everyone has come out. None of them has obtained the inheritance of the ancient almighty. Now it's up to Leopard Wei and De Huang. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Now everyone had come out except for the 3 from the 8th floor. As soon as someone's voice trailed off, a hearty laughter suddenly came from the gate of the suspended tower. Suddenly, a silhouette shot out from inside like a golden light. It was Leopard Wei. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in high spirits. He didn't look injured at all. Even the backlash from using the heavenly Leopard King's eye had disappeared. More importantly, his chi was much stronger than before, as if he had obtained some kind of great sublimation. Haha, Leopard Wei has obtained the inheritance of the ancient almighty. From now on he will have a chance to break through to the great sage realm. Heavenly Leopard King laughed heartily. The people of the heavenly leopard lineage were also very excited. Leopard Wei didn't disappoint them this time. Just like Kong Yang, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient almighty. Congratulations, Leopard Wei. Lang Xingtian said to Leopard Wei. No matter what, Leopard Wei was a member of the demon race. He represented the geniuses of the demon race when he went out. After today's incident, Leopard Wei would be ranked in the top 10 of the celestial ranking. This was equivalent to winning glory for the demon race. There are 2 more people. Why haven't De Huang and Jiang Chen come out yet? In my opinion, they must have gotten nothing. They are wasting too much time. That's right. They should have come out even if they didn't get anything. They can't afford to delay the closing time of the suspended tower. At this time, many people shifted their attention to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Now everyone had come out except for the 2 of them. Everyone guessed correctly. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog indeed didn't get anything. However, they would never have thought that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were breaking through the gate of the 9th floor. Rumble. Just as everyone was discussing, the suspended tower suddenly shook violently. A deafening roar was heard. Everyone saw that the 9th floor, which had always been dark for so many years, suddenly lit up half of its original color. Look, there is light in the 9th floor. Oh my god, they are breaking through the 9th floor. Oh my god, they are really breaking through the 9th floor. It seems like they are already halfway through. How many years has it been? This is the first time the 9th floor has lit up. I'm so lucky to see it. It's Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. These 2 super abnormal geniuses actually have the courage to break through the 9th floor. I can't believe it. If they succeed, it will be a miracle in the history of our demon race. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to speak. They could only raise their heads and watch. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were obviously very excited. That was the 9th floor. They had entered the suspended tower before and they knew what the 9th floor represented. It was impossible for them to enter the 9th floor. However, a miracle had happened today. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast and Jiang Chen was also a super abnormal genius. If they could enter the 9th floor, they really couldn't imagine what they could get. The inheritance of an ancient almighty? I'm afraid it won't be that simple. All of a sudden, a roar came out from the suspended tower. The 9th floor, which was only half lit up, suddenly became brighter. 2 dazzling light spots were floating in the 9th floor. The moment the 9th floor was opened, the entire suspended tower emitted countless rays of light. These rays of light sprinkled down from the 9th floor to every corner of this space. When these rays of light sprinkled on people's bodies, they felt as if they had fallen into a warm ocean. It was incomparably comfortable. These rays of light are the sacred items of the demon race. They can improve one's physique and enhance the demon power. That's right. What a divine radiance. Everyone quickly absorb it. This is a gift from the ancient pagoda to our Yao clan. Quickly absorb this radiance. Absorb as much as you can. This is a great opportunity for our Yao clan. Everyone can obtain unimaginable benefits. Awesome. The great opportunity of our demon race has come. Chapter 880. Everyone was excited, especially those from the heavenly wolf lineage. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were unable to control their emotions. The 9th floor had been opened. This was something that they had never dreamt of. They didn't even dare to imagine that they would be able to witness the opening of the 9th floor in their lifetime. However, besides being excited, they were more concerned about what benefits Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog would get after entering the 9th floor. At least, one thing was certain: as long as they entered the 9th floor, they would not return empty-handed. The opening time of the suspended tower was already up, but everything had changed because of the opening of the 9th floor. At this time, no one would suggest to close the suspended tower, not even Heavenly Leopard King. This was a miracle of the demon race. Even if Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stayed in there for another 3 days and 3 nights, no one would say anything. More importantly, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had opened the 9th floor, which brought a great opportunity to the entire demon race. The radiance that was sprinkling down from the 9th floor would bring endless benefits to all of the demon race, including Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King. At this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, who had entered the 9th floor, were paralyzed on the ground. Even with their abilities, they felt as if they were about to collapse after passing through the portal of the 9th floor. The process of passing through the portal was simply a kind of torture. However, even though they were lying on the ground, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could still feel a sense of superiority. It was a very strange feeling. They felt as if they had left their original world and were lying in the sky. Their surroundings were filled with a noble aura. This was a true sacred place. Countless radiance surrounded them. Basically, they didn't need to move at all. The radiance would heal their bodies quickly. This is the radiance of the demon race. It's very beneficial to those who have the bloodline of the demon race. Jiang Chen said. How is it? Did you feel the summoning power? De Huang Dog asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he still couldn't sense it on the 9th floor, it could only mean that Jiang Chen's perception had made a mistake. I can sense it and it's very strong. It's not far ahead. Let's recover quickly. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. He could feel that the mysterious summoning force would bring him great benefits. He would welcome a great opportunity in the 9th floor. Very quickly, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow recovered. They crawled up from the ground and looked around at the space that was filled with divine light. After that, they flew towards the direction where the mysterious summoning force came from. The space on the 9th floor wasn't big. It should be the smallest space in the entire suspended tower. There was nothing here except for an ancient altar in the center. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came to the front of the altar. The ancient altar was covered with variegated marks. The altar was 100 zhang tall, but it gave people a feeling that it was as tall as the sky. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to pay attention to the ancient and mystical altar at this moment. All his attention was on the blood talisman floating above the altar. The blood talisman let out a buzzing sound, and rays of blood light sprinkled down from it, covering the entire altar. There were lines of patterns carved on the blood talisman, and it was filled with ancient and holy qi. At such a close distance, Jiang Chen was sure that all the summoning force came from this blood talisman. However, Jiang Chen wasn't unfamiliar with this blood talisman. Back when he was in Inferno Hell, there was a blood talisman that was exactly the same as this one. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, De Huang Dog quickly sat down and fully stimulated his dragon horse bloodline, forming a resonance with the ancient beam of light. Below him, Jiang Chen also sat down cross-legged and tried to refine the blood talisman. The blood talisman fell into his hand as if it belonged to him. After the blood talisman entered Jiang Chen's body, it trembled violently. Soon, under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, rays of blood light shot out from the blood talisman and rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen was shocked to find that these rays of blood light were very helpful to him. They strengthened the blood of a true dragon in his body. The 70,000 dragon marks in his body were like 70,000 true dragons, growing a lot stronger. As the blood light continued to increase, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body began to condense. With the help of the blood talisman, Jiang Chen was able to condense more dragon marks. Good. I couldn't refine this blood talisman in Inferno Hell because I didn't have the blood of a true dragon in my body. Now it's different. I can completely refine this blood talisman and gain great benefits from it. I can directly advance to the 7th grade minor saint. At that time, not even a half-step great saint will be a match for me. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. This was a great opportunity. To him, the most important thing wasn't the advancement of his grade, but the function of this blood talisman. He could feel that this blood talisman wasn't ordinary. There were a lot of secrets hidden within it that he could slowly uncover in the future. Very quickly, the blood talisman had completely fused with Jiang Chen's body. It remained silent in Jiang Chen's qi. Currently, Jiang Chen had condensed another 2,000 dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 72,000. His cultivation had successfully advanced to the 7th grade minor saint. Now that he had a large amount of high-grade true metastones, he didn't need to worry about the consumption of true metastones. 7th grade minor saint. Not bad. Let me see the secret of this blood talisman. Jiang Chen shifted his attention to the blood talisman. He tried to communicate with the blood talisman, but the result surprised Jiang Chen. The blood talisman occupied a corner of his qi like a lord. No matter how hard Jiang Chen tried to summon it, the blood talisman wouldn't respond to him. Fuck. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This blood talisman was too powerful. It didn't even care about him. Now it seemed like he had picked up a lord. Regarding this situation, the only explanation Jiang Chen could think of was that he wasn't strong enough. The blood talisman didn't care about him at all. It was impossible for him to explore the secret of the blood talisman. At this moment, outside the suspended tower, all the demon race were still trying their best to absorb the light. Some of them had advanced to the next grade while immersed in the light. At this moment, the suspended tower underwent another huge change. Everyone could see that at the top of the suspended tower, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. In that painting, an ancient totem appeared. The image was incomparably mystical. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. It was illusory and real at the same time, as though it shouldn't exist at all. Look, it's the totem. My God, the totem has descended. The totem of the demon race has appeared. Our faith, our ancestor, the totem divine seal has appeared. I can't believe that I can see the totem in my lifetime. Quick, kneel down. Everyone kneel down. Everyone was shocked. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were surprisingly in sync. They were the first to kneel on the ground. All the demon race were excited. They couldn't believe their own eyes. At this moment, everyone was kneeling on the ground. No one dared to speak. Their faces were filled with sincerity. The opening of the 9th level of the suspended tower had actually attracted the appearance of the totem. Chapter 881. The ancient and resplendent light beam was suspended in the sky above the suspended tower. The totem god seal was like a supreme god. Hundreds of thousands of monster warriors were kneeling on the ground, their faces were filled with devotion. No one dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect towards the supreme totem. The entire scene was extremely quiet. Under the pressure of the totem god seal, some of the weaker demon beasts didn't even have the courage to raise their heads. They didn't dare to look at the totem god seal, as they felt that it was a blasphemy to the god. On the 9th level of the altar, Big Yellow's body was glowing with golden light. His body had undergone a tremendous change. 2 horns grew out of his head, and there was a 3rd horn on his forehead that was flickering with lightning. The golden fur on his body had disappeared and was replaced by golden scales. His appearance had also undergone a tremendous change. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. His 4 hooves were glowing brightly, and they looked like they were sparkling under the sunlight. At this moment, the Huang dog didn't look like a dog anymore. He had become an extremely valiant dragon horse. It was a true divine creature of the heaven and earth. It represented auspiciousness and luck. Above the Huang dog's head, the totem god seal gradually descended. It was perfectly aligned with the Huang dog's head. This is the legendary god seal evolved from the totem of the monster race, the supreme totem. De Huang has actually drawn out the totem god seal. If this totem god seal can be used on De Huang will become the supreme existence of the monster race, the symbol of the god. Even the bloodline of the heavenly leopard wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to him. At that time, the monster race will be unified, and there won't be any internal conflicts. Jiangchen was extremely excited. He had never thought that the 9th level would be this powerful. De Huang dog had directly drawn out the totem god seal. What kind of luck was this? Compared to the totem god seal, all the inheritance of the supreme monster race was nothing. All of a sudden, De Huang dog raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire space where the suspended tower was located was trembling violently. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. At this moment, the 9th floor had turned transparent. The people outside could no longer see 2 light spots, they could see everything inside the suspended tower. Everyone could see that on top of an ancient sacrificial altar, the extremely brave De Huang was roaring towards the sky. The totem seal was floating above his head, resonating with him. Heavens, this is a spectacle, a miracle that has never happened before in our demon race. Is this De Huang's real body? The legendary divine beast dragon horse is indeed unfathomable. The high and mighty divine beast represents auspiciousness and luck. Now even the totem has been drawn out. The arrival of De Huang will bring auspiciousness to our demon race. If the totem enters his body and fuses with him, he will become the supreme god of our demon race, our spiritual sustenance. With the appearance of the totem, De Huang has become the hero of our demon race. The holy light just now has greatly benefited all of us. After the opening of the suspended tower, the overall strength of our demon race will be greatly improved because of the holy light. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was gasping in admiration. In the end, De Huang dog didn't disappoint them. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the totem god seal finally entered his body. The instant the totem god seal entered De Huang dog's body, De Huang roared towards the sky. It was a sacred roar. The shadow of the totem hovered above his body. Under the stimulation of the totem god seal, De Huang Dog's bloodline began to surge. His cultivation was also rising rapidly. 7th grade minor demon saint, 8th grade minor demon saint, 9th grade minor demon saint, all the way to the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint before stopping. Big Yellow's cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint. Given his divine beast aptitude, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a 1st grade great saint. He could even kill that 1st grade great saint. This was incomparably terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the totem god seal was still unknown to the public. My God! He has reached the 9th grade minor demon saint. Such speed of advancement is simply speechless. That is the power of the totem. De Huang has transformed into a totem. He is the totem of our demon race. He is the auspiciousness of our demon race in our future. Amazing. This is too amazing. This is the true great opportunity and great luck. The people of the demon race were so excited that they couldn't control their emotions. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were kneeling at the forefront. That's right. Although they were powerful 6th grade great saints, they had to kneel down in front of De Huang. They weren't kneeling to De Huang but to the god of the demon race. At this moment, Heavenly Leopard King's intention to get rid of De Huang had completely disappeared. He didn't dare to show any disrespect to De Huang anymore. All the people of the Heavenly Leopard lineage were the same. No one dared to blaspheme the totem because it was unforgivable. De Huang kept roaring. Every roar was earth-shattering, making people's soul tremble. The strong body of the dragon horse could no longer be described with just the word, divine. However, after absorbing the totem divine seal, De Huang Dog had returned to his original appearance, a living and breathing De Huang. This extreme difference in appearance made many people's jaws drop. Many of them tried their best not to spurt out a mouthful of blood. This was too nonsensical. Obviously, the dragon horse was blessed by the heavens, but he had turned into a dog. This was simply ridiculous. Haha. De Huang Dog felt his current cultivation base and laughed heartily. The pleasure he felt was indescribable. If he were to fight with Leopard Wei now, he would be able to kill Leopard Wei in a single move. Of course, Leopard Wei wouldn't dare to fight with De Huang Dog after absorbing the totem divine seal. No matter how powerful a genius of the demon race was, they wouldn't dare to fight with a totem. 9th grade minor demon saint awesome. Jiangchen was also very excited. Obviously, apart from the blood talisman, De Huang Dog was his biggest gain in the suspended tower. Given De Huang Dog's current ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a 1st grade great saint. Swoosh. The instant the totem divine seal disappeared, the suspended tower suddenly turned dark. Then Jiangchen and De Huang Dog walked out of the suspended tower. After they came out, the gate of the suspended tower was closed. De Huang Dog was floating in the sky, looking at the group of demon race kneeling down below. He was stunned. What's wrong with them? Why are they kneeling down? Could it be that they are kowtowing to Master Dog? De Huang Dog was in a daze. You are an idiot. You have just absorbed the totem divine seal. You are now the incarnation of the totem. In their hearts, you are a godlike existence. Naturally, they have to kneel down and worship you. You have brought great benefits to the demon race by entering the 9th level. It has increased the overall combat strength of the demon race to another level. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.